Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Cassie. My name is Cassie, and I am a slave. Near as I can tell, I'm being dragged to my death in a case of mistaken identity, which is honestly just my luck. I shuffle forward, boots sucking at the mud like it's trying to keep me here. Chains rattle in rhythm with each miserable step, biting into the tender spots at my wrists. The iron is cold, Prothekan make, rough-forged and malicious. It chafes raw grooves into my skin. I try not to wince. That would just amuse the bastards. The terrain we're crossing is a stew of grey clay and broken stone, the earth scarred with scorch marks and the stench of burnt meat. Overhead, storm clouds roil like a slow boil. I catch the faint metallic tang of lightning riding the wind and hope it doesn't strike me first, though that'd still be a better death than what's waiting ahead. To my left, a hulking orc stumbles, dragging the rest of us off balance. I snap at the chain and steady myself with a grunt. "Watch it, big ugly," I hiss. He shoots me a look, then huffs and faces forward again. That's fine. I don't need new friends right now. We're a line of 20 orcs and one pissed-off human woman, bound at the ankles and wrists, linked like beads on a cursed necklace. The guards, dragonkin, taller and leaner than their brutish kin, don't speak much. Their armour is blackened steel and bone, their helms shaped like snarling beasts. Most carry pikes. A few wear ritual blades strapped across their backs, gleaming with dried blood and something darker. I don't know how long we've been marching. Hours? Days? My sense of time is garbage in this place. The Prothekan sun never stays still. It lingers too long or bolts across the sky like it's got somewhere better to be. All I know is my legs are screaming, my lips are cracked, and my bladder's staging a protest rally. This is nonsense, I mutter under my breath. "Something to say, pink skin?" comes a gravelly voice from behind me. I glance back over my shoulder. The orc speaking is broad-shouldered, red-skinned, and wearing shackles like they're ornamental. His jaw is square, tusks chipped but proud, and his golden eyes scan me like I'm a curiosity, not a comrade in chains. He's got a braided mane of copper-threaded dreadlocks, and a regal bearing that doesn't match his current predicament. "You don't look like one of us," he says after a moment. "Too small. Too delicate." I snort. "Careful. Call me that again and I'll delicately break your kneecaps." He laughs, a deep, rich sound, unexpected in this pit of despair. "Henri," he offers, like we're exchanging business cards and not death row credentials. Henri the Red, King of the Black Hills, or was. "Cassie," I reply. "Nobody important. Also not actually an orc, just in case you hadn't noticed." "I had," Henri says with a wry tilt of his brow. "But the dragonkin didn't. They lumped you in with us, which makes you one of mine now." "Oh, great," I mutter. "Royalty. Just what I needed. If I get a tiara out of this, I'm using it to shiv someone." The orc chained 2 down from Henri grunts. "What's a shiv?" "Human blade," Henri supplies. used in prisons. Sounds weak, the other orc snorts. Try me, I snap, twisting my wrists just enough to rattle the chain. I'll show you weak right after I introduce you to my left hook. Henri smirks again. She's got fire. That might help. Help with what? He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. The way the other orcs around us start muttering, grim voices barely above the wind, tells me plenty. They're talking about the pit. The way one of the guards mentioned it yesterday, laughing like a jackal, still echoes in my ears. Takes them whole, the pit does, says a grey-skinned orc with one eye. No screaming after the first 10 heartbeats. Only blood comes back up, adds another. Blood and bits. Henri turns to me. You picked a bad day to wander into our civil war. Trust me, I say dryly. If I'd had a map, I'd have taken the scenic route. Maybe stopped off at Not Gonna Die Screaming instead of middle of Orc clan turf war. He chuckles again, but there's steel in his eyes now. The dragonkin don't take prisoners often. You're here because they think you're with us. A spy, maybe, or a sympathizer. They tried asking. I told them I wasn't. They hit me anyway. That's how they ask, Henri says, and how they answer. I fall quiet for a minute, trudging along, letting the dull pain in my legs fill the space where anger used to be. I keep thinking about the skirmish, how I'd stumbled in while hunting for shelter, heard the roar of war cries, then everything went sideways. Next thing I knew, I was getting clubbed in the head and waking up in cuffs. Back on Earth we had due process, I murmur. Earth? Henri asks. I wave it off. Don't worry about it. The wind shifts again, bringing with it a new scent. Stone, ash, oil, and something worse, like rotted meat baked in the sun too long. The orcs start murmuring, straightening slightly, some instinct kicking in. Up ahead, the guards call to one another in sharp, barking tones. Then I see it, the stronghold. It rises over the next ridge like a mountain of cruelty, walls blackened by old fire, crenellations spiked like a crown of nails, banners snapping in the wind, all blood red and bearing the sigil of a flame-wreathed skull. Smoke curls from the high towers. The main gate yawns open in the distance, a beast ready to swallow. Well, I mutter, jaw tightening. That looks welcoming. Henri exhales, slow and deep. Welcome to Dragon's Throat. The chains tighten, the guards bark orders. We descend the ridge, the stronghold looming closer with each dragged footstep. I square my shoulders, raise my chin, and prepare to meet whatever's inside that monstrous fortress, even if it kills me. The stench hits before we reach the gates. Blood and rot and scorched iron, thick in the air like soup gone bad. It clings to my skin, curls in my nose, settles behind my eyes. I gag once, quietly, because weakness here feels like a fast track to a shallow grave. The Dragonkin stronghold towers above us, jagged and brutal. 50-foot walls streaked with soot and old gore block out half the sky. The towers jut up like broken teeth. Smoke belches from chimneys higher than most trees I've ever seen. Somewhere inside, something screams. Not human, not orc, not anything with a soul. This place gives me the creeps, mutters one of the orcs near me, his voice tight with nerves. No, I say. Henri the Red doesn't flinch. He walks proud, even in chains. His head's held high, eyes forward like he's not being marched to a meat grinder. A few of the others try to match his poise. Most can't. They shuffle like the broken, half-starved captives we are, dragged through foreign lands toward what's clearly not a family reunion. We approach a narrow bridge over a moat that's not filled with water but spikes. Rows and rows of rusted spears jutting up from a chasm, some tipped with old bones still speckled in meat. There's a carcass half impaled on one, bloated and buzzing with flies, probably a week dead. Oh, good, I mutter. A warm welcome. The guards bark a word I don't know, and the line lurches forward. The portcullis groans as it rises, each metal tooth longer than my arm and carved with something I don't want to look at too closely. The clink of our chains echoes through the courtyard as we're pushed inside. And then I hear the roar. Not of rage, of applause. The courtyard's filled with dragonkin orcs, hulking bastards draped in war paint and armour made of bone and bronze. Intermixed are humans, probably mercs or sympathisers. They cheer like they're at a damn football game. At the centre of the courtyard is a pit, wide, black, and sealed with a thick iron grate. It's rimmed with scorch marks and etched symbols that glow faintly, like they're still digesting something. Or someone. "Line 'em up," a voice calls in that guttural dragonkin dialect. We're herded into 2 rows facing the pit. I get shoved hard by a spear haft and stagger into place, catching myself on the shoulder of the orc in front of me. He growls. I snarl back. The crowd jeers. I catch words like meat, entertainment, and the next one. Some of the orcs around me stiffen, jaws clenched, tusks bared. The air feels like pre-lightning, thick, charged, waiting to blow. A drum sounds once, loud and deep. Another orc, massive, tusks broken and eyes glazed, gets dragged to the edge of the pit. He fights, roaring something in his tongue. 2 guards jab him with spears, driving him to his knees. He spits blood and defiance as the grate groans open beneath him. "No," Omri growls softly. "Not like this." The orc screams as he's thrown in. I look away, but the sound still hits. His howl is primal, fear and rage wrapped together, ending in a horrible crunch that reverberates up through the stone. Something shrieks back from the pit, deep and hungry. A moment later, blood geysers up in a foul, wet spray. The crowd goes wild. My stomach flips. "Jesus," I whisper. "They're feeding people to that thing." "Worse," Henry says, jaw tight. "They're watching." Another orc is dragged forward. I swallow hard and step back. A mistake. The guard behind me jabs his spear forward, cracking into my ribs. "Back in line!" I bite down on a scream, stars bursting in my vision. "Damn it!" The human next to the guard, slim, scarred, face like a dried-up boot heel, squints at me. "That one talks funny," he says. "She's a mutt," the dragonkin grunts, from the northern pass. She doesn't look right. Small, weird hair. "Maybe she's a runt." The dragonkin shrugs. "Hey, I can clear this up real quick," I snap. "I'm not one of them. I'm not with them. I don't even like them, especially the one with the unibrow." Henri doesn't even blink. The guards glance at each other. "Don't understand her tongue," one says. "Doesn't matter," the other replies. "King said throw 'em all in." I throw my head back and groan. "Unbelievable! I get isekai'd across the cosmos, survive bandits, elves and whatever passed for dinner last night, and I'm going to get tossed into a murder hole because nobody here has seen a brunette before." Another jab, this one lower, nearly knocks the wind out of me. "Shut your mouth." "You first, lizard face." That earns me a boot in the back of the knee. I go down hard, grit grinding into my cheek. The crowd laughs. I taste blood again. I'm getting real familiar with that taste lately. Henri glances over his shoulder. "You should stop talking." "And you should start," I hiss. "Why aren't you doing something? You're supposed to be a king." "I am. But even kings don't rule here." Hell of a motivational speech. He smirks, just barely. "You'll live longer if you stop being clever." I glare at him as I push back to my feet, groaning. My arms feel like lead, my side is screaming, and my mouth tastes like iron and ash. But I'm not crying, not begging, not breaking. They think I'm weak. They think I'll go easy. Let them, because when the moment comes, if it comes, I'll show them just how wrong they were. They line us up like meat waiting for the cleaver. I'm shoved into place with a grunt, chains clinking, my knees aching from the hard-packed stone beneath us. The pit sits just ahead, a gaping, dark mouth that seems to suck in light, sound, hope. Anything foolish enough to linger too close. It breathes almost. The air around it is cold and wrong, tinged with sulphur and rot. The blood-stained grate still glistens, faintly wet. I swear I hear it slurp. To my right, King Hunry the Red is trying to look stately despite the grime and the shackles. His chin's tilted up like he's awaiting coronation instead of public execution. A breeze catches his tattered cloak, what's left of it, and he actually adjusts the collar like it still matters. "Are you seriously doing posture checks right now?" I hiss out of the side of my mouth. He doesn't look at me. A king must keep his dignity, even unto death. "Oh, your majesty," I croon, tossing in a half-bow that almost pulls my shoulder out of its socket thanks to the chains. "Forgive me, I didn't realise I was in the presence of royalty. Shall I kiss your shackles?" Henri side-eyes me. Sarcasm is unbecoming. "Buddy, you're the king of two things right now. Jack, and look." I gesture theatrically with my chin toward the pit. There goes Jack, off to greener pastures. That earns a short bark of laughter from the orc behind us. Henri rolls his eyes like he's above this, but I can tell it stung. "Good." The crowd cheers again. Somewhere behind me a gong sounds, a deep metallic thrum that vibrates in my sternum. A new line of prisoners is being dragged toward the pit. One orc sobs, tries to plead, gets a spear haft to the mouth for his trouble. The others don't struggle. Maybe they've made peace. Maybe they're just done. Henri sighs. "You mock me now, but I have stood on mountains, led armies, made the dark elves flee in terror." I lean in. "Now you're just a guy who's about to get eaten by a dungeon anus. Adjust your expectations." Before he can reply, the guards start shouting again. I'm yanked forward. The chain connecting us slithers like a snake, drawing all of us one step closer to the edge. The pit yawns wide ahead, the grate grinding open with a shriek that sets my teeth on edge. My throat goes dry. I glance down into the darkness. Can't see anything. Not the bottom. Not what waits. Just shadows. Just death. "You there." A voice cuts through the courtyard like a whip. "Hold." Everything freezes. The crowd murmurs. "It's Lamian, the wizard." Someone gasps theatrically. My saviour has a first name, but don't ask me to spell it. One of the guards halts mid-shove, confused. The orcs stiffen. I half expect someone to have a heart attack. A figure steps forward from the edge of the crowd, hooded, robed, leaning on a gnarled staff. His robes are patchwork, midnight blue and moss green, flecked with sigils I don't recognise. His eyes glow faintly beneath the cowl, and his voice has the weight of old stone and older secrets. "Do not throw her in," he says. "The stars name her. The runes confirm it. That human, she is the prophesied one." I blink. I'm the what now? The guards hesitate. One looks to the other. Someone whistles low. Then comes the real voice of doom. King Kartok. He steps forward, slow and deliberate, his armoured boots cracking against the stone. The crowd parts like water. He's massive, head and shoulders above even the biggest orcs here. His skin is the colour of dried blood, his tusks curved like scythes, and his armour is blackened dragonbone trimmed in molten gold. His eyes burn red, not metaphorically, literally, like embers behind his brow. He surveys me with the disdain of a man who's been told his prized war axe is actually a mop. His voice is gravel ground against steel. "That," he says, voice curling with contempt. "She is not the one. She is not even orc. She is female." Lyman, the robed one, takes a bold step forward. "My king, the omens." Kartok raises a hand. Layman falls silent. "She's nothing," the king growls. A stray. A mouthy human. I straighten, rage flaring through the fear. Hey, I don't even know these jerks. I was trying to get out of the goddamn rain. Kartok's gaze never leaves mine. He stalks closer, slow, like a predator enjoying the anticipation. His lip curls, his voice drops. Then die with them. And he kicks me, right in the chest. Air whooshes out of my lungs. The world tilts. My chains snap tight, then loose, then gone. My feet leave the ground. I hear Henry shout something. Layman calls out. The crowd gasps. I fall. The light vanishes. I've never even seen these jerks before. I scream, and the pit swallows me whole. Chapter 2. Cassie. Falling feels like forever. The world becomes a blur of black and smoke and the scream caught in my throat. Air rushes past my ears so fast it whistles. My limbs flail uselessly. The chains bite in as gravity rips me down. There's a moment, just one, where I wonder if I'm already dead and this is what dying feels like. Fast, violent, meaningless. Then the ground punches me in the spine. Pain ricochets through every nerve. My skull bounces off stone, and stars burst behind my eyelids. I groan, roll onto my side, and spit out blood and gravel. Everything hurts. My ribs are screaming. My wrists are raw. There's a welt forming on the side of my temple the size of a goose egg. But I'm alive. Alive in the pit. The air down here is wet and warm and smells like a butcher's back room left to fester. Rot. Mould. Blood. I can't see far. Just a dim red glow pulsing from the walls. Bioluminescent fungus maybe, or some kind of hell moss. Either way, it gives everything a sickly, pulpy sheen. Chains clatter as I push myself to my feet, wincing. My legs protest, my right knees swollen and twitching. But I move anyway. I have to. Because I hear it. A low, wet slither, something massive dragging itself through the dark. I freeze. Okay, Cass, I whisper. Time to channel every horror movie you ever watched and not be the dumbass who says, "What was that?" right before dying. The slither stops. Then a hiss. Guttural. Vibrating the floor under my boots. And then I see it. Oh, hell. It emerges from a jagged tunnel mouth, its body slick and pulsating like it's been stitched together from meat and sin. 30 feet long at least. Its skin is pale and translucent, the colour of old milk. Maggots writhe just beneath the surface. The head rears up, massive and eyeless, a fleshy bulb with a ringed mouth like a lamprey from Satan's aquarium, row after row after row of jagged razor-sharp teeth, each as long as my hand. Oh, that's just great, I mutter. No eyes, but a mouth that could deep-throat a Buick. The worm snaps its maw open wide, and the air fills with the stink of death. I gag and stumble back, nearly tripping over a jagged rock. My chains drag behind me like a dinner bell. The beast lunges. I throw myself left, roll hard over stone that shreds my arms and hips, and crash behind a half-buried pillar. The worm crashes into it a second later, stone splintering in a cascade of dust and debris. Jesus Christ! I hiss. It's fast for a goddamn sausage casing. The worm rears again. I run, limping but alive, darting between broken ruins that litter the pit floor, old columns, rusted bones, shattered armour. I duck behind what looks like the remnants of a throne, or maybe a torture rack. Hard to tell down here. It slithers toward me, that maw twitching, tasting the air. Its body glistens wetly, leaving a trail of ichor that sizzles on contact with the stone. "You want dinner?" I shout, grabbing a chunk of stone. "Choke on this." I hurl it at the worm. It bounces harmlessly off its flank. The creature doesn't flinch. It just listens. Great. It can hear. Probably better than I can. Sound is going to kill me down here. I breathe through my nose, slow and shallow. I shift my weight to my good leg and start limping counterclockwise, dragging the chain silently. The worm doesn't move at first. It just tilts, like it's thinking. Then it whips around so fast I yelp and dive for a crevice, metal scraping rock as I go. Boom! The worm slams into the wall where I just stood. Okay, I pant. Cool. No big deal. Just being hunted by a blind, rotting murder worm in Satan's crawl space. It slithers closer, crushing bones beneath its bulk. My breath hitches. I need a plan. Fast. Soldier mode kicks in. Terrain, cover, improvised weapons. There, across the pit, a stack of old cages collapsed in a heap. One has jagged bars, snapped like teeth. Another looks like it's still got meat in it. I don't look too closely. If I can get there, maybe I can wedge myself somewhere too small for it to reach, or find something sharp, or at the very least make it work for its damn meal. I break into a limping run. The worm follows. I don't look back. I can hear it. The rasp of scales on stone. The guttural, grating rasp of breath. The chains on my wrists bang against my thighs, slowing me down, but I grit my teeth and press on. One bad step, my foot skids on slick stone. I go sprawling. The worm lunges. I scream, roll, scramble on all fours. Its teeth miss me by inches. They carve a gouge in the stone where I'd just fallen. The air from its passing is hot and thick and sticky. I make it to the cages and dive into the wreckage, slipping between rusted bars and ducking under a collapsed beam. The worm crashes into the pile a moment later, jaws clamping around empty space. Come on, I wheeze. I didn't survive Kandahar to get eaten by something that looks like a hemorrhoid from hell. It backs off, hovers, waits. I press my back to the metal, heart jackhammering, sweat pouring. Blood drips from a gash on my arm. My whole body shakes. I'm gonna die. But not yet. The worm circles the wreckage like a shark scenting blood in the water. I curl into the tightest ball I can manage beneath the crumpled cage frame, fingers bleeding from gripping, jagged metal. My heartbeat is a drum solo in my ears, louder than the worm's rasping breath, louder than my ragged gasps. My back presses against something wet. Don't think about what it is, and I try not to gag. The beast pauses. Then it hisses long and low and pulls away. I exhale, just barely. A glint above catches my eye. I look up. A figure stands at the edge of the pit, barely visible through the haze and smoke curling from the ruined grate. It's the old robed orc, Layman. He's got something in his hand, my gauntlet. He lifts it like it's Excalibur. His voice booms, unnatural and sharp, echoing off the walls like thunder made from gravel. Katal Oshan Dormi. I blink, half blinded by a pulse of blue fire that streaks from his staff to the gauntlet. It hums, lights up like a Christmas tree wired with live ammo. No, I whisper, staggering to my feet, crawling out from under the cage. No freaking way. Layman ignores Kartok's roar from above. The crowd screams. Chaos erupts. Layman flings the gauntlet. It tumbles end over end, spinning like a football on a Hail Mary pass straight from the heavens. The worm screeches. I leap. Time slows. My body arches mid-air. I stretch my arm out. The gauntlet slams into my wrist with the force of a sledgehammer. It latches, locks, screams to life with a burst of eldritch flame. The saw blade at the knuckles ignites, whirring faster than I've ever heard it. The veins on the gauntlet glow red hot. It pulses, syncing with my heartbeat, and I feel the weight of it not just on my arm, but in my bones. "Oh, hell yes!" I shout. "Let's dance, you ugly bastard!" The worm lunges. I drop, twist, roll under its snapping mouth, the blade trailing sparks as I drag it across its underbelly. It howls, the sound rattling the entire pit. I rise with a spin, driving the saw blade into the joint where its jaw connects to its throat. Chunks of flesh fly. Green-black ichor sprays like a busted fire hydrant. The stink is indescribable. Sewer, rot, acid, bile. "Come on!" I scream over the noise. "Is that all you've got?" It thrashes. I duck under its tail as it whips around, climbing its side, gauntlet blade carving footholds as I go. I drive my boots into its slick hide, fingers digging into a fleshy ridge. Its body pulses beneath me like a living furnace. The crowd above has gone silent. The worm roars. I find the base of its head, sinew and exposed bone, and slam the gauntlet into it. The blade chews through like it's made of paper. "Suck on this, lamprey ass!" With a final furious howl, the worm coils in on itself, spasms, and explodes in a rain of gore. I jump, launch myself off its spasming body as it dies. The blast hurls me skyward, up, past the ruined grate, through the collapsing magical barrier. Smoke trails behind me. The crowd gasps. And I land, knees bent, boots sliding, blood-soaked and panting right in the middle of the courtyard. The dragonkin orcs fall completely silent. Kartok glares down at me, his massive hands flexing at his sides. I look him dead in the eye, hair plastered to my face with worm blood, muscles shaking, heart trying to leap out of my chest, and grin. "You know your bootlaces are untied." He blinks. His gaze drops, just for a second. I swing. The gauntlet slams into his temple with a meaty crack. Not the blade, just the blunt side. Kartok grunts, sways, and topples like a felled tree. Out cold. I blow a strand of hair out of my face, still trembling. Layman's wide-eyed. Henry's mouth is slightly open. The crowd. Silent. Every last one of them. My chest rises and falls. Then I clear my throat and mutter, "You guys got a towel?" I'm still dripping gore when Layman breaks the silence. He rushes toward me, robes flapping, staff clacking against the stones like he's trying to wake the dead, which, considering this place, feels like a dangerously on-the-nose metaphor. "Behold!" he shouts, his voice alight with something between awe and manic triumph. "She is the one." I grimace. The one what? The one who just bathed in nightmare pus. Layman doesn't even flinch. He drops to one knee before me like I'm the second coming wrapped in blood-soaked boots and attitude. His mouth opens, wide and reverent, ready to spill prophecy all over the courtyard. "Oh, please don't," I groan. "The stars whispered of her," he proclaims, ignoring me. "The fire spoke her name. The wind cried Cassie, the Stormbringer." "Stormbringer?" I deadpan. That's new. I liked mouthy human better. It had a certain charm. Around us, the orcs murmur. I catch phrases. Impossible. The prophecy. She fought the worm. What is a Buick? Before the theatrics can go full Renaissance fair, a shadow looms over me. Kartok. He's awake, bleeding from the temple, teeth bared, and he does not look thrilled to have been cold-cocked in front of an audience. "You dare," he growls, "strike a king." "Technically, you kicked me into a death pit first," I reply, turning to face him. "So maybe call it even." His eyes blaze. "You presume too much, for your arrogance." He reaches out, and someone tosses him a massive war axe, black-bladed, runed to hell and back, probably enchanted to chop down planets or some such nonsense. He swings it once, cracking the flagstones beneath him. "You'll pay for your insolence with your life." I sigh. "Of course I will." My hand slips behind me. Layman, bless his heretical heart, has returned my rifle. I whip it forward in one smooth motion, thumb the safety, and aim straight at Kartok's chest. The axe comes up between us like a challenge. I shoot. B-L-A-M. The axe explodes in his hands. Fragments scatter. One slices open his cheek. He doesn't even flinch, but his hands are empty now. The courtyard gasps as if one breathes for them all. I level the gun at the rest of them, barrel still smoking. This, I say, taking a step forward, boots squelching in worm gore, is my boomstick. Dead. Silence. Even Kartok stops breathing. No gods, no magic, no runes, I snarl. Just solid slug, cold iron rounds, 12 in the chamber and 50 to spare. You touch me again, and I swear I'll redecorate this courtyard with whatever's left of your intestines. You hear me, you primitive tuskers? A mutter runs through the crowd. Kartok's lip curls, but I see it. The doubt, the fear, the respect. A wet gurgle. Behind me the worm moves. I spin. It's twitching, mouth wide, ragged head slowly rising like something possessed. Half its body is pulp, but the other half, still lethal. The crowd screams. I don't flinch, I don't aim, I turn and fire. Boom! The slug punches through its skull. The back of its head detonates in a spray of black mush and bone. It drops like a sack of wet meat, finally still. Smoke curls from my rifle. I turn back, slow and deliberate. And stay down. No one speaks. Even the wind shuts up. Layman, undeterred, pulls something from beneath his robes. A scroll. He unfurls it. An ancient painting, colour faded but still clear. A woman, slim, fierce-eyed, mid-leap, a glowing gauntlet on her fist, and a rifle blasting a hole through a monstrous worm's head. It looks like me. No, it is me. Even the snarl is right. Layman holds it up high. The prophecy fulfilled! Kartok stares at the image, then at me. His eyes shift. I see the calculation begin. See his mouth set. See the war he's already starting to wage in his skull. But he doesn't speak. Not yet. I lower the rifle. Now that we've all had our fun, I say, how about someone gets me a drink, a chair, and a damn explanation?
Chapter 3. Kartok. She stands there, bloodied and breathing like a war drum, weapon raised. That strange metal stick still hissing smoke from the maw of its mouth. The worm's carcass steams behind her, split like a melon left in the sun. Her dark hair is matted with blood, not just her own. Bits of worm meat cling to her cheek. Her blue eyes burn with challenge. She dares me to speak, dares me to move. And I, Kartutok Goran of the Iron Plains, warlord of the Dragonkin, king of the Oshtari, do nothing. My fists clench, then loosen. The haft of my axe is gone, shattered, a gift from my father lost in a blink. My men shift behind me. They expect wrath, retribution, something, anything. But I'm silent, not because I lack fury. No, I'm fury. I was born with it, but this woman, this human, she fought the worm. She lived, and when she swung at me, she did not strike to kill. Layman's voice scrapes through the air like rusted steel. He speaks of prophecy, of fire and fate and the One. I want to snarl, to silence him with a look, but my tongue weighs heavy. He holds that painting, aged and cracked, the ink faded but still clear. Her image captured long before her birth. The woman with the saw gauntlet and the fire stick. And now this Cassie, covered in viscera, feral and wild-eyed, looking like she clawed her way out of the painting just to humiliate me. I should kill her. Instead I stare. Her voice cuts through the silence, sarcastic, sharp. How about someone gets me a drink, a chair, and a damn explanation? She thinks this is a game. My stomach knots. I hate her insolence, hate that my warriors are afraid to move, hate that Layman's smug smile grows with every second I remain speechless. But what I hate most is the whisper. Deep down in the furnace of my chest, where rage usually resides, something shifts. Not fear, not awe. No, it's a question. Quiet, dangerous. What if she is the one? I shove the thought aside and step forward. She doesn't flinch. She watches me like a predator. Not prey. Never prey. I speak low, guttural. You'll answer for what you've done. She lifts the rifle a fraction. Her lip curls. Try me, Conan. See how that works out for you. Somewhere behind me, someone gasps. But I see something else. Beneath the bravado, beneath the blood and defiance, her knees are trembling. She's exhausted. Hurt. She bleeds from too many places. No one survives the worm. No one climbs out of the pit. And yet, she stands. Weapon still raised. I glance back at Layman. He meets my gaze, nodding once. Slow. Meaningful. The crowd is waiting, watching. They expect an order. I turn back to her, my jaw clenches. I nod once. Bring her a chair. And wine. The great hall is loud with the clatter of bone plates and drunken boasts, but I taste ash on my tongue. Meat roasts on the fire pits, stringy manticore tail, honey-glazed cave boar, and she pokes at it like it's a dissected corpse. Cassie wrinkles her nose, sniffs the air like it personally offended her. You all eat this? Voluntarily? Is this... foot? It tastes like foot. Laughter erupts from my warriors. Not with her, at her. But she doesn't shrink. She bites into another chunk, chews like it's a challenge, and keeps talking with her mouth full. Hey, Greenie, you gonna stare all night? Or bring me another mug of that piss you call ale? Gork, a bruiser with arms like tree trunks, hesitates, then lumbers off, grumbling. She winks at him, winks, as if she owns the place. My fists clench around the armrests of my throne. Every instinct screams to put her in her place. Every tradition demands silence from prisoners, not insults and demands. But I can't stop watching her. She doesn't sit like someone conquered. She lounges, legs splayed, arms thrown over the backrest, her face twisted in smug amusement, like we're all in some personal joke, only she finds funny. Layman leans in, his voice low. Speak to her. Not as a king, as a man. I glare. I am not a man. I am the high warlord of the... Yes, yes, fire and brimstone and titles. But she is not afraid of you, and the clan watches. Speak, unless they think you're afraid of her. Damn him. He's right. I rise. The room stills. Cups freeze midair. Cassie raises an eyebrow. So, she says, half a grin curling her lip. Come to tell me I'm not invited to dessert? I ignore the bait. You fought well. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Worms usually don't explode themselves. Your kind rarely survive a day in our lands. You've survived 3. Why? She shrugs, drinks. A low runs down her chin. Because I'm not from around here. And because I've seen worse. And honestly, because I'm too goddamn stubborn to die just 'cause someone says I should. I grip my teeth. There's no fear, just that insufferable smirk. You are the prophesied one, I say finally. You could show some humility. She laughs. It's not delicate. It's not noble. It's raw and loud and utterly infuriating. Buddy, if I had a coin for every time someone said I was the one, I'd have enough for a coffee and therapy session back home. Humility. I got dropped into a murder pit by a dude who looks like the Terminator if he was raised by wolves. You'll forgive me if I don't curtsy. The hall erupts again. Half laugh, half recoil. Her words cut, but not like a blade, like something worse. They carve into the edges of my pride, not with strength, but with honesty. She does not flatter. She does not kneel. But those eyes... blue as frost, unyielding. I turn away before she sees too much. The feast is yours. For tonight. Gee, thanks. I'll try not to puke on your royal sandals. She thinks no one watches. Most nights she's right. But not tonight. The courtyard is cast in moonlight, pale and sharp like a blade's kiss. The torches have long guttered out. The guards are either asleep or pretending to be. And there she is. The human. The woman. The would-be prophesied one. Cassie. She moves like war, precise and ugly and unforgiving. Her gauntlet hums as she powers it on, a low purr that grows into a scream when she strikes the wooden dummy. Saw teeth shriek as they tear through cloth and straw. Her hair sticks to her neck with sweat. Her chest rises and falls like she's trying to outrun something that's already inside her. I should be in my chambers. I should be sleeping, or planning the next move against Davier's filth dwellers. But I stand in the shadows, silent as dust, watching her rip another training dummy in half. She's dangerous. Everyone sees it. But not just because of that cursed gauntlet or that metal boomstick. Not even because she survived the pit. No, she's dangerous because she doesn't care what we think of her. I've seen men fall to their knees for less than a look from me. Seen seasoned warriors tremble under my gaze. But this woman, she mocked me. Dared me. And somehow, despite it all, made me laugh. Just once. Just inside. But it was real. The saw dies down. She breathes hard, eyes scanning the darkness. My breath stills. For a moment I think she sees me. She doesn't. She turns and punches the broken dummy's head clean off. God damn it, Ben, she mutters. You had to go and be the hero. My brow furrows. She speaks to ghosts. I've known grief, buried brothers, buried a father who thought kindness was a weakness. But this is different. There's a weight on her shoulders I cannot name. She sinks onto the cold stone, gauntlet hissing as she powers it down. Her eyes glisten. I step back, quiet. Her strength isn't in her weapons or her training. It's in her pain. I've faced hydras, wyverns, warlords with teeth carved from dragon bone. None of them ever made my chest feel like it might split in half. None of them made me question what kind of man I am. But she does. Not because she's a threat to my throne, but because she might be a threat to something far more guarded. My heart.
Chapter 4. Cassie. I've always known when someone's trying to play me. Usually starts with that too smooth voice and eyes that won't quite meet mine. Layman's got both in spades, and even with the blood barely dried on my boots, he's grinning like a drunk uncle at a wedding. You are the prophesied one, he says again. I roll my eyes so hard it's a wonder they don't pop right out. Yeah, the magical worm-slaying saviour sent by fate to fix your dying turnip fields or whatever. Look, Merlin, I'm not here to play dress-up in your fantasy novel. I want one thing, my way home. The air in the room shifts. A few of the orcs nearby stiffen, like they're not used to someone mouthing off at their wizard. Layman doesn't flinch. In fact, the smug bastard chuckles. And I promise, help us, and we shall search for your earth portal. But prophecy binds us to tradition. My brow lifts. Let me guess. Some ancient magical contract written in blood and virgin tears. He bows slightly, the corners of his cracked lips twitching. Close. The sacred path requires the king and the prophesied one to journey together. Alone. A full beat of silence passes before I laugh. Loud, unladylike, honest to God barking laughter. Oh, hell no. You want me to go on a bonding adventure with Muscle Mountain over there? I'll take my chances with the worm next time. Kartok grunts nearby. That's all he ever seems to do. Grunt and glare, like a pissed-off statue carved from green granite. You speak much for one who knows little, he growls. I speak much because I've got a lot of opinions and nobody to stop me. Got a problem with that, Shrek? His nostrils flare. Layman clears his throat before Kartok throttles me. It is tradition. You are bound to it as much as he is. I glare. Hard. You really expect me to believe this isn't some elaborate excuse to get me alone with your king so he can size me up for a wedding dress? Lyman's amusement doesn't falter. He is not known for courting humans. Yeah, well, I'm not known for playing nice with orcs. Kartok finally steps forward. His boots echo off the stone, and despite everything, I feel that stupid shiver crawl up my spine again. Stupid primal nonsense. You will not be handled, human. I have no use for a mate who swings insults like daggers. I snort. Good. I've got no use for a partner who looks like he bench presses trolls for fun. Then we are in agreement. We lock eyes. For a heartbeat, I forget the gauntlet humming on my arm, forget the castle, the prophecy, the gawking crowd. All I see are those gold-ringed eyes and the storm they hold, and God help me, I'm intrigued. But I bury it fast. I've got a mission. Fine, I say at last. I'll fix your magic famine. You'll help me find the portal. But I want first pick of gear and food, and I'm not sharing a tent. Layman inclines his head. Accepted. Kartok grumbles something that sounds suspiciously like soft human demands. I shoot him a finger before spinning on my heel. Pack your bags, Your Majesty. We've got a prophecy to screw up. The weight of the rifle in my hands is like a long-lost limb snapping back into place. Cold iron, black matte finish, my own mods, 12-shell rotary drum. I cradle it like a baby that kicks like a mule and eats magical monsters for breakfast. The gauntlet's next. One ear doesn't say much, never does, but he nods once when he places it in my palm. The old bastard even polished the saw blade. It gleams like something sacred. I slip it on, and the purr of its activation curls in my gut like a purring jungle cat. Home. If home were made of screaming gears and the promise of violence. A small crowd of orcs gathers near the gates, nosy bastards. I sling my rifle over my back and turn to face them, boots crunching on gravel. Listen up, Tuskers, I say, loud enough for the battlements to hear. Let's get one thing straight before I ride off into your enchanted death trap or whatever the hell this is. No one touches me, not unless I say. Not unless you want to find out what a cold iron slug does to your precious kneecaps. A murmur ripples through them. A few back up. One guy coughs, another just sort of shuffles away, like maybe his bladder has better ideas. I grin. Good talk. Up on the battlements, I catch sight of a very particular hulk of an orc. Kartok's leaning over slightly, arms crossed, that damn amused smirk tugging at the edge of his mouth. He's not laughing, not really, but I can tell he wants to. Bastard. He nods once. I don't nod back. Instead, I turn toward the beast that's supposed to be my ride. A war lizard, big bastard, scaled like a crocodile, face like a velociraptor, body like a Clydesdale on steroids. She eyes me with a suspiciously intelligent gaze. One ear pats her side. Name's Grimsy, he says. She bites. I stare at her. She stares at me. Same, I mutter. When I swing into the saddle, it's weirdly easy, like muscle memory, except I've never ridden a death lizard before. The leather creaks, the saddle shifts, and then Grimsy snorts and settles beneath me like she knows. I belong there. I blink, surprised. One ear raises a brow. Takes to you. Rare, that. Yeah, well, she's got good taste. I pat Grimsy's neck, and she hums like a purring alligator. My hands smell like oiled leather, sweat, and sulphur. The sun's high now, casting everything in blinding white light and long, jagged shadows. The heat hits my armour, soaking through, making the skin beneath my vest feel like I'm being slow roasted. Still, I smile. We ride in silence. Bitter, awkward, stifling silence. The kind that gets under your skin, makes you want to chew your own leg off just to feel something. Grimsy plods along like she's immune to the tension. Kartok's beast, some tank-sized lizard named Thunderjaw, snorts every few steps, like even he's bored by the king's brooding act. I try not to look at him, not because I'm intimidated, screw that, but because every time I glance over, I find those eyes on me. Gold, burning, measuring, wanting to know how I tick. Spoiler alert, buddy, it's caffeine and bad decisions. So I talk, to myself, to Grimsy, to the air. Anything to fill the silence that's so thick it could choke a dragon. This is fine, I mutter, after an hour of trudging through a dead forest full of leafless trees and the occasional crow with too many eyes. Just a completely normal Tuesday. Me, a lizard, and Conan the Barbarian's moody cousin out on a magical camping trip. Nothing. Kartok doesn't even grunt. You always this charming? I ask, twisting in the saddle to glare at him. He doesn't look at me, just says, I do not waste words. Great. A strong, silent type. I've dated your kind. Didn't end well. Still nothing. We break for water near a stream that smells vaguely like burnt cinnamon and regret. Kartok kneels to check the current. I swing down from Grimsy's back and stretch my legs, joints popping like bubble wrap. If I die out here from boredom, I mutter, I'm haunting you. He still doesn't crack. We continue on foot for a stretch, leading the lizards up a steep incline littered with loose rocks. My boots slip twice. The third time, something gives beneath me. Click. That sound. Soft mechanical, hidden under dirt and old leaves. My instincts scream just before the ground gives way beneath me. A pit opens like a hungry mouth. I flail, half slide, half fall, and then a hand snatches my wrist. Big, calloused, warm. Kartok's muscles bunch as he hauls me up like I weigh nothing. I slam against his chest, gasping, heart hammering so loud I feel it in my throat. The pit below is lined with jagged bones, spikes, someone's idea of a welcome mat. You good? He asks. I blink up at him, stunned. You saved me. Yes. No gloating. No, I told you so. Not even a smug little smirk. He tilts his head. You're my responsibility. Oh, now I'm your responsibility. That's rich. His grip doesn't loosen. You are the prophesied one. If you fall, so does our hope. I should mock him, should laugh, crack a line, shove away the warmth creeping through my ribcage. But I don't. I just stare. Because in his eyes I don't see condescension. I see concern. That scares me more than the pit did.
Chapter 5. Kartok. The canyon narrows like a serpent's throat, winding and steep, the rock walls hemming us in with their jagged teeth. The air is dry as bone, and every hoofbeat echoes like a war drum. Behind me, she mutters again. Seriously, who taught you to ride? The saddle's pitched like a roller coaster designed by a sadist. My buttocks is going to be bruised until next summer. I do not turn around. If I do, I may say something I'll regret. Or worse, laugh. You sure this trail doesn't lead straight into a trap? She asks. Because it feels like a trap. Just saying. Real ambush vibes. Strong. I'm about to be arrow kebabbed energy. It is the swiftest route to the Varnoth lowlands, I reply, voice clipped. Yeah, well, so is jumping off a cliff. Doesn't mean I'm strapping on wings and giving it a shot. I bite my tongue. She never stops talking. Not when she eats. Not when she sharpens her gauntlet. Not even when she bathes. Though I was not watching. Much. But before I can think of a retort, the canyon answers her question for us. Twang. Steel sings from the shadows. An arrow whistles past my head. Another slams into the ground between my lizard's claws. Ambush! I roar and draw my blades, leaping from the saddle. The canyon erupts. Figures burst from the rocks, dark elves, gaunt, tall, pale as ghosts, armor black as tar. Their eyes glow violet in the shadow. Their leader wears bone-plated pauldrons, his face tattooed in spirals of blood ink. They know who I am. They They charge anyway. I brace for the human to scream. She laughs. Laughs. "Oh, thank God!" she yells. "I was getting bored." She vaults from Grimsey's back, hits the dirt in a roll, and comes up with the boomstick already roaring. The sound is thunder on stone, deafening. A dark elf's head disappears in a mist of gore. Another takes a slug to the gut and folds like a wet scroll. She's grinning. "Eat my Second Amendment rights, you pasty bastards." I charge the flank, blades spinning. The stink of elf blood fills the air, sweet, metallic, oily. One of them lunges with a hooked glaive, but I catch it on my forearm plate and split his chest with one clean strike. She moves beside me like a demon, firing, ducking, kicking out kneecaps and dropping shell casings like breadcrumbs. The boomstick booms again. My ears ring. My heart pounds. We fight back to back now. I don't know when that happened. It feels easy. She's not just good, she's lethal. "How many of these creeps are there?" she yells. "Too many!" "Then let's make them less." Another slug slams into the canyon wall, shattering stone, sending 2 elves sprawling. The leader shrieks in their foul tongue and hurls a black dagger at her chest. I lunge to intercept. Too late. But she spins, lets the dagger nick her shoulder, and unloads a shell into the elf's face before he can celebrate. When the dust settles, there are bodies everywhere. Blood paints the rocks. Grimsey and Thunderjaw stand guard, unbothered, tails twitching. She lowers the gun, breathing hard, lips curled in a wolfish grin. Her shoulders bleeding. She doesn't notice. "Told you it was a trap," she mutters. I stare at her, at the smoke curling from the barrel, at the fire in her eyes. She is terrifying. She is magnificent. She fights like a demon loosed from the depths. There is no elegance to it, no trained form, just wild fury and devastating efficiency. Her gauntlet sings with each strike, cleaving armor and bone like it's slicing bread. The boomstick shouts like a thunder god, dropping elves with each breath. I see her shoulder bloom red, but she fights through it. No pause. No weakness. She doesn't fight like a soldier. She fights like someone who refuses to die. And God's help me, we move together like we've done it 1,000 times before. 5 points for Gryffindor, she mutters. I frown. What? She just grins at me like I've missed the punchline of a very long, very strange joke. Never mind, she says. Wouldn't get it. She's right. I hate that I want to ask anyway. We make camp. The fire sputters as I strike steel to flint, and she watches me with arms crossed and a look of mild disdain. You really don't know how to build a fire? I command armies. I do not gather kindling. Well, your army would be cold, wet, and hypothermic by nightfall. She kicks the half-built pile of wood aside and rebuilds it in 30 seconds flat. It lights like magic, because she uses actual fire paste from her weird earth pack. The flames dance high, crackling with smug satisfaction. We're putting the tent there, I say, pointing to high ground near a rock wall. Too exposed, she counters. Wind'll cut through us like a rusty knife. We pitch in that alcove. That's damp ground, which I'll layer with dry branches and a tarp like a sane person. She wins, again, even when we argue about where to piss. Yes, truly. She somehow manages to sound like the tactical authority. Don't go uphill from camp, she snaps. What kind of barbarian? All right. I glare. She smirks. By the time we settle in, night has fallen hard. The canyon walls shimmer with lichen that glows faintly blue, and the fire casts her face in amber light. Her eyes look brighter in the dark, like they catch stars. She chews dried meat with an expression of grim tolerance. Tastes like sadness, she mumbles. It is smoked dire wolf. Yeah, well, someone overcooked the soul right out of it. I want to be offended, I should be. But I just watch her, listen to the rhythm of her voice, the odd cadence of her jokes and complaints. I still don't understand half the things she says, and it infuriates me, not just because I don't get them, because I want to. She isn't just unpredictable. She's alive. And maybe that's what unsettles me the most. The fire burns low. Embers pulse like sleeping hearts. She hasn't spoken for a while, which is rare enough to make the canyon feel hollow. The silence isn't empty, though. It hums with a kind of potential, like the moment before a storm or a battle cry held just behind the teeth. I clear my throat. The land is dying. Her head tilts toward me, eyes reflecting the flames. She doesn't interrupt, doesn't joke, just listens. It began last harvest. The soil blackened, crops withered before sprouting, the animals starved, children fell ill. We tried burning the dead fields, tried blood rites, ancestor prayers, no, nothing. She studies the fire, jaw tight. And you think it's a curse? Layman does. And you? I hesitate. The flames flicker like nervous thoughts. I think we are being punished for something we do not understand. Her mouth presses into a line. That sucks. It's not eloquent, but it is honest. He thinks I can fix it, she says. You're wizard, layman. He does. Because of a painting. And a prophecy older than the stones of this canyon. She snorts. No pressure. The silence returns, but not for long. My dad, she says abruptly. He was a forest ranger. We lived way out in Montana. Closest neighbors were deer and pine trees. I thought it was paradise. I don't speak. I sense she doesn't need prompting. He taught me how to survive, build traps, track prints in the snow, start a fire with wet wood, told me the forest was alive, that it speaks if you listen close. He was everything. Her voice cracks just once, like a twig. He died when I was 16. Heart gave out. 1 minute he was chopping wood. The next he was gone, just gone. I look at her then. Really look. Not as a warrior, not as a threat or a tool, but as a woman carrying grief that's grown moss over the years, rooted in her chest like a buried seed. I joined the military after that. Figured it'd be better than foster care. At least I'd have some control. I was wrong. Got people killed, people I loved, people I owed more than I gave. She stares into the flames like she's trying to see ghosts. Ben Richards, my squad leader. He pulled me out of a burning transport and threw me to safety. He stayed behind. I still hear the explosion in my dreams. I want to say something. I don't. She turns to me, and the firelight dances in her eyes. Blue, not the blue of sky or ocean. The blue of lightning just before it hits. You ever lose someone like that? Too many. Our eyes lock. And for the first time since she arrived in my world, I don't see her as alien. I see her as familiar. The fire between us crackles. It's not the only fire now. We don't touch, but gods, I want to.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 6. Cassie. We make it to the River of Bones just as the sun starts bleeding into the horizon. And yeah, It's just as charming as it sounds. The whole damn place looks like a heavy metal album cover. Trees bent like they're mid-scream, roots crawling over each other like dead fingers. The river cuts through the canyon like a wound, its surface pulsing with a faint, unnatural glow. And the sound it makes, not a babble, not a trickle. It hums, deep and low, like it's got a throat full of secrets. I swing off my war lizard and land on cracked, ash-coloured soil that crunches beneath my boots. The air smells like burned sage and iron filings, and something else, like the static before lightning strikes. My skin starts to itch, not on the surface. Under it. Well, I mutter, glancing at Kartok as he dismounts with his usual grim grace. This is cosy. Bet the Zillow listing called it a fixer-upper. He doesn't smile. He rarely does. But I catch a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Progress. We don't speak for a bit. We just watch. The trees sway without wind. The sky above us bruises into twilight, stars blinking into view like watchful eyes. Layman said this was a wild spot, I say, mostly to keep my nerves from chewing a hole through my stomach lining. Like a magical Chernobyl. Radiation leak, but make it arcane. Kartok nods. This region has been poisoned since before my grandfather's time. No one knows what caused it. Something tells me sticking around too long isn't on the recommended list. He walks toward the river, slow and deliberate. I follow. Not close, but not far either. Close enough to get back if he starts getting hypnotized or possessed, or eaten by sentient moss. The river gurgles, but underneath that I swear I hear, "Cassie!" I freeze. Kartok turns. What is it? I swallow. My mouth's gone dry, like someone stuffed it with cotton and sand. Nothing, just my imagination. Except it isn't. Cassie, come closer. It's my voice, but twisted, like it got filtered through broken glass and bad memories. I step back. The river hums louder. Cassie? Kartok's voice this time. Real, solid, grounding. Don't you hear that? He listens, shakes his head. River's talking to me. His hand moves to the hilt of his blade. We leave. Now. No argument here. But the moment I turn, the river pulses, like a heartbeat, like it knows. I swear it laughs. The sound is wet and mean, like blood in a blender. I shiver and bolt back to the lizard, saddle up without a word. Kartok's right behind me. As we ride away, I glance over my shoulder one last time. The river is still, the forest is still, but something is watching, and it knows my name. Kartok doesn't say a word for hours. He just rides beside me like some silent sentinel, eyes scanning the forest, jaw clenched like he's grinding gravel between his molars. I know that look. It's the same one I wore back in Helmand, the day after the first IED took out the convoy ahead of us. It's not fear. It's readiness. The kind that comes from knowing the stuff hasn't hit the fan yet, but it will. He thinks I'm losing it. Maybe I am. But he doesn't mock me, doesn't pull the tough guy routine, doesn't do anything but grip the hilt of that big bastard sword like it's the only anchor in the world keeping him from flying off into the void. The terrain shifts the deeper we go. Less wild spont, more haunted wasteland. No birds, no insects. Just the occasional whisper of wind curling through dead trees, like a lover with cold fingers. We find the ruins of what looks like an old way station, cracked stone and sun-bleached bones scattered like a morbid jigsaw. There's enough cover to make camp, and I'm too fried to argue. The lizards huddle in the far end of the clearing, uneasy. I unpack the gear Layman gave us, rations that taste like wood chips and water that smells vaguely of copper, and pretend everything's peachy. Night falls hard. No stars. Just that bloated, off-colour moon glaring down like it knows all my secrets. I lie on my bedroll, one hand on the boomstick beside me, the other curled around the gauntlet like a comfort blanket. My skin feels too tight. My brain won't shut off. I dream. Ken Richards stands in front of the APC. It's not burning. It's pristine, untouched. He's whole again, tall, goofy smile, army-issue glasses slipping down his nose like always. His hands are in his pockets. "You still dream about it?" he asks. "Every goddamn night." He nods, kicks at some imaginary dirt. "You're not the only one who didn't come back, Cass." My throat goes tight. "I didn't mean—" "You know what I mean." I look at him, really look. He doesn't seem angry, just tired, sad, like he's been watching me spiral from somewhere he can't touch. "You keep pushing people away," he says. "Even the ones who try. That's how I survive. That's how you die slower." The dream slips into smoke. I wake up choking on air that tastes like wet pennies. I bolt upright, sweat plastered to my back, breath heaving. The ruins are quiet, but Kartok is awake, sitting a few feet away, eyes locked on me like I'm a bomb with a short fuse. "Bad dream?" he asks, voice low. I nod, slow. Don't say anything. My throat's still tight. He doesn't press, just stares into the darkness beyond the firelight. I lie back down eventually, curl around the gauntlet like a goddamn teddy bear, and close my eyes. But I feel him watching me until sleep finally drags me under again. We don't talk about it in the morning. But something's shifted, not in the land. In us. Morning creeps in like a guilty dog, slow, reluctant, and dragging a trail of nightmares behind it. I sit up stiffly, muscles screaming from the cold ground and a restless night. My face feels like it's been scraped raw by the dreams, but I do what I always do. Slap on the mask and move forward. No weakness, no cracks, just caffeine and crass jokes until I can breathe again. Kartok's already awake, because of course he is. He's always up before the sun, like some kind of orcish rooster with battle scars and permanent grunt mode. I expect a grunt or a lecture, maybe a jab about tossing and turning all night. Instead, he walks over without a word and holds out a tin cup. It's warm, smells like burnt bark and wet soil, orc coffee, probably brewed over rocks and regrets. But it's hot, and it's something. I take it, nod stiffly. Thanks. He sits beside me, not close, but not far either. We don't speak. The silence should feel awkward. Hell, it should make my skin crawl. But it doesn't. It feels okay. Like two worn-down pieces of armour resting side by side. No battle, no posturing, just tired steel. I sip the drink and wince. Tastes like someone boiled sadness and pine needles. He shrugs. That's how I like it. I huff out a breath, almost a laugh. It dies halfway there. The weight of last night clings to my shoulders like damp wool. I try to shake it off, but my limbs don't cooperate. "So," I say, voice too bright, too brittle. "Ready to go poke more cursed rivers and possibly get possessed by forest spirits?" He doesn't smile, just stares at the ashes of our fire. "You called out in your sleep." That stops me cold. I stare at the tin in my hands like it might answer for me. "Ken," he says quietly. Was that his name? I nod. Once. My throat suddenly dry again. "He was your mate?" I snort. "Nah, just my best friend. We were in the same unit. He died saving my life. Had a wife. Kid. I think about them more than I should." He doesn't press. Just nods once, like that explanation is enough. Maybe for him, it is. I don't know what's scarier, the fact that he listens, or the fact that I want him to. We sit there a little longer, me pretending my chest doesn't feel like it's trying to cave in. Him pretending not to notice the shaking in my fingers. And for once I don't want to be alone. And that Scares the hell out of me.
Chapter 7. Kartok. The jungle beyond the river doesn't welcome us. It seethes. Every root we step over pulses with a magic too old to name. The air is thick with rot, wet moss, and something coppery that makes the hairs on my arms stand. My skin prickles like it's trying to warn me of 100 deaths waiting just out of sight. The creatures watching us from the shadows don't blink. I feel them, eyes like coins buried in dark loam, ancient and angry. Cassie talks too much. She always does when she's nervous. "Is it just me?" she says, ducking under a curtain of vines. "Or does this place smell like a compost pile that took up necromancy?" I grunt, but my hand doesn't leave the hilt of my sword. My instincts haven't stopped screaming since we crossed the river. This place is cursed in a way that makes layman's warnings sound like lullabies. Wildspawn magic isn't just unpredictable, it's hungry. It wants something. Blood, memory, maybe more. She laughs again. Hollow, tight, like a drum skin pulled too taut. "Seriously, if something jumps out, I want you to know I'm blaming you. King or not, I've got bullets with names on them." Her weapon slung across her back gleams dully in the filtered green light. That cursed boomstick. It hums like it knows we're not alone. I don't answer. Not because I'm ignoring her, but because I'm listening. There's a rhythm in these woods, offbeat and wrong. No bird song, no rustle of leaves unless we're the ones causing it. Just the occasional hiss of something we never see. The jungle remembers, and it doesn't forgive. She stops for a moment, fingers brushing her gauntlet like it's a talisman. I see her jaw twitch, the muscles tense. She plays the clown, but her eyes are sharp. A soldier's eyes. I've seen that look before, on warriors before battle, on widows before the pyre. She's scared. And God's help me, I respect that. Not the fear, the control. It's what I used to do. Bury the dread under bark-thick skin in a laugh that dared the world to hit harder. Before the crown, before the weight of 1,000 lives pressed into my chest and told me I wasn't allowed to feel anymore. I step beside her and move a branch out of the way. It recoils like a serpent, hissing as its leaves curl inward. She flinches. "Cute," she mutters. "Your floor's got more personality than your guards." I keep my eyes forward, but inside something stirs. Not laughter, not mirth. Something worse. Hope! I crush the thought. She wouldn't survive a week on a throne. She's chaos wrapped in skin and sarcasm. The very idea that she could rule. But I watch the way she scans the shadows. The way her fingers flex near the trigger of her weapon. The way her voice holds steady even when her hands tremble. She's strong, and I hate myself for wondering if she might be more. The trees part ahead, revealing a clearing full of skeletal totems and pulsing fungi. The air tastes like spoiled wine and old coins. Cassie steps forward, muttering, "Either we're near a sacred site, or someone's got a very unfortunate decorating fetish." I don't laugh, but I also don't tell her to shut up. Instead, I watch her walk ahead of me. Black hair catching the filtered light, shoulders set like she's marching into her own grave. And I wonder what it would take to make her stay. I shake it off, grip my sword tighter, think of the dead fields, the coughing children, the weight I carry. She is a tool of prophecy, nothing more, and gods curse me, I think I'm already lying to myself. It comes out of nowhere, coiled malice erupting from beneath the jungle floor. A serpent beast, its body thick as a war mast and twice as fast, bursts from the underbrush with a scream that curdles the air. Its scales shimmer like oil over water, black and green and laced with rot. I don't shout, I don't hesitate. I draw steel and charge. But it's faster. Cassie doesn't scream. That, more than anything, fuels the fire in my veins. She only grunts as the creature coils around her, fangs the size of my forearm clicking together like swords sharpening themselves. It lifts her, arms pinned, boomstick clattering to the ground, and tightens. I see her ribs flex, her face flush, Her breath stutter. No, I roar. The blade sings through the air. I strike once, twice, a third time before the thing even turns to look. Scales give way under brute force. I drive my shoulder into its side and shove upward, slamming it into a tree with a sickening crunch. Bark explodes. Cassie grunts, still twisting inside its grip. "Hold on!" I snarl. She replies with a raspy, "What the hell do you think I'm doing?" My sword finds a weak spot at the base of its skull. I drive it in, both hands, using my weight. Blood, thick, dark, reeking, gushes over my arms. It doesn't die. Not yet. The beast thrashes, slamming me back, coiling tighter around her. Her face is pale now, lips going blue. Rage blinds me. I drop the sword, pull my smaller blade, and carve along the thing's side like I'm gutting a boar. Slime splashes, entrails spill. It hisses one last time before unraveling, limbs twitching into death spasms. Cassie hits the ground hard, coughing and choking, soaked in gore and viscera. She rolls over, spits out something that looks like a piece of its tongue, and wipes slime from her cheeks with the back of her hand. "Nice save, Rambo," she rasps. I blink. "What's a Rambo?" She grins, blood-streaked and breathless. Never mind. I should be furious. She nearly died. Again. But her humor slices through the terror like a whetstone across steel. Always deflecting. Always hiding. I kneel beside her, check her ribs, ignore the way her skin burns under my touch. She doesn't swat me away. That, more than anything, tells me how close she came to being lost. "You good?" I grunt. "Peachy," she croaks. "Nothing like being molested by a 50-foot death noodle to start your morning right." The beast twitches one last time behind us, tail curling in on itself like a dying question mark. I walk over, retrieve her weapon, and clean it off with the hem of my tunic. She watches me, narrowed eyes, unreadable. "Didn't think you cared," she says. I hand her the boomstick. "I care when my weapon bearer gets crushed by jungle filth." She raises an eyebrow. "Weapon bearer? Wow, romantic." I ignore her tone, sit beside the corpse. The stench is unbearable, but it masks the fierce sweat coating my skin. I was 2 breaths from losing her. I didn't know that mattered until it almost happened. She reloads her weapon with practiced hands, fingers trembling only slightly. I watch the way her jaw sets, the way she won't meet my eyes. She's shaken, but she won't let me see. "You're reckless," I mutter, says the guy who charged a snake with a toothpick. I almost smile, almost. We move the camp to higher ground. She insists on setting the perimeter herself, muttering about Ambush 101 and military school dropouts. I don't argue. I just watch. She moves like a storm cloud, fast, moody, unpredictable. But she's lightning too. Bright, electric, lethal. And I hate how much I'm drawn to it. When the fire finally catches, she sits across from me, bruised and quiet. Her humor's burned low, like coals under ash. I want to ask what she meant about Rambo. Instead, I sharpen my blade and try not to look at her lips. This woman will undo me, or save me. Maybe both. The jungle settles into silence around us, like it's holding its breath. Shadows drape the campsite like curtains, and the stars above blink through a thin canopy of twisted ancient branches. I pass her the flask, fire wine, potent and rough, and she takes it without comment. Cassie tilts it back, winces, coughs. "God damn! That tastes like gasoline and regret." I grunt. It burns clean. Heals faster than a priest's chant. "So, fire wine, evil jungle noodles, killer rivers. I gotta ask, your Orcly Majesty, ever been in love?" The question slices through the quiet. I stare into the flames. The wood crackles, hisses. Somewhere in the dark, something hoots once, then falls silent. "Orcs don't waste time on fantasy," I say. She snorts. "Figures." I look at her. "We don't build illusions to chase. We breed, we bond. We protect. But love? I shake my head. Love is a story humans tell to excuse weakness. She takes another swig. Yeah, that tracks. But she doesn't mean it. Not really. I see the way her fingers tremble just a little when she hands the flask back. I watch her mouth twist, then smooth again like she's hiding a scar. What about you? I ask. She huffs. Same. Ain't got time to pine over some guy with nice eyes and a motorcycle. What's a motorcycle? She waves it off. Doesn't matter. Silence blooms between us. Not uncomfortable, but heavy. Thick with things neither of us wants to say out loud. She's closer than she was an hour ago. Not much. Just a shift in the dirt. Maybe the way the firelight dances. But I feel her heat like a furnace beside me. My pulse thrums like a war drum. My jaw's tight, fingers clenching around the flask like it's a lifeline. Then her voice, soft, almost shy. I had someone once. A friend. Best one I ever had. He died saving me. I nod, slow. That's what love does. Leaves you bleeding and alone. Her eyes flick toward mine, those impossible blue depths catching the firelight. Yeah, that's why I don't do it. And I believe her. But I also see the crack. A small thing. Barely there. But enough. She reaches for the flask again. Her fingers brush mine. She doesn't flinch. Doesn't pull away. I don't either. Time slows. The fire pops. My breath catches in my chest like a trapped animal. I lean in. Just a fraction. She doesn't stop me. Her gaze drops to my mouth, then back up. Her tongue darts out, wets her lips. I feel every inch of space between us like a blade's edge. She whispers, "Don't make this a thing." Too late. And then we're kissing. It's not gentle. It's not soft. It's teeth and heat and desperation. Her fingers tangle in my tunic. Mine wrap around her waist, drawing her in until I feel every breath she takes. She tastes like fire wine and defiance. She pulls back just long enough to breathe. Damn. I nod, heart pounding. Yes! She laughs once, low, rough, then kisses me again. And the jungle, for all its death and rot, fades into nothing but heat and hunger, and the crash of something unstoppable between us. Later, when the fire's down to embers and her head rests on my shoulder, I stare up at the stars and wonder what curse I've just accepted willingly. Because love isn't a story for orcs.
Chapter 8. Cassie. Okay, so maybe I kissed him, or maybe he kissed me. Semantics. Point is, lips were involved. Mine, his. At some point, my hands ended up in his hair, thick and warm and just a little wild like him, and the world got real small and real hot. It was one of those slow burn, stars exploding in your head moments you think only happen in bad romance novels with shirtless dudes on the covers. Except I don't feel like the breathy heroine. I feel like someone who just walked off a cliff and isn't sure if the fall is going to kill her or set her free. When we come up for air, we're both breathing like we ran a marathon through hell. The fire's down to embers, the jungle whispering secrets behind us. His hand still cupping my cheek, rough and calloused. Mine still gripping the front of his armour. I should let go, but I don't. That didn't mean anything, I say, because I'm an idiot. He stiffens. Just slightly. Just enough. Of course, he mutters, eyes going cold. Orcs don't get attached. And just like that, the spell breaks. We untangle. The silence afterward is louder than any fight I've ever been in. He rolls onto his side, back toward me, like it's nothing. Like I'm nothing. I stare up at the stars and wish I could punch myself in the face without looking completely nuts. I didn't mean to say that. Not really. But old habits die hard, and emotional intimacy. That's the stuff nightmares are made of. You let someone in, they get taken. Or they leave. Or you leave. Either way, it hurts like hell. Morning comes, and it's awkward city. I pack faster than I should, trip over a root, swear at it like it insulted my mother. Kartok doesn't say anything, just saddles up his lizard like last night didn't happen. Fine, two can play that game. So, I say as we ride, what's the next stop on our death march/magical errand tour? He grunts. Doesn't look at me. Gravetop Pass. Sounds cozy. Nothing. Not even a smirk. I keep talking. I always do. The silence between us is too thick, too full of everything we're both pretending didn't happen. I throw out a few jokes, some crude observations about the jungle flora that looks like it wants to eat us, but it's like talking to a rock with abs. And the worst part, I miss the way he used to glare at me. At least then, I knew I was getting to him. We make camp early. The sky's turning bruised purple, and there's a ridge that offers a decent vantage point in case something with teeth and tentacles decides to pay us a visit. I sit by the fire, sharpening my gauntlet blade, sparks dancing like fireflies. He sits across from me, tending his axe, not saying a word. I snap. Look, are we going to pretend we didn't swap spit last night, or do you want to keep playing the world's grumpiest mime? His eyes meet mine, dark, stormy, a little wounded. What do you want me to say, Cassie? That maybe it wasn't nothing. He stands, paces. His hands flex at his sides like he wants to hit something but can't. You said it didn't mean anything. Yeah, well, I lie when I'm scared. Newsflash. That shuts him up. I stand too. You're not the only one with armour, Kartok. Mine just doesn't come with a chestplate. The wind picks up, carries the scent of moss and something ancient, something wrong. But for once I ignore it. Because this moment, this fight, it matters more. He steps closer. Then stop hiding behind your tongue. You're brave in battle. Be brave now. My hands tremble. Fine. I like you. You're an arrogant, muscle-bound jackass with no sense of humour and the emotional range of a cactus. But I like you. His mouth twitches. You think I'm arrogant? Oh, don't get smug. He kisses me. This one is different. Not fire and fury. It's softer, sweeter, like an apology and a promise rolled into one. When we pull apart, I whisper, still doesn't mean anything. He laughs, low and rough. Liar. The next morning I wake up with dried leaves in my hair, my throat parched, and the echo of a dream I'm trying not to remember. Kartok's already up, silent as a statue, tending to the campfire like it holds the secrets of the universe. I stretch with a groan that sounds more like a dying goat, and he flicks his gaze toward me, then right back to the flames. Cool. This is going to be awkward as hell. We break camp without a word. I mount my war lizard, who I've named Bessie because it pisses off the orcs, and steer her toward the path that snakes deeper into the trees. The air feels heavier today, dense with humidity and tension. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. My armour clings to me like a guilt trip. I glance at Kartok from time to time, hoping he'll say something stupid so I can snap at him. But he doesn't. He just exists, looming and unreadable. By midday we stumble on a dark elf scout camp. Small, temporary, sloppy. I spot them first, crouched near a creek with their gear laid out. 6 of them, slim, black-skinned, wearing that smug arrogance like cologne. My blood starts to boil. Kartok gives me a look, and I nod. We split and circle like wolves, like we've done this 100 times before. It's over in 10 minutes. My gauntlet buzzes with blood. His axe drips violet. One of the elves tries to run, and I blow his kneecap off with a slug. The smell of scorched meat fills the clearing. I breathe deep, like I'm trying to inhale control. After the last one gurgles out, Kartok and I raid the camp. It's mostly junk. Rations, poisoned blades, some minor magical trinkets. I'm about to toss it all when I spot a tiny wooden box nestled in a rolled-up cloak. I pry it open and a lullaby spills out. Soft, tinny, out of place in this world of carnage. It's a little bear, spinning clumsily on a spring. It makes my throat tight for reasons I can't name. "You gonna keep that?" Kartok asks behind me, his voice low. "Yeah," I say, softer than I mean to. "I guess I am." He watches me, brow furrowed, like I'm some weird puzzle made of knives and silk. Like if he turns me the wrong way, I'll either bloom or cut him. Honestly, I feel the same about him. I tuck the bear into my pouch and avoid his gaze. Later, we sit by the fire again. The silence is thick, not angry, just full. I polish my gauntlet. He sharpens his blade. The music box sits between us, closed but humming in my mind. I wish I could turn off the part of me that wants to lean in, the part that wants to undo everything we ruined last night. I wish I could pretend he doesn't affect me. But when his shoulder brushes mine, just barely, my skin prickles. And for a second, I let myself lean back. Just a little. The moment sneaks up on me. I'm staring into the fire, chewing on a chunk of roasted root that tastes like charcoal-flavoured rubber, when Kartok walks back into camp with something hidden behind his back. I lift an eyebrow. If that's another dead snake, I swear to God. He reveals the flower with the grandiosity of a court magician. It's crooked, petals a little torn, the colour like bruised grapeskin in late autumn. I laugh, snort really, and my eyes betray me by tearing up. Damn it. "I know it's not much," he says, gruff and low, but I saw it and thought, "You might like it." "You thought wrong," I choke out between laughing and blinking fast. "This thing looks like it lost a fight with a goat." He reaches forward, carefully brushing my hair back and tucking the hideous bloom behind my ear. His fingers are rough, calloused from battle and labour, but gentle now. "There. Now you look like royalty." It hits me harder than a sucker punch. No one's ever done something so utterly pointless and sweet for me before. No tactical advantage, no debt owed, just a dumb flower and a moment. I lean in, testing the waters. He stays still. I kiss him again, and this time there's no question in it, no hesitation, no sarcasm shielding my soft underbelly. It's hungry, greedy, a little clumsy, like a woman who forgot what it means to be kissed and is relearning all over again. His hand cups my face like I'm precious, breakable. Idiot. I'm the furthest thing from fragile. I've broken bones in men twice his size. But with him, under the canopy of stars and the eerie whisper of far-off howling beasts, I want to be soft. Just for a second. Kartok's tusks graze my jaw as he kisses me, his green skin hot beneath the touch of my fingers. He makes a sound, half growl, half moan, and it vibrates through my bones. I reach up, pressing my hand against his thick neck, feeling the tendons flex beneath skin that smells of ash, smoke, and the faintest trace of wildflower. "You're beautiful," I whisper. He grunts. "I'm not." "You are," I insist, tugging him closer by the front of his leathers. "Big, brutal, beautiful." I feel him twitch against me, hard, unmistakably aroused, and it makes me ache. He lifts me effortlessly, like I weigh nothing, setting me down gently onto the bedrolls. The canopy above is black velvet dusted with stars. Jungle breathes around us, wet, alive, humming. "You don't have to be careful," I murmur. "I want to be," he replies. I shiver. Kartok's fingers run along my ribs, brushing the hem of my shirt. He lifts it slowly, like unveiling something sacred. His eyes rake over my cleavage, my belly, my thighs. "You're..." He stops, swallows, small, strong. "And yours," I whisper. He kisses my stomach, then lower, kneeling between my thighs like I'm a goddess he's never dared worship.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Afterward, he holds me like something rare, and I let him. We stay up talking nonsense, teasing, brushing shoulders and fingertips, until exhaustion finally drags us under. I curl into his warmth, and his stupid, muscled arm wraps around me like it belongs there. I don't feel like a stranger. I feel seen. No one says anything about feelings. We don't have to. The silence between us is no longer loaded with tension. It hums with something else, something close to hope.
Chapter 9. Kartok. The dragon graveyard swallows us in silence. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just bone. Endless, sun-bleached monuments to things that once ruled sky and flame. The rib cages arch like broken cathedrals. Skulls, half buried and grinning, leer at us with hollow sockets. Some of them still have teeth the size of my arm. Cassie stares into those grins like they owe her money. She walks ahead of me, boots crunching dry dust and shattered scale. Her shoulders are square, back straight. No hesitation, no fear, like she belongs here, like the ghosts of the dead dragons bow to her presence. She's so damn small in the shadow of these giants, but God's help me, she feels bigger than all of them. I slow my pace to watch her move, graceful, wary, confident. Her gauntlet hums faintly with each step, catching flickers of residual magic in the air. It's warm here, but not in any way that makes sense. The warmth crawls beneath my skin like a fever. The old stories never said the graveyard would feel alive. This place is metal as hell, she mutters. I raise a brow. It's stone. She laughs. Just once. No, I mean, it's badass. Like death and fire and legends. Like a concert poster if you cranked the volume to 11 and dipped it in dragon blood. I have no idea what she's talking about, but the tone, equal parts awe and defiance, makes something stir in my chest. We pass the shattered remains of a drake that must have been the size of a fortress. Its wings are nothing but tangled ribs and scraps of petrified membrane. Cassie runs a hand along one of the bones. Her fingers leave trails in the ash. Do you think they knew they were dying? She asks quietly. I pause. They came here to die. This was a holy place, a final pilgrimage. Yeah, but knowing it's coming doesn't make it easier. Doesn't make it less scary. I study her face, the set of her jaw, the tightness around her eyes. She's not talking about dragons. I don't have an answer for that, so I don't offer one. Instead, I lead her toward the skull we're looking for. The oldest. The one that legends say belonged to Shadowlak the First. The Black Tyrant. It lies half buried in the side of a dune. Its jaw cracked wide in a death scream, teeth like shattered towers. Cassie whistles low. Damn, that's a big lizard. That lizard burned half the continent before falling. She gives me a sideways glance. You say that like you're proud. I'm saying it because it's truth. She nods, then starts climbing. I don't stop her. I just watch. She scrambles up the side of the skull like she was born for it, muttering under her breath, grip sure despite the shifting grit. When she reaches the hollow eye socket, she turns and flashes me a grin. All right, let's see if this prophesied one crap actually means anything. And for some reason, even surrounded by death, even standing in the rotted eye of a god-killer, she shines. Gods help me! The eyes of Shadowlak, That's what they're called. Fabled gems of power, cursed and coveted, locked away in the hollow skull of the eldest dragon. To have walked these lands, we've hunted their myth across mountains through rot-choked jungles, and now, standing in the graveyard of titans, I can feel the air tighten around my lungs. Magic lives here. Old magic, the kind that stares back. The skull lies before us, colossal and cracked like some god's shattered keepsake. It yawns open, a jagged wound in the white bone, just big enough for Cassie to crawl inside. I hold back, one hand resting on the haft of my axe, the other flexing uselessly at my side. Cassie glances at me, her brows smudged with dust, lips twisted in that familiar, reckless smirk. "Watch my six," she says. And then she's gone, scaling bone like it's scaffolding, gauntlet humming faintly with latent energy. I nod once, even though she can't see it. The wind whistles low through the ribs of dead dragons, and every sound echoes like prophecy. I scan the horizon, trying not to count the ways this could go wrong. Then I hear her voice. "Okay. Magic rocks. Don't explode, don't explode." There's a moment of silence. Was it a bracaflame? A bracapocus? Son of a... whatever, close enough. A sound follows. Not of stone or wind or breath, a tear in the world. It splits open above the dragon's brow like a wound, a ripple in reality itself, crackling with violet light. My grip tightens. I don't need laymen to tell me what this is. Cassie stumbles back, her eyes wide. From the rift steps her, another her. Same face, same body, but twisted. Like someone sculpted Cassie out of venom and hate. Her eyes gleam too bright, her smile too wide, her stance too still. Cassie's voice comes out soft. "Oh no, is this like a shadow self thing? 'Cause I swear to God, I do not have the emotional bandwidth." The clone tilts her head. "Cute," she purrs, voice silkier, darker. "You always did talk too much." Cassie whips out her shotgun. "You're damn right I do." A leap to her side, axe raised, eyes locked on the doppelganger. Cassie mutters, "Well, that spell escalated quickly." The clone steps forward. Power hums around her like a storm barely held in check. "I've been waiting," she says. "He opened the door." Cassie's voice hardens. "I was trying to get some rocks. I didn't invite you to brunch, evil me." They circle each other like wolves. My heart pounds, not with fear, but with something colder. The instinct of a warlord. I've seen demons summoned from the abyss. I've never seen one wear the face of someone I care about. Cassie glances at me. "Got any bright ideas?" "Kill it," I say. "Fast." "Figured. Was just hoping for a more nuanced plan." "Don't die," she grins. "There it is." Then evil Cassie lunges. Everything explodes into movement. I swing my axe, metal shrieking against dark magic. She's fast, inhumanly fast. Cassie rolls to safety in the nick of time. We fight together, as always. Two blades of fate forged against a single, twisted reflection. But this time, the enemy wears Cassie's face. Her grin, her posture, even the way she holds that shotgun. It's uncomfortably perfect, like watching a nightmare birthed in daylight. The clone steps forward, amber eyes glowing. Cassie fires a burst, shotgun bark drowning out my heartbeat. The blast snaps up dust and bone shards, nothing. The clone just flicks a shoulder, cracks like dust, reassembling as though mocking the laws of nature. I charge. Each slash of my axe rings hollow in the thick silence of the graveyard. I lop off her head. The weapon thunks through ivory and sinew, but the head lingers, smiling. A cough, a shake of tendrils scented of rot and malice, and there she is, whole again. Her laughter echoes through the ruin. Silk and ruin and something ancient. I feel it roll across the battlefield, curling around my spine like a whisper of decay. Cassie swipes a gauntlet-infused swing. Clack, the sound of bone cracking clean. The clone staggers. For a heartbeat we have her, But then flesh knits again. Head snaps into place. She grins. A slow, vicious thing. Cassie's voice cracks through my haze. This is some BuzzFeed-level unkillable crap. I don't laugh. My lungs burn. The air tastes like broken promises. My grip bleeds into the wood. I watch Cassie, and she works the edges of her fear into focus. Hungry, determined. That look strikes something savage in me. So we do the only thing we can. The shallow grave we dug earlier by the ribcage, the one meant as a symbolic dump for evil incarnate, becomes our fallback. The pit rattles beneath violet light. We push with muscle and magic, and the clone slides in, protesting, claws scratching bone walls. She fights, raking at the edges with whispers of shadows. But she sinks. Bone powder rains onto her form. I heave the boulder in place. The weight of ages. Dust billows. Silence eats the laughter. Cassie leans against the skull's empty eye socket, breathing ragged. She wipes sweat and ash from her muzzle, then cracks a grin. "Congratulations," she says, voice brittle. "Welcome to Evil Cassie's bachelorette party." I laugh. The sound is hollow but real. It rises and echoes off shattered ribs. I hate how much I needed that laugh. But her eyes, Cassie's real eyes, glint in torchlight and grief and something else. She brushes ash from her shoulder, and I think, the real danger wasn't the clone. The danger was what she's becoming. Because tonight she rose, and she fought. Not just to save me or the quest. She fought for herself. I tighten my hand on my axe handle. Something shifted, locked in place like a piece of the world turning. I take a step closer, half afraid she'll vanish. I ask, voice low, "You okay?" She looks at me. Through fire and bone and magic, she nods. Not convincingly. Fear still in her gesture, but damn. That nod sets me on fire. I kneel and push away dust until I can see the forbidden gems again, dull in the shadows. I almost reach out, but the moment breaks. I stand. She steps closer, and I don't dare look at those eyes again. Just her. Mine in her cracks. The bones bear witness. The night breathes, hollow and cold. We don't speak. We don't need to yet. Because whatever just happened, I'm terrified. But not of her or the clone. I'm terrified of what I'm feeling.
Chapter 10. Cassie. I can't believe I botched the damn spell. Seriously. One job. One ancient incantation, and I screw it up like I'm ordering off a sushi menu in a language I barely speak. Was it abracaflame? Abracaboom. Gods, if I ever see Layman again, I'm stuffing this gauntlet where the sun don't shine. And now I've fought myself, an evil, glammed-up, undead version of me, in a crop top no less. What the hell was that about? If there's some cosmic force watching this all unfold like reality TV, they've got a twisted sense of humour. We bury her. Me? Whatever. The clone. It feels surreal, dragging a shovel through dust and bone, kicking rocks into a shallow grave for a creature that had my face and my voice, and none of my soul. Kartok helps, stone-faced and silent as always, but his eyes are a whole goddamn speech. Not judging, not exactly. Just watching. Like he's trying to figure out if I'm next. I keep cracking jokes, not because I think it's funny, because if I stop, I might fall apart. Guess that's what I get for skipping Latin class, I mutter as I shovel. Next time I'll bring a manual. Dummy's Guide to Ripping Holes in Reality. Bet it comes with stickers. Kartok doesn't laugh, not even a twitch of his mouth. I stab the shovel down harder than necessary and turn away. The world's spinning just a bit off-centre, like I'm standing on the edge of something sharp and waiting to see which way I fall. My heart's been thudding ever since evil me stepped through that shimmer and called me sweetheart, like it knew everything I hate about myself. She didn't just look like me. She moved like me, talked like me, only worse. Like every dark impulse I'd ever had got cranked to 11 and handed a murder license. I hug my arms across my chest, gauntlet buzzing low like it senses my mood. You think she was real? I ask, keeping my voice light. Kartok doesn't answer immediately. He finishes rolling the boulder onto the grave, wipes his hands and looks at me. She bled. Not exactly comforting. She fought like you. Still not comforting. But she didn't have your fire. I blink. My what now? He shrugs, broad shoulders rising and falling like tectonic plates. That thing behind your eyes. You joke, you rage, you annoy the hell out of me, but you never stop burning. I don't know what to say to that. So I look away. The sky's turning that weird colour between dusk and night, where everything glows like it's underwater. The graveyard's all jagged bones and whispering wind, a place stuck in time. I hate how quiet it is now. Hate how my head won't stop replaying the fight, my face sneering, my voice hurling insults that hit too close to home. Do you think she was part of me? I whisper. Kartok doesn't move. No, she was what you left behind. That hits harder than I expect. I feel it in my gut, sharp and cold. We sit for a while. I pretend I'm just catching my breath, but really I'm trying not to cry. Because for a few terrifying minutes back there, I believed it. I believed maybe that thing was the real me, and I was the copy, the joke, the coward. But I killed her. We killed her. That has to mean something, right? I rub my eyes. Gods, I'm tired. You're strong. I bark a laugh. You're sweet when you lie. I don't lie. I glance at him. His expression's the same stony blank it always is, but his eyes are soft around the edges. The firelight dances across his tusks, turning them gold. He looks like a warrior carved out of ancient promise and too many bad decisions. And he's looking at me like I matter. I hate that it makes my throat tight. I kick a rock. We should move. Get away from here. He nods once. We'll make camp by the southern ridge. We pack up. My hands shake just a little when I holster the rifle. I tell myself it's adrenaline, not fear, definitely not grief. I sling the little bear-shaped music box into my satchel without thinking. The clone's voice echoes in my head, all venom and confidence. Guess I got here first. As we walk, Kartok keeps close, not hovering, not coddling, just there. Solid as stone, quiet as nightfall. I don't lean on him. I don't need to. But gods, it's nice to know I could. The dragon bones hum when the wind moves through them, like a choir of ghosts, all wailing in harmony. I swear it's not just the weather. It's the weight of what we left behind, what I buried. I don't want to think about her, about the way she fought, about what she said. But the silence between Kartok and me isn't helping. It's not the awkward kind. It's heavier. Like both of us are afraid to speak in case the truth comes out with the words. So I poke at the fire with a stick and pretend it matters. I watch the sparks spit up and vanish. The sky above is a deep bruise, no stars, just cloud cover thick as soup. Everything feels damp. I can smell the moss on the bones, the char from our last battle, the metallic tinge of my own sweat. I shift closer to Kartok. He doesn't move away. He's sitting there like a statue, arms crossed, tusks catching the firelight. There's a smear of dried blood on his cheek. I want to brush it away, but I don't. Not yet. Cozy graveyard, I mutter, breaking the silence. Real fixer-upper. Good bones. He glances at me. A single eyebrow lifts. I nudge his arm with my elbow. Come on, that was funny. It was grim. Grim can be funny. He says nothing, but the corner of his mouth betrays him. Just a twitch. It's enough. I breathe out and lean into the heat of the fire, then into him, just slightly. He's solid, like rock wrapped in leather and simmering anger. But not at me, not anymore. At least I don't think so. He doesn't look at me, but he doesn't pull away either. You ever think about what it all means? I ask, voice lower now. Us being here, me being chosen, that thing wearing my face. He waits, always thinking before he speaks. Meaning is for poets. Wow, thanks, Socrates. I don't know why the gods chose you, he continues, but they did. That much is clear. Even after the spell hiccup? Especially after. That makes me laugh. It's short and bitter and way too close to a sob, so I shut it down fast. My eyes sting from more than just smoke. I look at his hand resting on his thigh, fingers curled like he's ready for war, even when he's sitting still. Slowly, testing the waters. I reach over and take it. His fingers twitch, then tighten around mine. There's heat there, not just from the fire. Something older, raw. We sit like that, a long beat, then another, and then I do something reckless, something stupid. I lean in and kiss him. Not soft, not slow, like it's a dare. Like I'm telling the universe to bring it on. I kiss him like I want to rewrite whatever story fate had planned. He kisses me back like he's been waiting his whole damn life. It's not neat. Our teeth bump. His tusk grazes my lip. My fingers tangle in his rough tunic, and his hand lands on my waist like he's anchoring me to this moment. The fire crackles beside us, but I only feel heat from him. Taste salt and ash and something wild. When we finally pull apart, we're both breathing like we ran a marathon. Kartok looks at me, really looks. Cassie, it's not a question, it's not a command, it's a promise, and I'm not ready for it. So I laugh. Of course I laugh. Well? I say, brushing hair from my face. That happened. He doesn't respond. I roll my eyes. Don't get clingy, muscle pants. We've still got cursed gems and maybe evil river water to deal with. He nods slowly, but his gaze lingers like he's etching me into memory. We don't say much after that. We don't have to. Later, when I curl up beside him near the coals, I rest my head on his chest and let the rhythm of his heartbeat lull me to sleep. He keeps watch. I can feel it in the way he breathes. And even in this graveyard of bones, I don't feel alone. There's this moment. Right before it happens. A second suspended in time, like the universe takes a breath just to watch. That's the moment I fall into Kartok. We don't talk about it. There's no more sarcastic quips, no more pointed jabs or eye rolls. Just mouths and hands and the heat of something we've both been circling for days now, maybe longer. We move like warriors. Not elegant, not gentle, just raw and real and urgent. He touches me, trying to memorize the shape of survival. I grab at him like I'm anchoring myself to this world, because I don't want to leave it. Not tonight. Kartok's body is massive over me, green skin slick with sweat, his tusks barely grazing my throat as he kisses me hard. He lifts me with those impossibly strong arms, laying me down with reverence on the tattered furs. I want to see all of you, he says, his voice low, almost reverent. You already have, I whisper, pulling my tunic over my head. Not like this. He lowers himself between my legs, kissing a trail from my neck down to my belly. I shudder, breath stalling as his fingers brush the inside of my thighs.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Afterward, I lie on the furs, chest heaving, skin slick with sweat, and stare up at the stars like they've got answers. They don't. All I see are pinpricks of distant light that feel both impossibly far and dangerously close. Beside me, Kartok breathes deep and slow, one massive arm curled protectively around me. And in the heart of this dead place, with bones underfoot and shadows watching, I feel alive. Kartok lies beside me, quiet, still. His breathing has slowed, but I know he's not asleep. I feel the weight of his gaze before I turn to meet it. He doesn't smile, doesn't frown either, just watches me with that impossible calm, like he's trying to figure me out, and maybe failing. I should feel powerful, I whisper, not sure if I'm talking to him or myself. He blinks slowly. And I feel seen. His brow furrows like he's not sure what that means. And maybe I don't either. Because being seen, that's a whole different kind of terrifying. It's not about being worshipped or feared or respected. It's about being known. The ugly, messy, broken parts too.
Chapter 11. Kartok. There's a sound, low and gritty, like bone against stone. I snap awake, heartbeat kicking like a war drum in my throat. I don't move. Not yet. I lie there, ears straining, eyes fixed on the shadows flickering from the dying fire. The sky's still pitch, no sign of dawn, but that sound keeps coming. A steady scrape, rhythmic, wet, shoveling, not above ground, below it. My grip finds the axe, fingers sliding over the haft slick with sweat, or maybe just the cold dew of night. The metal hums faintly in my palm, like it knows something's coming, something foul. Then I see it. The grave. The dirt is rising, breathing. No wind, no scavengers. Just that soil heaving up slow like something underneath is pushing, clawing, coming back. I don't have time to think, but Cassie's already ahead of me. She's up, shotgun in hand, face carved in moonlight, bare feet silent on the pine needles. Her eyes flick to me for a half second, just enough to say, "Move." That's all I get. That's all I need. I rise slow, careful, every nerve's a live wire, straining under my skin. We don't speak. Words would ruin it, slice through this awful tension like glass. So we move. Synchronized. The fire crackles, low and dirty, but the air's gone, death still. Not even the bugs are talking now. Cassie stops a few paces from the grave, shoulders squared, shotgun raised. "Tell me you're seeing that," I mutter, voice hoarse, too dry. "Oh, I see it," she says, flat and cold, like she's seen worse and doesn't want to be impressed. The ground pulses again, then flattens. Cassie's breath hitches, just for a second. I hear it, feel it like a lash across my chest. The dirt shifts, then stops. It settles like something gave up. Or changed its mind. Did it just decide not to? I ask, eyes locked on the mound. Cassie doesn't answer. She just stares, then lowers the shotgun slow, barrel first, but she doesn't take her finger off the trigger. "Let's not wait around to find out why," she says. Her voice is stone. "Sandpaper, final." I nod. "Yeah, right. Good call." She spins on her heel, already marching toward the tree line, jaw clenched so hard I can hear her teeth grind. I follow, axe still out, heart still trying to punch a hole through my ribs. My legs move before my head catches up. Branches slap at our arms, mist clinging to our skin like cold breath. Everything smells like rot and iron and wet wood. I can taste the damp soil in my teeth. My shirt sticks to me, soaked in something. Not all of it mine. Every muscle twitches like it's waiting for something to grab me from behind. We move faster. "Back there," I murmur, barely loud enough to hear myself. "That thing, it shouldn't have done that." "No," she snaps. "You think it was the clone?" "It was the clone," she barks. "Or it was something wearing its shape." She pushes a branch out of the way hard enough to snap it. I hear it crack like bone. "I buried that thing. I watched you dig. Watched you seal it up," I say, breath hitching. "And it just shifted, like it was waking up." Cassie doesn't slow. No, like it was pretending to be dead and then decided it didn't have to. That thought punches me in the gut. We don't talk after that. The forest swallows us. Roots tangle around our boots. The mist thickens, curling low along the ground like fingers dragging through the underbrush. I can't see the stars anymore. Just trees. Endless trees, each one creaking like it knows a secret. Cassie finally halts near a half-fallen log. She turns, breathing hard, steam rising off her like smoke. "We're not stopping till morning." I wasn't planning to. "You were slow getting up," she says, not accusatory, just factual. "Didn't want to believe it," I admit. She huffs out something between a laugh and a curse. "Believe it? You ever seen something just quit dying halfway through?" I think of the clone's face, slack and lifeless. I think of the dirt lifting like breath pushing through lungs. "No," I say. She nods like that's the right answer, or the only one. A beat of silence passes. Then she mutters, "I knew we shouldn't have buried it." "You wanted to burn it." "Damn right I did." We lock eyes. For once there's no scorn in her expression, just exhaustion. That ragged edge where fear and fury blur together. "You think it's gonna come after us?" I ask. "I think if it wanted to, it already would've." That's not comforting. Wasn't meant to be. She adjusts the shotgun strap, shoulders it again, and starts walking. Slower now, but with the same direction, the same heat, the same don't-look-back energy radiating off her like wildfire. I stay close, just behind her, close enough to reach out, but not close enough to touch. Not without reason. Not without invitation. The moon slips behind the trees again, and we disappear into the dark. The days stretch and smear together like blood in water. We move through dead forest into wetland, and everything rots. The trees don't grow so much as lean, crooked and desperate. Arms draped in moss, roots sinking into black water that stinks like drowned corpses. The air's thick enough to chew, full of gnats and heat and something worse. Something wrong. Every breath tastes like mildew and bile. Cassie doesn't blink. She hikes through it like it's her damn birthright. Boots half submerged in muck, shotgun bouncing against her back, sweat shining on the curve of her neck. She swats a mosquito the size of a child's fist off her arm and keeps walking. Her braids come undone again, stray wisps sticking to her face, but she doesn't fix it. Doesn't care. "Smell that?" I ask. Cassie grunts. Dead things. Layers deep, like the whole swamp's composting itself. "Couldn't have just said no?" She shoots me a look over her shoulder. "Why say one word when 6 can make you gag?" I snort. Can't help it. "Romantic!" "Stick with me, orc," she mutters, climbing over a log slick with fungal bloom. "I'll show you 1,000 shades of romantic. All of them smell like feet." I watch her hips as she moves, fluid, confident, dangerous, like the terrain bends for her. Her boots make suction sounds in the mud, and her every step seems calculated, like she's danced this path 100 times before. She's brilliant, maddening, sharp as broken glass. And she's not mine. Not anymore if she ever was. There's space between us now, not physical. Hell, I could reach out and grab her shoulder if I wanted. But emotional? Feels like a canyon, and I'm yelling across it, hearing only my own echo. "You gonna talk to me," I say, "or keep pretending I'm a hallucination?" I like hallucinations, she mutters. Ouch! Don't be a baby. You're ignoring me. Not ignoring, she says, just choosing not to engage. Oh, well, that clears it up. She pauses to pull a leech off her calf, flicks it into the water without flinching. You want me to sing ballads? Whisper sweet nothings? What car talk? I chew on her name. Still tastes good on my tongue, even when it's laced with salt. I want to know if you're angry. Always angry. At me! She doesn't turn, doesn't blink. I'm not the one who decided to start something I couldn't finish, she says, voice like cracked granite. I bite the inside of my cheek. Hard. Blood floods my mouth. Metallic. Hot. I swallow it. Didn't think it was something to finish, I say, low. She keeps walking. That's your problem. You never do. That stops me, just for a second. I catch up, matching her stride again as we round a bend and the swamp opens up. A clearing of brackish water, lily pads like bruises, gnats so thick they paint the air. You think I regret it? I ask. I know you don't, she spits. You're too simple for that. I flinch like she slapped me. She hears it, feels it. But she doesn't take it back. I hate how her words get under my skin. I hate how much weight they carry. How one cutting line from her hits harder than any blade I've taken to the ribs, but I'd rather hear her angry than feel her silent. And silence has been her weapon of choice these last few days. I don't regret touching you, I say, breath catching in my throat. Not 1 second of it. Good for you. We stop on a stretch of drier land, loamy, moss-covered, barely solid. She kneels to check something in the mud. I stare at the top of her head, at the way her shoulder blades shift beneath her shirt. Do you? I ask, barely above a whisper. Cassie looks up. Her face is unreadable. Stone and shadow and dirt. I regret trusting it would mean the same thing to both of us, she says. It punches the wind out of me harder than any orc blade ever did. She rises, brushes her hands clean on her thighs, and pushes past me like I'm not there. We walk for another hour without a word. The swamp thins out sometime after dusk, giving way to stone and scrub and the cold breath of higher air. We crest a hill slick with moss and frog piss, and there it is, Blackridge. The mountains rise out of the land like broken teeth, jagged and mean, a line of charcoal against a bruised sky. Wind howls down from the peaks, sharp with snow, even though we're still miles from ice. I feel it bite through my armor like I'm wearing paper. Cassie stops just before the edge, her silhouette dark against the last glow of sunset. Well, she says, not turning. That's a brat. Pretty, though, I offer. You proposing? Depends, I say. You gonna say yes? She snorts. More air than sound. But it's something. We camp in the ruins of a watchtower half-eaten by time and moss. Just enough left to break the wind and give us 3 crumbling walls to huddle in. Someone left an old fire pit, charred black stones, and a half-melted tin mug with a bullet hole in the side. Cassie flops down on her bedroll with a grunt. Her clothes are stiff with dried swamp muck. Her hair's wild, sticking to her face in ropes. She smells like gun oil and sweat and mildew. Somehow, still the best thing I've ever seen. You want first watch? She asks, voice flat. I shake my head, toss down kindling. Nah, let's eat. Talk. She raises a brow. We've done enough of both. I haven't. She doesn't reply, just starts scraping the mud off her boots with a broken bit of rock. The fire catches slow, crackling, coughing smoke, but soon there's enough heat to make my knuckles sting and enough light to see the tight set of her mouth. I meant what I said earlier, I tell her. Cassie doesn't look up. You say a lot of things. I don't regret it. She sighs and sits up straighter, eyes on the flames. Good for you. No, really. I mean it. Great. She plucks at a splinter in her pant leg. You want a medal? I want you to understand. That you got what you wanted, she says, finally meeting my gaze. That you took your shot, and now you're full of warm fuzzies? Yeah, I got it. It wasn't like that. No? She tilts her head. Then what was it, Kartok? 'Cause it sure as hell wasn't mutual. That hits me low. Didn't feel one-sided. Wasn't about feeling, she says. It was about vulnerability. Timing. Desperation. Desperation? I repeat. Don't act wounded. I'm not. Stop looking at me like I kicked your dog. You didn't kick anything, I say. You're just pushing me away. I'm keeping my balance, she snaps. The fire crackles between us. She stands, pacing, arms crossed like she's holding herself in. The wind whistles through the broken stones, making the shadows jitter and crawl. I know I'm not perfect, I say. Hell, I don't even know what you want from me. Then don't assume, she says. Don't lay claims. I never claimed you. She laughs once, sharp. Could have fooled me. I stand too. You think I planned that night? That I wanted to... what? Trap you? Use you? I've risked everything for you, Cass. And I didn't ask you to, she spits. No, but you didn't stop me either. Silence, just the wind. The fire pops and hisses. Her shoulders drop a little. She breathes out hard. I'm tired, she says. And not just from walking. I nod, jaw tight. So am I. She looks at me a long time, eyes softening just a breath. Let it go, Kartok. Please. I sit back down, firelight painting her face in flickering orange. Wish I could. She doesn't answer. Just walks to the far wall and leans against it, staring off into the dark. Back to me. Like always. I sit there for hours staring into the flames. The wood pops, sparks drifting into the cold air. My hands stay warm, but my chest doesn't. Not even close. And I wonder if the fire between us is already ashes.
Chapter 12. Cassie. There it is, I say, squinting through the heat shimmer. Kartok peers past my shoulder. That a vehicle or a dead animal? Both, probably. The roadmaster squats in the Badlands like it's been waiting for me, rusted out, scorched, reeking of wet metal and piss. Vines cling to the grill like they're trying to choke the life out of it. Something's gnawed chunks off the bumper. One of the headlights is busted, and the other's been replaced by a glowing green stone that hums if you get too close. My car, my ridiculous, beat-up, beloved 1980 Buick Roadmaster station wagon, or what's left of it. Looks angry, Kartok mutters. It always did. He circles it warily, axe slung over one shoulder, expression somewhere between confusion and awe. And this came through the portal with you. Yup. Intact? Well, intact is a generous word. He pokes the rear tyre with the toe of his boot. It wheezes like a dying animal. What's this made of? Steel, rubber, American dreams. He frowns. Steel, I know. Rubber's a mystery. You saying this thing moves? Used to, I say, yanking open the driver's side door. It screams like a banshee and drops a cloud of fungal spores into my face. I cough, eyes watering, then kick the frame. Still got guts, I say. Let's see if it's got heart. Kartok leans in. Where's the saddle? No saddle, I say. You sit in it. Like a throne. Here. I slide into the seat, which squelches in a way that tells me something crawled inside and died. The dash is a mess of cracked leather, moss, and unfamiliar glowing crystals embedded in the old dials. I press the ignition. It doesn't roar. It wheezes. Then it chokes. Then it growls. The engine sputters to life with a rattle that shakes the whole frame. Smoke billows out the tailpipe. blue, foul, oily as sin. Kartok jumps back, drawing the axe halfway. It's possessed. Only by bad decisions, I say, grinning. Hop in. He eyes the passenger side like it might bite him. Where? Door, handle, pull, sit. Your words mean less the more you say them. Eventually, he figures it out, clambers in, and sits stiff as a corpse. It smells like hot copper and feet. Welcome to Earth luxury. I slap the gear shift into drive. It lurches forward like a drunken troll. The suspension screams, a vine snaps off with a wet pop, and we careen 10 feet before slamming into a rock. Kartok shouts, grabs the ceiling. You said it moved! I said it used to. We both bust out laughing. The laughter comes fast, louder than it should probably, but it's been days of swamp rot and silence and near-death weirdness. It feels good to laugh. My ribs ache, my face hurts, but I don't stop. Kartok's wiping his eyes. Your chariot's a death trap. My chariot's a classic. It smells like fermented goat. I like fermented goat. He makes a face. You're sick. I swing the wheel and the roadmaster groans like it resents the effort, fishtailing through a patch of red clay and nearly tipping. Kartok yells and braces again. Let me steer, he shouts. No chance! Come on. You don't even know what a steering wheel is. I'll figure it out. I slam the brakes. The car bucks and dies with a final wheeze. Kartok blinks at me. I raise a brow. You break it, you fix it. He grins, wide and toothy. Deal. We switch seats and I walk him through it. Gas pedal, brake, gear shift. He listens like it's a ritual, fingers gripping the wheel like it might bite him. His foot stomps the gas. The engine hiccups, then belches smoke and starts again. We lurch forward, then sideways. Wrong pedal, I yell. You said right was go. Softly. Not like you're trying to kill God. We slam into a bush. Something inside it shrieks and scurries off. Kartok looks at me, grinning like a maniac. I like this. You're gonna kill us. Glorious death. I grab the edge of the window. Keep it straight. I'm trying. This thing fights like a boar with a spear in its arse. We bounce over rocks, skid through a patch of ash-blasted grass, and send a trio of feathered lizards squawking into the air. Kartok hoots like a lunatic. Left! I scream. He veers right. We smash through a log. You said left. I meant right. You're insane. I'm learning. And we're both laughing again, loud, wild, half mad. For the first time in days, I don't feel the weight in my chest. Since the grave moved, since I felt him watching me too closely, since I pushed him away, I feel light, even if it only lasts another mile. We park the roadmaster under the brittle skeleton of a thorn tree, both of us red-faced, breathless, and covered in dust like we just rolled out of a brawl with the desert itself. The engine ticks as it cools, tiny metallic hiccups breaking the silence. Some mutant bird hoots once from the cliffside, then goes quiet. I lean back in my seat, legs stretched out the open door, eyes closed, letting the wind dry the sweat off my temples. There's a film of dirt on my tongue, and everything smells like burnt rubber and ozone. But I'm smiling. Kartok's got one boot up on the dash, both hands still on the wheel, like he's afraid letting go will end the spell. His tusks are showing, barely, but the edges of his grin are soft, loose. Not cocky, not armoured, real. And I did that. I made him laugh. And God help me, I like it. He looks over at me after a beat, breath still a little shaky. You ever drive this thing before? Every damn day back on Earth, I say, grinning. Took it to work. Took it grocery shopping. Took it to a funeral once. Kartok snorts. What, the dead guy too lazy to walk? I laugh, loud and unfiltered. Pretty sure he didn't mind. We lapse into quiet again. The good kind, the kind that settles like a warm blanket. My pulse slows. The sun slants lower behind the ridges, bleeding red across the sky. Everything's gold and copper and soft at the edges. For a second it feels normal, like this could be a real evening, like there's no grave shifting in the dirt behind us, no half-dead clones, no gods watching from the cracks in the sky. Just us. I could live in this second. Then Kartok clears his throat, and the air gets thick again. "Cass," he says, and his voice has dropped. Lower, rougher, like it's carrying something heavy. "I want to talk about what happened." My stomach knots. There it is. The thing I've been dancing around since the swamp. Since the night in the ruins. Since I let myself forget we're not supposed to want anything more than survival out here. I don't look at him. I stare out at the horizon, at the dusty rocks, the jagged path we still have to walk. I watch a cloud drift like it's got somewhere more important to be. "It was a mistake," I say. Silence. I feel it hit him like a punch. I don't even need to look. His jaw clicks shut. I hear it, feel it in the way the seat creaks as he stiffens. "You sure about that?" he asks, voice flat. No sarcasm, no bite, just quiet. I hate quiet. "I'm sure," I lie. His knuckles flex on the steering wheel. He doesn't speak, just stares straight ahead. God damn it. I finally turn to look at him. His profile's all hard lines, brow drawn, mouth a tight slash, tusks set like he's grinding them to dust. That vein in his temple pulses once. Then again, he doesn't say a word. "Kartok, don't! I didn't mean—" "You did mean it," he says, finally looking at me, eyes dark and wounded and sharp. "You always mean it when it cuts the deepest." That stings. I wrap my arms around my knees and tuck them to my chest. I feel small. I hate feeling small. "It scared me, okay?" I say, voice cracking. "You happy now?" His expression flickers. "Why?" "Because I didn't hate it. There it is, naked, raw, unforgivable. I wait for him to laugh, or curse, or tell me I'm playing games again. But he just sits there, staring, breathing, bleeding out all over the space between us, with nothing but that damn silence. "I'm not good at this," I say. "You knew that from day one." "Yeah," he mutters. "I did." I press my forehead against my knees. It wasn't supposed to mean anything. It wasn't supposed to feel like anything. And yet here we are. "Yeah," I whisper. He finally lets go of the wheel, leans back, runs a hand through his hair like it hurts. I wasn't expecting a fairy tale, Cass. I just wanted honesty. I glance at him sideways. "You think I'm lying?" "I think you're scared," he says. "And you'd rather torch everything than admit you want something real." The worst part? He's not wrong. We don't talk much after that. Not about it, anyway. We sit in the growing dark, listening to the wind rattle through the thorn trees and the last clicks of the cooling engine. The kind of silence that has teeth, waiting to bite if either of us leans in too far. By the time we set up camp, night's in full swing. Stars blink out one by one behind dark clouds, and the Badlands stretch on around us, cracked red rock and shadow. I sleep light. I always do. But even that doesn't save us. The first sign is the crunch of boots on gravel, too heavy, too coordinated. My eyes snap open. Kartok's already moving, axe in hand, crouched low beside the fire. No questions, no hesitation. Then the whir of metal. I grab my shotgun just as the first bolt slams into the dirt beside my head, kicking up sand and fire sparks. "Go!" Kartok bellows. I roll and scramble behind the roadmaster as half a dozen figures emerge from the shadows, tall, armoured, their silhouettes ragged with mismatched gear. Old imperial plating, half rusted and covered in desert grime, repainted with crude red sigils that mean blood and bounty. Mercs. Goddamn scavenger mercs. Kartok lets out a roar, charges the closest one. His axe sings through the air, slamming into a helmeted skull with a wet crunch. I rise to my knees and fire. 1 shot, 2. Buckshot punches through brittle plating, sends a bastard stumbling. They come in fast. 2 from the left, flanking. 1 tries to vault over the car, but Kartok grabs him mid-air and throws him into a rock with a bone-splitting crack. "Behind you!" I yell. He spins, meets another with his shoulder, and drives the bastard to the ground with a roar. I reload, fire again. The last 2 rush me, too close. Not enough time. I dive, skid across sand, roll, and come up swinging the butt of my gun. It connects with a jaw, helmeted, but I hear the satisfying snap of something giving way. He grabs my arm, tries to twist the shotgun out of my grip. Not today. I knee him between the legs. Doesn't do much. He's armoured, but the distraction's enough. I twist, elbow up, and smash the barrel across his faceplate until he crumples. When I turn, Kartok's bleeding, his shoulders torn open, deep gouge slicing through leather and flesh, red pooling down his arm. The last merc tries to run. Big mistake. Kartok's axe catches him mid-stride. The scream doesn't last long. Silence returns, hot and panting. I drop to a knee beside him. "You're hit." "I've had worse." "You always say that," I mutter, already tearing into the medkit. "One of these days, you're going to be wrong." He sits down with a grunt. "That day's not today." Blood runs freely, hot and thick, staining my fingers as I clean the wound. The smell of copper hits hard, mingling with sweat and scorched metal. His skin twitches under my hands, but he doesn't flinch. "Hold still," I say. "Didn't move." "Liar. You always this gentle with your enemies?" "You're not my enemy." That hangs there thick and stupid. Our eyes meet. Just for a second, but it's a long second. His breathing slows. I press a bandage against the worst of it and tape it down tight, fingers moving on their own. I almost say it. I almost say I'm sorry. Almost say you were right about the silence, the fear, the wreck I am. But instead I mumble, "You bleed a lot for a guy who claims to be invincible." Kartok chuckles. It's low, rough, and somehow soft. "And you care a lot for a woman who says she doesn't." He looks at me again, eyes steady. There's no accusation in them, just truth, and that somehow is worse.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 13. Kartok. The cliffs rise like jagged gods, crooked fingers clawing at the sky, the bones of the world laid bare. The air gets thinner the higher we climb, sharp in my lungs, metallic on my tongue like I've been chewing copper. Every breath tastes like rock dust and regret. The final stretch to the river's source is a bastard. No path, no handrails, just narrow ledges, crumbling stone, and the ghosts of old elven ruins half swallowed by time and moss. Cassie doesn't complain. She never does. But I see it. In the way her shoulders stay tight, in the hitch of her breath when she thinks I'm not looking. Sweat beads at her temples, dripping into her eyes. Her boots slip once, just an inch, and she bites down a curse. Careful, I murmur. I am careful, she mutters back, not looking at me. That's why we're not dead. Yet. Optimism looks weird on you. Get used to it, I grunt, offering my hand. She hesitates a half-second too long before taking it, her palms' rough fingers calloused. I feel her weight shift as she lets me anchor her, just for that one breath. Then she pulls away, keeps climbing. The ruins loom larger with every step. Archways cracked in half, old glyphs chiseled into the rock faces, half erased by wind and war. Vines choke what's left of the statuary. Marble figures of long-dead elves, all sad eyes and cruel mouths. One's missing its head, another's arms end in shattered stumps. I hate this place, Cassie says, voice low. Not your aesthetic? I grew up in a suburb. This is like hiking through an acid trip in a graveyard. Never been on a hike, I say. You're not missing anything. The wind howls through the arches, cold and mean. I duck under a collapsed bridge, the stone above still slick from last night's rain. Cassie slides under behind me, breath catching on the chill. Almost there, I say. She doesn't answer, just keeps walking, and I feel it, radiating off her like heat. The tension, the silence, the way she's folded in on herself again. She's thinking about home, about Earth, about escape. She's always looking forward, even when her body's here. Even when she's right in front of me. I want to say something. Anything. But what do I offer a woman like her? A life in the dirt. Days filled with blood and survival, and half-dead things clawing out of the ground. That's not a life. That's a sentence. She deserves soft things. Blankets that smell like laundry instead of sweat. Coffee that doesn't come from a tin full of grit. Doors with locks. Beds with sheets. Peace. Not me. Not this. We crest a ridge and the source of the river spills out below us, silver threading from a crack in the mountainside, flowing down into a basin surrounded by black rock and twisted trees. It glows faintly, lit from beneath by something ancient. Unnatural. Cassie stops beside me, breathing hard. Her shirt sticks to her back, soaked through. Mud streaks her knees. A scratch bleeds slowly down one arm. She doesn't notice. Her eyes are locked on the river. It's beautiful, she says. Her voice is barely above a whisper. I nod. It's also cursed as hell. She smirks. Aren't we all? We sit finally, the first real pause in hours. I hand her water. She drinks like she's been chewing sand, then wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. Why are you looking at me like that? She asks, not even glancing over. Like what? Like I'm gonna disappear. I shrug. Just watching your face. Why? 'Cause I don't know how many more times I'll get to. She turns her head then, eyes narrowing. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Everything. Take your pick. She sighs, long and slow. You think I'm gonna run? I think you've been planning your exit since the moment we met. She doesn't deny it. Instead, she picks up a rock, turns it over in her fingers like she's weighing it. Maybe I have, she says. I look at her. Really look. You're not built for staying, I say. I get that. She swallows. That doesn't mean I want to leave. But you will. Cassie stares out at the water, the soft hiss of it filling the space between us. You think loving you is easy? She asks, so quiet it's almost wind. No, I say. I think it's damn near impossible. She laughs once, bitter. Guess that makes two of us. We sit in silence again, and I feel it in my bones, how close we are to something that matters. something fragile, but I don't reach for it. I just watch her, and I memorize the shape of her mouth, the tired slouch of her shoulders, the way her fingers curl into the earth like it might give her something if she digs deep enough. I don't know what happens after this, but right now I'm here, and so is she. That's gotta be enough. We find shelter beneath what's left of a broken archway, half swallowed by the cliffside. Stone ribs curve overhead, ancient and brittle, probably once held up a temple. Now it's just barely enough to block the wind and keep the moon off our backs. Cassie slumps down first, boots thudding in the dust, her head tipping against the wall with a grunt. "That's it," she mutters. "If I move again tonight, it'll be to die." "You'd make a dramatic corpse," I say, settling beside her. "Thanks, I think." The fire we build is pitiful. Sparse twigs, half a dried-out root, and some crushed herbs she swears won't poison us. The flames spit and pop, throwing flickers of light against her face, soft shadows in the hollows of her cheeks, a golden sheen to her lashes. She doesn't look at me. Hasn't much. Not since the climb. Not since the talk. Her silence tonight feels heavier than usual. Thicker, like it might smother us both if we breathe too loud. "You sleep," I say. "I'll take first watch." "Of course you will," she mutters, eyes closed already. "You're too stubborn to trust anyone else with it." Not true. Uh-huh. I don't argue. She's not wrong. She curls onto her side, back to me. Her breathing slows. Not sleep yet, but close. I lean against the wall, axe across my lap, ears sharp for movement. Every sound echoes out here, wind sighing through the arches, stones cracking beneath unseen weight. Distant birds, things with too many legs skittering over broken ruins. I don't sleep deep, never have. Too many nights under open skies. Too many things that crawl in when you're not looking. Still, hours pass. Fire dims to coals, and then she moves. Just a twitch at first, a shift in her shoulders. Then she inches back, slowly, like she's not even awake. Her body curves toward mine, until her spine presses warm against my side. My breath sticks in my throat. I don't move. I should, maybe. Give her space, keep it clear. Simple. But I don't. She exhales, soft and long, like something in her's unclenching. And then she's fully against me, one arm curling beneath her chest, her hand brushing my thigh. Still breathing slow. Still sleeping. I stay still. And I let her stay. The fire crackles once, sharp and sudden. She doesn't stir. I look down at her face, turn just enough that I can see her lashes, the way they flutter now and then, like she's dreaming. Her mouth is slack, peaceful. There's a smear of dirt on her cheek, and a new scar just above her temple, thin and pink. She looks breakable like this. She never acts breakable. But tonight, in the hush between monsters and memory, she is. And God's help me, I want to hold her, just wrap her up and make the world shut up for once. Instead, I shift my arm around her, just enough to keep her steady if she twitches. She doesn't pull away. So I let myself pretend, just for tonight, that this isn't a warpath. That we're not walking towards something that'll eat us both. That maybe she's curling into me because she wants to, not because she's tired or cold or desperate for a body to lean against. I let myself believe I'm more than just the one who swings the axe. I watch the fire shrink into embers and pretend that the weight against my side means something. And I stay that way, breathing slow. Heart too loud, body too warm, alive. Just a little longer. The summit's close, I can smell it. Cold wind slaps my face like it owns the place. Sharp, thin, reeking of snow and ash and something older. Something buried. My breath fogs. My fingers go stiff. Even my tusks ache in the chill. Cassie's ahead of me again. Long strides despite the climb. Boots biting into the ice-crusted path like she's got something to prove. Or maybe something to outrun. She doesn't speak, neither do I. Words feel like too much out here, like they'd echo wrong off the stones and come back twisted. Then she stops, hand raised. I follow her line of sight and see it, partially hidden behind a crumbled wall of black stone. A watchpost. From the old wars, by the look of it, built into the mountain, tucked in like a spider's lair. Narrow slits for archers, rusted-out metal reinforcements along the edges. Whatever banners once flew are long gone. She doesn't wait for me, just ducks inside. I follow, ducking through the low archway and into the gloom. The air inside is still, like time stopped here and forgot to restart. Dust floats in slivers of light coming through the arrow slots. It's not warm, but the wind's less vicious, and that feels like a win. Smells like rot and bad memories, I mutter. Cassie doesn't answer. She's standing at the back of the chamber, in front of a wall covered in carvings. Old, but not crumbled, still sharp in the stone, like someone came back to keep them fresh. Etchings of warriors, weapons, battles. And in the center, a figure. A woman. Human. She's holding a gauntlet in one hand, a long-barreled boomstick in the other. Her foot's planted on the chest of a monster, serpent-headed, winged, fanged. Dead. The woman's chin is tilted up, proud. Her mouth is open like she's shouting something no one remembers. Cassie stares like it's going to move, like it's watching her. I step up beside her. Looks like someone you know, I say, careful. Still nothing. Her jaw's tight, hands clenched into fists at her sides. You okay? I ask. She finally blinks, but her voice is dry when it comes. What if I don't want to be that? Be what? That. She jabs a finger at the carving. The boomstick bride. The chosen one. The savior/warrior, whatever the hell. I didn't sign up for a prophecy, Kartok. I just wanted to get home. Her voice cracks on the last word. Just a little. I keep my tone low. No one's asking you to be a goddamn messiah. She snorts, humorless. Feels like the universe disagrees. Screw the universe! She looks at me then. Really looks. And it hits me. She's scared. Not of dying, not of fighting. She's scared of mattering. Why's it always gotta mean something? She whispers. Why can't I just be? I take a slow breath. Step closer. Because you do mean something, whether you want to or not. To you? More than I should admit. She stares up at the carving again, and the light hits her face just right. Her features line up with the stone. Same fire in the eyes. Same set jaw. Same wild defiance. It's not a perfect match. It's just enough to make my chest ache. I didn't ask for any of this, she says. I know. I'm not a leader. No. I'm barely a survivor most days. And yet here you are. Her lips twitch. Not quite a smile. Not quite not. She crosses her arms, leans back against the wall. You ever think you're following the wrong woman? I laugh once, sharp. Only every day. Her brow furrows. I reach out, touch her wrist. Light, careful, like she might flinch. But I'd rather follow you than lead anyone else. That gets her. She looks down at my hand, then back at the carving. I don't want to be needed, she mutters. I want to be free. You can be both. That's not how it works. Maybe not on Earth. But here, you make your own rules. She pulls her hand back, but not like she's mad. Just unsure. You always this good at saying the right thing? She asks, voice low. No, I say. Only when it's true. She's quiet again. Then, I'm tired. I know. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I nod, and I say the only thing I can say. Then lean on me. Cassie doesn't answer right away, but she doesn't walk away either. So I count that as a win.
Chapter 14. Cassie. We roll back into the Dragonkin stronghold like battle-scarred victors, grimy, aching, triumphant in that raw, scared sort of way. I haul 2 glowing gemstones in a stained burlap sack, the glow casting weird shadows on our faces and lighting up every cheer from the walls. The stones hum softly, bright and insistent under the dusty cloth. Voices crash into us. Cheers, ululations, clapping hands. Somewhere someone's banging on a drum, another's ringing a brass horn. I taste grit in my teeth, and every muscle pulses with fatigue. But the adrenaline buzz is enough to keep me upright. I swallow, lips cracked, throat tight. "This is it?" I mutter to Kartok. He shrugs, chest rising heavy in his breastplate. Feels it. The gates part wide with a groan, and we step through into a sea of people. Faces I don't know, some I barely remember. Their cheers echo in my bones, ignite something in my chest. For a moment, I want to believe it. Believe we did something real, earned something. I plaster a smile on, bite down on my tongue so it bleeds slightly. I cough small droplets into the dust. Layman waits at the steps, immaculately clean robes untouched by the journey, all statuesque calm. He doesn't cheer, doesn't move, just watches. Everyone parts as we head up, stones pulsing faintly through the cloth. "You made it," Layman says once we're close enough. He speaks once, the words sliding out slow. "We delivered," I say, voice dry. "Indeed," he replies. He hesitates before nodding to a wide hall behind him. No applause, no fanfare, just quiet expectancy. I pause, breathing in stale air. Torches, sweat, something like incense they're burning for us. Kartok ducks his head, chest heaving, then steps forward. I follow. Once inside, the hall shuts us in with it, doors scraping closed loud. Stone walls crawl with banners, maps and old painted murals. Dragonkin nobles line the sides, arms crossed, faces serious. Followers stand behind them, exhaustion on their faces, hope too. "Bring the stones here," Layman says, pointing at a pedestal set in the centre. Kartok drops the bag. The gemstones tumble out, glowing a pale blue-green that flickers across stone tiles. The hum gets louder. I step back, chest hollowing. Layman's voice comes again, quiet. "As prophecy foretold, you return with the incandescent eyes." The words echo. The hall goes silent. I glance at Kartok. He squints at the stones. I swallow hard, taste sweat and dust in my mouth. "You're expecting the eyes to work, right?" I ask. He just nods. Layman steps forward, regal and severe. "They should." They were meant to heal the corrupted waterways, to cleanse the kingdom, to restore balance. That's exactly what the prophecy says. I nod too, but my nod feels hollow. The old instinct in my gut churns, second-guessing, ripping through hope like claws. The crowd shifts. Layman draws a breath. "And yet," he says, voice calm but brittle, "the eyes remain dark." His words cut. The crowd murmurs. Someone gasps. Another curses under their breath. Kartok squares his shoulders. Explanation. Layman lifts one hand, the other resting on an ornate walking staff carved with scales and runes. "Your journey through the dragon grave was imperfect. The incantation was recited incorrectly. Shock flattens me like a boulder across my chest. I mispronounced a phrase," I say. Voice small. Dust settles in the silence. My cheeks burn, blood pounding in my temples. Kartok tightens his fists. Layman nods slowly. The magic pulsed, reacted, but did not activate fully. The eyes glow, yes, but do not work. Not yet. Whispers swell. A woman behind me lets out a noise of disbelief. "Then what good are they?" someone shouts. A commander steps forward, steel in her eyes. You said they'd heal us. Layman holds up a hand. There's still potential. But what? The commander barks. There must be another invocation, Layman says, and one must have mastery of the ancient tongue. Something beyond what mere mortals recite. Kartok erupts. So you knew this all along? Layman tilts his head. There were no guarantees. I step in then, voice shaky but rising. I did my best. Kartok's glare cuts back at me. I know what I did, I say, voice low. If there's a way to fix it, I'll do it. Silence again. Layman watches me. He looks disappointed, sad. You're brave. He pauses. And human. That's a letdown. How far human? Kartok says. Layman sighs. Enough. The tension in the room builds. Eyes on me. Whispers about failure. I feel small, exhausted. Rage flares, because I wanted this to mean something. I needed it to. I step back, looking to Kartok. He stares at me, dark and accusatory. That's the second stab, and all I can taste is dust and regret. But beneath the shame and slipping hope, something fierce flickers. A promise. If I botched the phrasing, I'll learn it better. If the path demands another invocation, I'll walk it again. At least now I know the barrier, and everything's on me. Layman clears his throat. The crowd hushes. This does not have to be the end, he says. We'll gather knowledge. We'll rebuild what was lost, and we'll try again. Kartok claps me on the shoulder hard. Then we do. I nod, swallowing, but up in my stomach, instincts unfurl. This isn't victory, it's just another turn in the story. Layman looks like he's about to puke. His face is a shade paler than usual, and the way he keeps rubbing his temples screams, "Oh, damn," even if he's too proud to say it out loud. His polished image, so composed just minutes ago, has cracked wide open. Kartok, on the other hand, looks like he's ready to swing his axe straight through the stone floor. His fists clench at his sides, jaw ticking like there's a war behind his tusks, and he's barely keeping it inside. Me? I feel nothing. No rage, no shame, not even fear. Just numb. Like someone scooped everything out of me and left the shell behind. The buzzing in my ears is louder than the murmurs in the chamber. Louder than the soft pulse still coming off the goddamn glowing stones that apparently don't work because I flubbed a word like a drunk freshman in Latin class. I breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth. The scent of stone and incense twists in my throat. Then something clicks. It's quiet. Barely more than a whisper in my skull. What if it's not magic? My eyes flick to the gemstones, then to Layman, then to Kartok. What if this whole thing isn't some ancient, mystical nonsense that needs chants and glowy artifacts? What if it's just chemistry? What if the river's poisoned? Not spiritually, not magically, but chemically. Something mundane, something insidious, something real. My stomach clenches, and I take a step forward before I even know I'm doing it. I need to see the river, I say. Layman blinks. Excuse me? You heard me. He folds his arms. We've already tested. No, you tested for prophecy, incantations, alignment of the damn stars. I want to test the actual water. It's not that simple. I'm not asking. He opens his mouth. I raise a hand. Don't. I swear, if you say one more word about fate or tradition or any of that hocus-pocus garbage, I will personally feed you to whatever's swimming in your sacred river. Kartok lets out a low rumble beside me. Approval. Maybe amusement. Layman's lips flatten. You're not trained. Funny thing, I say, voice like a blade. Neither was anyone else when the sky fell and you sent us to fix it. He hesitates. I step closer. The eyes didn't work. Fine, but that doesn't mean we just sit around waiting for the stars to fart in the right direction. Take me to the river, now. There's a long silence. He nods once. "As you wish," he says, cold and brittle. I walk past him before he can change his mind. Kartok falls in behind me, boots heavy on the tile. I can feel the heat of him, the storm building under his skin. He leans in, voice low. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking I'm tired of everyone acting like the solution to everything is magic." "And if it is, then great. But if it's not..." I glance at him. "Then we've been worshipping a broken pipe." He snorts. It's the closest either of us gets to a laugh today. The hall behind us fades. The crowd disperses. But the pit in my stomach, that stays. Because something tells me I'm right, and I'm not sure if that's better or worse. The silence between us isn't awkward. Not anymore. It's heavy, sure, but it's a shared weight. Kartok doesn't ask questions. He just falls in step beside me, every stride slow and deliberate, like he's preparing for battle. Which, honestly, he might be. We wind through the narrow halls of the stronghold, then out into the lower courtyards. The stone beneath our boots turns slick with moss and runoff. The air changes, less incense, more rot. A thick, sour stench rides the breeze, crawling into my throat and sitting heavy on my tongue. By the time we reach the outer edge where the channel opens up, I'm already gagging. Kartok snorts, covering his mouth. "Smells like spoiled meat." I nod, swallowing hard. That's being generous. We step up to the channel. The river, if you can still call it that, is a sludgy brown mess, crawling sluggishly between the stone banks. Green-black foam collects at the edges, thick as stew. Every few feet, something unidentifiable floats. Bits of fur, a bloated hoof, what might have been a bird or a rat. My stomach flips. A woman kneels at the edge, lowering a bucket into the water with practiced ease. She doesn't even flinch at the smell. Just scoops and hoists, then pours the muck into a clay basin. Her kid, barely 5 maybe, sits beside her, poking at a dead frog with a stick. I stare. Kartok nudges me. "See it now?" I see it. The slope of the bank drops into a wider spill basin where more villagers are gathered, washing clothes, filling barrels, letting goats drink. I count 3 animals lying on their sides nearby, legs stiff, eyes dull. Nobody's doing anything about them, because this is normal here. "Damn," I whisper. The heat hits different this close to the water, sticky, syrupy. It clings to the back of my neck, brings sweat out along my spine. My mouth tastes like bile and metal. Kartok watches the water, arms crossed. "You still think the stones were supposed to fix this?" I ask. He exhales slow. "I think people wanted them to." "Yeah, well, they were wrong." I crouch near the edge, careful not to touch the sludge. The smell alone is enough to make my eyes water. This isn't corruption. It's not some ancient curse or magical imbalance. I look at him, and everything clicks. The deaths, the coughing fits, the fevers that wouldn't break, the kids with bloated stomachs and sunken eyes, the livestock dying off with no marks on their bodies. "It's not a curse," I say, rising to my feet. He lifts a brow. "It's dysentery." He blinks. "Dysen what?" "Bad water. Bacteria, human waste, rot. Every drop of this stuff is carrying enough germs to kill an army." Kartok glances at the woman still hauling buckets. "They've been drinking this. For years, probably. And nobody?" "They don't know any better," I snap, heart hammering now. "They think it's punishment from the gods or some ancient vendetta. And you know what? That was easier to believe than facing the truth." He's silent a long moment, staring out at the slow-moving death muck. Then he turns to me, voice low. "So how do we fix it?" I look back at the crowd, the children with hollow cheeks and the animals twitching in the grass. And I realise we've been fighting monsters, but the real killer was right here all along.
Chapter 15. Kartok. Cassie's words hang in the air like a guillotine, the blade already halfway down. Dysentery. That word doesn't even sound real. It sounds like something you whisper over a battlefield when the bodies start piling up, and folks don't know why. I want to tell her she's wrong, that it's a curse, that we missed a chant, that some god up there's angry, and this is punishment we can fix with glowing rocks and a whispered prayer. I want to believe Layman's not full of trash. That prophecy still means something. Then I look at the river, really look at it, and it's black, thick as tar, choking on its own stink. That ain't magic. Magic has a pulse, a hum. This has rot, decay. You can smell it. Sour and metallic, like blood left too long in the sun. She crouches beside the edge again, pointing at a slick film riding the surface. There. That's runoff. Like from waste. Or chemicals. They didn't know better than to pour in upstream. I don't know what chemicals are, but I can see what she's saying. Bits of animal bone, decomposed leaves, clumps of what might have once been fabric, or flesh, or both, all swirled into a stew that still somehow counts as drinking water. My gut turns. I walk to the edge, kneel down, and dip my fingers in. It's warm, too warm, the kind of warmth that shouldn't be in a river, not unless something's gone terribly wrong. I lift a handful toward my mouth. Kartok, don't! Too late. My lips touch the surface. Just a taste. It's like swallowing death. Bitter, burnt, oily. My throat seizes. I gag, spit it out hard, coughing like I inhaled smoke. Gods, I croak. My tongue feels like it's coated in ash. Cassie glares at me. You good? Never been worse. Good. Maybe you'll stop doubting me now. I sit back on my heels, chest burning, stomach already cramping from just that drop. And I realize this is what these people are drinking. Day in, day out, feeding their babies with it, cooking their food, washing their wounds. And nobody thought to question it. Because they believed. Like I did. I wanted to believe in prophecy, I say. Cassie doesn't look at me. So did I. I glance down the bank at the goats we passed earlier, still lying dead in the grass. Their bodies are bloated now, flies thick around their eyes. One of the kids from the village is crouched beside one, tugging at its horn like she thinks it'll wake up. I grit my teeth. Cassie finally sits beside me, arms around her knees. Her voice is low. It's not your fault. Feels like it is. She shrugs. We were raised in different kinds of religions, you and me. Yours had gods. Mine had systems, schools, governments. They all let people die. I nod slowly. The stink of the river clings to everything now. My clothes, my skin, the inside of my skull. I feel like I'll never get it off. This isn't just one village, she adds. If this river's tainted, every outpost it feeds is at risk. How many? Too many. The silence sits between us like a corpse, heavy, unmoving. What do we do? I ask. She takes a breath, lets it out slow. We clean it. We filter, we boil. We test every damn drop. We don't know how. Then we learn. Her voice cracks a little on that last word. Not weakness, not fear, anger. The kind that comes from watching too many people suffer for nothing. I stand, fists clenched. Layman's not gonna like this. She smirks, eyes tired. Layman can suck a plague rat. Offer a hand. She takes it, and as I pull her to her feet, I realize that this ain't just a fight anymore. It's a reckoning. Layman doesn't meet my eyes when we return to the council chamber. He paces near the great stone basin, the gemstones still casting their eerie glow in the center of the room. His robes, once stiff with ceremony, hang loose now, like the weight of all his ancestors just fell across his shoulders. Cassie folds her arms, doesn't speak. I step forward. My boots slam against the tile harder than I mean them to. Maybe that's on purpose. Layman flinches. You knew, I say, voice low but thick with heat. You watched that river turn black and called it prophecy. He finally lifts his gaze. I didn't know. I assumed... The stones... Cassie cuts in. You assumed it was mystical because it was easier than facing the truth. That's not leadership. That's cowardice. Layman bristles. You overstep. You underestimated me, she snaps. You thought because I didn't glow or chant in Elvish, I couldn't possibly understand the system. But guess what? Pollution doesn't care about your bloodlines. It kills everyone the same. The chamber goes still. Even the guards at the walls stop shifting. My hand twitches near my belt. I should cut your tongue out, I say, stepping close. For the lives lost to your ignorance. For letting children drink poison while you quoted dusty scrolls. Do it then, Layman says, voice steady but his face pale. I raise my hand. Cassie grabs my wrist. Her fingers are firm, unflinching. He's not the source, just a symptom. I glare at her. He's still to blame. And killing him helps who? Her tone softens, but her grip tightens. The people outside are still dying. Their water's still rotten. You want revenge, I get it. But this... She nods toward Layman. This is just another fool lost in tradition. My warriors gather behind me, restless. I feel their heat, hear their blades clink against armor, see the glint of rage in their eyes. They want someone to bleed for this. So do I. But Cassie's not finished. This isn't random, she says. This wasn't a few villagers dumping waste upstream. This is systematic, large-scale, intentional. Layman frowns. Why would anyone? She looks at him like he's a child. Control. Weakening the dragonkin from beneath. Corrupting your resources. Breaking your faith. Who stands to gain the most if your people think the land itself has turned against them? I already know the answer before she says it. Her voice is quiet, deadly. Defies. The name tastes like smoke on the tongue. Layman stumbles back a step. The Dark Elf Lord he's been dormant for... He's been hiding, Cassie interrupts. Waiting. Undermining you while you sang songs to the river. He let you blame magic so you wouldn't think to look down. I clench my fists. The stones in the basin pulse dimly, mocking us now. Under our feet, I murmur. All this time. Cassie nods. It's not just a war of blades anymore. It's a war of systems, and Davier's already winning. The room falls silent. Even the walls feel heavier now. Layman lowers his head. What do we do? I turn to my warriors, voice booming. We prepare. Cassie releases my wrist at last, but not my gaze. First, I growl, we cleanse the rot. The War Council breaks like rotted wood, fast, splintered, and full of sharp edges. Everyone wants to move, wants orders, wants blood. Me? I want answers. I storm out of the chamber before Layman can mumble another excuse. The hallways are buzzing now. Word travels fast in stone walls, especially bad news. Warriors gather at the gates with weapons in hand, muttering to one another in low tones. I catch snippets as I pass. Rotten water, Black River, prophecy's dead. Cassie's behind me. She doesn't speak, just walks in that steady, long-legged way of hers, boots clapping stone like she owns the place. She catches up at the gear cache, where I'm strapping on my second belt and checking the edge on my axe. You're going upstream, she says. Not a question. I grunt. It starts in the highlands. We follow the source. She nods, starts yanking on her gloves. I'm coming. I eye her sideways. Of course you are! She smirks. Someone's got to keep you from cleaving the wrong skulls. I look down at the rough edge of my axe. The steel's blackened in places, too many fires, too much blood. Don't think I'd miss. She slings the rifle over her back and adjusts the strap. Time to do some plumbing. I blink. What? Cassie grins without looking at me. Never mind. Just grab extra boots. You'll see. I don't understand half the things she says, but I've stopped questioning them, because somehow she always ends up being right. About the river, about laymen, about me. I was raised on prophecy, born into it like breath. Chosen bloodlines, signs in the stars, ancient chants etched in bone. But that river didn't give a damn about bloodlines, it just killed. And Cassie, outsider, anomaly, chaos in a leather jacket, was the only one who saw the truth through the filth. I trust her more than I trust fate now. More than scrolls, more than signs. She pulls on her coat, the long dark one patched with pieces of salvaged armor and soot-stained leather. It smells like smoke and gunpowder, and somehow, her. You ready? She asks. I nod. At the gates, my warriors wait. Some mount up. Others carry gear strapped to their backs. Layman doesn't see us off. He's still inside, probably staring at that useless basin, wondering how the world unraveled so fast. Cassie hops into the saddle of one of the carts, pulling a long roll of canvas over her lap. Tools rattle inside. She slaps the side twice. Let's move, musclehead. I mount beside her. The wheels creak as we roll toward the highlands, and the city fades behind us, its towers smeared in ashlight, its people still drinking poison and calling it tradition.
Chapter 16. Cassie. The river smells worse the farther we climb. Rot and iron. A chemical bite in the back of my throat that sticks like burnt plastic. The wind kicks up from the water and hits me full in the face. I gag and spit over the edge of the bank. Better? Kartok asks behind me, his voice low. I don't look back, just wave him off. Don't talk. I'm working. He gets it, doesn't say another word. I crouch by the next bend in the river, where the current pools into a sluggish eddy, the kind of spot that traps filth and keeps it swirling. The water here's thicker, more opaque, like someone's been mixing in old motor oil and graveyard runoff. It's not just dirty, it's wrong, like it wants to cling to me, crawl up my skin and nest in my lungs. I pull a scrap of dried cloth from my pack, an old bandana, crusty with use, and tie it around my nose and mouth. Doesn't help much, still tastes like rust and decay, still makes my eyes water. From the same bag, I dig out my field kit. Makeshift as hell, just glass vials, a battered lighter, a nail file, and a crumpled page torn from an old survival manual I barely remember reading under a blanket fort in my cousin's basement. But it's enough. It has to be enough. I dip a glass vial into the river. It sucks in thick and slow, like molasses. I set it aside and grab a second, filling it from a smaller trickle coming down from the rocks above, a feeder stream. That one runs clear. Cold. Normal. Bingo. You're comparing them? Kartok asks, finally breaking the silence. He sounds closer now. Yep. He crouches beside me, careful not to touch the water. I can feel his heat even with space between us. His presence is a pressure, but not unwelcome. This one, I say, holding up the vial of sludge, is why babies in your stronghold are releasing blood. And this one, I shake the clear sample, is what it should be, at least up here. He looks at both, brow furrowed. How do you know which is safe? I smirk behind the cloth. Science. He squints like the word stings. That's a spell? It's the opposite of a spell. He looks confused. Good. Means he's listening. Survival school back home, I say. We learned some field tricks. Crude stuff, but it works. You got a pin? He pulls a small bone needle from a pouch on his belt. I raise an eyebrow. It's sharp, he mutters. Don't ask what it's made from. Wouldn't dream of it. I heat the pin over my lighter until it glows red. Then I stick it into each vial, one after the other, and watch for the hiss. The clean one, silent. The sludge sizzles like frying meat. Kartok flinches. That's not good. Nope. I yank the pin free, wipe it clean on my boot. I don't understand, he says. Why does it react? Acidity. Breakdown. You ever heard of lye or bleach? That river down there's full of stuff that shouldn't be in water. Industrial runoff, toxins, stuff from old mines or machinery. His brows draw together. You mean, machines did this? I nod. Or someone using them. Deliberately. We both know who. The wind shifts again, carrying the stink across us in a choking wave. I turn away, mouth tight, and Kartok puts a hand on my shoulder. His grip is light, but firm, steadying. I didn't think it would come to this, he says. My people believed the river was sacred. We built shrines along its path, sang prayers to it. I sigh. Sacred doesn't mean safe. He looks down at the vials again. How do we fix it? I stand up, stretch the cramp from my legs. We find the source. The real one. Not the place it springs from, but the place it started going wrong. That's where Davy is hiding, or his people, or whatever's left of his twisted empire. Kartok rises beside me. Then we keep climbing. I nod. And I keep testing. He doesn't say anything for a while. Just watches the water flow like it's a stranger now. Maybe it always was. I still don't understand half the things you say, he admits. Good, I reply, smirking as I pack the vials away. That means you're finally thinking for yourself. The deeper we go, the more the land looks like it's been through hell and didn't quite make it back. Fish lie bloated and grey in shallow pools, eyes white and bulging like they've seen something unspeakable. The water barely moves now, thick and sluggish, almost gelatinous in some places. The banks are slick with black mud that sucks at our boots like it wants to eat us alive. I stop to test another spot, but the moment I kneel down, the smell hits me. Chemical rot, dead skin, burnt hair. My stomach does a slow roll. Kartok crouches beside a twisted tree where the bark is split open like a wound. It wasn't like this even a season ago, he mutters. Then something changed fast, I say, holding my breath as I jab a stick into the water. The surface ripples like oil. Whatever Davy is doing, he's not hiding it anymore. Kartok doesn't answer. He's staring at a deer carcass near the bank, just bones and hide stretched over what's left of a spine. There are no flies, no birds. Even the scavengers know to stay the hell away. I straighten up, brush dirt off my knees. We're getting close. To what? He asks, still watching the bones. His voice sounds far away, like it's struggling through smoke. To the source, I say, or the mouth of the beast. The valley narrows into a gorge, and the trees grow sicklier by the step. Their leaves are a waxy yellow-grey, curling in on themselves like fingers with frostbite. I touch one as we pass. It crumbles into dust between my fingers. The ground hums beneath us. Not magic. Machinery. Kartok senses it too. He pauses, hand on the hilt of his axe. There's something under us. Pipes, probably, I say. Industrial drainage systems, or tunnels. He's pumping waste into the river and letting it carry death downstream. He grits his teeth. Why would anyone foul their own world this way? Because he doesn't see it as his, I snap. Davier doesn't care about your rivers or forests. He cares about winning, poisoning land, water, morale. It's all just strategy to him. We round a bend and stop dead. Ahead the land dips into a crater-like basin. The stench rolls out like a living thing. In the centre, half buried under rock and moss, is a tunnel, its metal mouth wide open, lined with rust and black sludge. Slats of bent iron and pipework peek from the hillside like broken teeth. It smells like death. Kartok covers his nose with his forearm. By the ancestors. Even he flinches. I grab a rag from my pack and tie it around my face. Doesn't help. Nothing would. My eyes burn, and bile scratches the back of my throat. Well, I mutter, squinting into the abyss. We're not in Kansas anymore. Kartok stares at me. What's Kansas? Nowhere you'd want to visit. The tunnel breathes, no, wheezes, as if the land itself is choking on its own filth. The sound of dripping fluid echoes from inside, metallic and wet. There's a faint thrum in the air, like a generator buried deep within the bones of the mountain. I take a step closer. The heat radiating from inside is unnatural, like the breath of something festering. Do we go in? Kartok asks, axe already in hand. I glance at him. He's tense, ready to fight whatever we find. Part of me envies that simplicity. Swing, kill, move on. But this isn't a monster with teeth. This is rot engineered over years, invisible and patient. No choice, I say. This is where it starts. We set up camp just beyond the runoff tunnel, nestled in a crescent of broken rock and dying brush. The ground is dry, but it's got that brittle kind of dryness that feels like it's one spark away from turning to ash. The wind whips down from the hills behind us, cold and sharp, but even it can't scrub the stink of the tunnel from the air. I don't build a fire, don't need more smoke in my lungs. Instead, we huddle under a tarp strung low between two jutting boulders, the canvas groaning every time the wind yanks at it. Kartok moves with that slow, deliberate grace he uses when he knows there's nothing left to kill but time. He doesn't speak as he ladles out stew from the dented metal pot we carried up here. Just hands me a battered tin bowl, warm and steaming. The scent of it hits me like a punch. Rich broth, salted root vegetables, a hint of meat I don't ask too many questions about. It smells like comfort, even here. Even now. I eat in silence, hunched against the rock, knees drawn up under my chin. The warmth seeps through my fingers as I cradle the bowl, but it doesn't reach much deeper than skin. Kartok lowers himself beside me, one leg stretched out, the other bent at the knee. He chews slowly, watching the tunnel entrance like it might move. It doesn't, just sits there. Open. Breathing. When the bowls are empty and the wind's howling settles into a low hiss, he reaches out and sets his hand on mine. No words, just heat. Solid, calloused, grounding. I don't pull away. I don't say anything either. Because there's nothing to say. We both know what's waiting in there. It won't be quick. It won't be clean. It won't be the kind of fight that ends with a shout and a blade to the gut. This is going to be slow, rotten, maybe even hopeless. But we're doing it anyway. I turn my hand over under his and lace our fingers together. His palm dwarfs mine, rough and warm like sandpaper soaked in sun. He gives the tiniest squeeze, barely there, but real. I let my eyes close. I let the world fade. Just a little. His thumb brushes over the back of my hand. You sleepin'? He asks softly. Not yet. A pause. Then, you should. Don't think I can. He shifts slightly, getting more comfortable against the rock. Scared? I snort. Of course I'm scared. He doesn't laugh, just nods like that's the right answer. I open my eyes again and glance at him. You? His jaw flexes. Terrified. A bitter smile curls my mouth. Good. Means we're not complete idiots. The silence comes back, but it's not heavy. Not awkward. Just ours. I stare at the tunnel until the dark inside it feels like it's staring back. The breeze carries the smell again. Metal, mould, rot, and I bury my nose in the collar of my jacket. This place is going to haunt me, I murmur. Kartok squeezes my hand again. Not if we burn it to the ground. I almost laugh. Almost. Instead, I rest my head against his shoulder and let the closeness settle.
Chapter 17. Kartok. The tunnel swallows us whole. It stinks like something ancient curled up here and died screaming. Rot layered over acid, chemical tang so thick it burns the hairs in my nose. I press a cloth to my face, but it does little. The smell seeps into my skin, my armor, my tongue. Every step we take echoes, bouncing off the curved walls like whispers we don't want to hear. Water drips somewhere up ahead, slow and rhythmic, like a clock ticking down to something worse. Cassie's in front, rifle raised. She's hunched low, one foot sliding silently after the other, shoulders tight with focus. Her ponytail's gone, hair braided tight against her skull now, tucked under a sweat-dark bandana. Every part of her radiates command. I've led armies into the mouth of battle, charged horned beasts, held the line while comrades bled out beside me. But I've never followed anyone like this. She doesn't hesitate, doesn't flinch at the rusted pipes groaning above us, or the sudden blast of steam that hisses from a cracked vent. She keeps going, eyes sweeping, breath controlled, like she's not just hunting, she's diagnosing. This way, she murmurs, gesturing left. I follow without question. Her boots squelch in a puddle of dark liquid. She stops, dips a gloved hand into it, rubs her fingers together, sniffs. Sulfur, burnt grease, maybe ammonia. I crouch beside her. You sure? Nope, she mutters, standing again. But I've smelled worse in gas station bathrooms. I don't know what that means. I don't ask. Something about how she talks, the way she throws these earth phrases into hellscape situations, grounds me. Like it's a game she's playing with the universe, mocking it, even as it tries to chew us up. I watch the muscles in her back shift as she moves ahead again. Smooth. Precise. There's anger in her steps, yes. But more than that, there's intention. This isn't just about revenge. Not anymore. It's duty. To the people poisoned by the river, to the children who can't drink, to the warriors watching loved ones rot in their sleep. She's not from here, not born to this war, but she's the only one treating it like a problem that can be solved, not worshipped. That humbles me more than any battlefield. Up ahead, the tunnel narrows. Metal walls close in, slick with condensation and grime. Pipes overhead clank every few seconds. Some of them drip a greenish sludge. I want to knock them down with my axe, rip the place open, let the air in, but I know better. Cassie halts suddenly, lifts a fist. I freeze. She tilts her head, listening. I hear it too. Footsteps. Not ours. She lowers to one knee, motioning for me to take cover. I slide behind a rusted support beam, careful not to scrape my armor. Her rifle comes up, aimed at the bend in the tunnel ahead. The footsteps grow louder. One pair. Maybe two. Cassie doesn't breathe. Neither do I. A shadow stretches across the wall. She flicks the safety off. The tunnel splits, and we follow the ranker draft, the one that smells like burnt bones and old piss. My gut churns the closer we get. The stone under our boots turns slick, black-veined with runoff that hisses against metal grates. Somewhere deep in the rock, machinery groans. A slow, hungry sound like a beast trying to breathe through its own filth. Cassie doesn't slow. Her steps sharpen, her shoulders set. There's no hesitation left in her, just grim certainty. Then the walls open into a chamber so wide my boots crunch to a halt. Massive tanks line the space, each one twice the height of a war mastodon. Pipes coil like metal intestines from their bases, vomiting thick black sludge into a trench that snakes off toward the tunnel we just crawled through. The air is sour with rot and metal, so thick it coats the back of my throat like bile. One drop of that sludge could kill a man in hours, and it's been pumping into our river for gods. Know how long? The tanks hum, low, alive, feeding death into the world like it's nothing but steam and salt. Cassie lifts her arm slowly and points. There, on the far wall, stitched into a black banner, faded but unmistakable, is the crest of DVA, the spider sigil, the spiral runes that mark dark elven dominion. I feel the rage bloom behind my ribs. "Bastard!" I growl. My voice bounces off the tank walls like a curse. Cassie doesn't flinch. She turns to me, eyes dark. "Let's not scream," she says, voice low. "Not yet." I blink. My fists are clenched, veins standing up like roots beneath skin. My axe hand twitches. He poisoned an entire valley. My people, our younglings, the crops. I know. Her voice cuts through me like a clean blade. She steps toward the tanks, boots echoing in the sludge-stained quiet. "We scream," she says, glancing back at me, "after we light the match." I stare at her, chest heaving, heat crawling up my neck. But I nod. She's right. Screaming is for after, for justice, for war. Right now, we gather evidence, we end it clean. Cassie slings her rifle onto her back and kneels near the edge of the trench. She pulls a vial from her belt pouch and dips it into the sludge. It sizzles as she seals the lid. Her nose wrinkles, acidic, dense, probably full of heavy metals. I glance again at the banner. This wasn't just sabotage. This was strategy. I walk the length of the chamber, tracing the pipeline. Its joints are fused with dark iron, old elven forging, runic welds still faintly glowing in the seams. The system wasn't built fast. It's been here for decades, maybe longer. Hidden. Growing. Cassie rises beside me. "You think Davier built all this himself?" I shake my head. "No, he's a parasite. He finds things, corrupts them, warps old bones until they bleed poison." We reach the control valve, a wheel twice the size of my head, crusted in rust and black residue. I grip it, give it a test pull. It shrieks in protest. Cassie sets a hand on my arm. "Don't shut it yet!" "We need proof, photographs, samples, whatever gets your council to pull their heads out of their asses." I smirk. Big words for a little human. She glares. "Try me." I like the heat in her voice. Even now, even here, she burns clean. Focused. "I'll guard the entrance," I say. "You take your proof." She nods once and kneels again, pulling out tools, vials, and strange devices that click and buzz. I don't understand any of it, but I trust her more than I've trusted anything that came out of a priest's mouth. This is what saving the world looks like. No prophecy, no chosen, just filth. Fire. And a woman who refuses to look away. Cassie moves fast, knuckles stained with grease, face streaked with sweat and soot. She pulls wires from her pack, stripping them with a blade held between her teeth. The little charges she's rigging look like nothing, just stubby metal canisters capped with blinking red lights. But I can feel their weight in the air already. "Where'd you learn to build bombs?" I ask, keeping my axe loose in hand as I watch the far corridor. "Community college," she mutters, "before I dropped out to bartend and dodge jury duty." I have no idea what any of that means, but I grunt approval. She wedges a charge into the base of one of the tanks. "You want to lend a hand or just admire my handiwork?" "I'm guarding." "You're loitering." "I'm guarding sexily." She snorts, but her hands don't stop moving. She crawls to the next tank, wires looping behind her like tangled veins. I pivot toward the main tunnel mouth, senses flaring. Then I hear it. Boots, fast, light, too disciplined for scavengers, too fast for workers. Cassie hears them too. "How many?" "3. Give me 30 seconds. I nod and step into the open. They round the corner, 11 scouts, judging by the leather plating and twin short blades. Their faces go hard the moment they see me. I bare my tusks, no words, no mercy. I hurl the first axe. It catches the lead one in the throat, sending him sprawling with a wet gargle. The second comes in high, sloppy. I duck under his swing and drive my fist into his gut, hard enough to crack ribs. He crumples. The third gets close enough to nick my arm, but he dies screaming when my boot caves in his chest. Blood splatters the wall, black-red, thinner than mine. Elven blood always runs cold. I drag the bodies out of the path, just in time for Cassie to plant the last charge. "All done," she says, chest heaving. "They come with friends?" "No." She raises an eyebrow at the mess behind me. "Lying's a sin, Kartok." "I'm an orc." I sin artfully. She gives me a lopsided grin and holds out the detonator. It's a clunky thing. Metal box, switch taped down with what looks like twine and prayer. "You sure this'll work?" I ask. "About as sure as I am that this sludge is making babies grow extra kidneys." I take the device. She steps back beside me, brushing her arm against mine. "Let's give them something to flush," she says. I flip the switch. A beat! Boom! The floor shudders beneath us. A deep, angry groan rises through the stone. Then another blast, closer this time. Pipes burst. Metal screams. The tanks rupture like overripe fruit, flinging black ichor against the walls in thick, burning splashes. Cassie grabs my hand and runs. We barely make it out of the main chamber before the ceiling starts to cave in. I glance back just once, just enough to see the runoff trench collapse, diverting the black stream sideways, away from the river. It's done. We don't stop running until we're outside again, breath ragged, smoke curling from the tunnel mouth behind us. Cassie bends over, hands on knees, grinning like a madwoman. "That's for your crops, jerk." I laugh. A real laugh. Because for once we win. It's not a prophecy, not fate. It's two idiots, a few handmade bombs, and the decision to fight back.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 18. Cassie. The mountain doesn't feel like it's trying to kill us anymore. The air's still thick, yeah, still tastes like minerals and metal, but the sharp, bitter edge of rot, that's gone. No more acidic tang burning the back of my throat. No more wet iron stench curling in my nose. I breathe, and it doesn't feel like I'm sucking down someone else's death. We move slow, careful over loose stone and fractured earth. Our boots crunch over rock that's still settling from the blast. Every few steps, a puff of dust rises and dances in the shafts of light cutting through cracks above. Nature's version of glitter. Deadly and probably carcinogenic. Neither of us says much, but it's not silence like before. Cold, sharp, defensive. This is different. It's easy. Kartok walks just behind me, close enough that I catch the steady rhythm of his breath, feel the occasional brush of his shadow. He doesn't talk, doesn't hover, just matches my pace like it's instinct, like he's tuned to me without even trying. And I hate how much I like it. "How's the leg?" I ask, half turning to glance at the cut he got during our last little skirmish. He shrugs. Still attached. "Helpful," I mutter. "Real medical marvel you are." "You kissed it better, remember?" He teases, voice low and rough like gravel soaked in honey. I roll my eyes. That was alcohol, not affection. He grunts. Might be a laugh, might just be smugness. It's hard to tell with him sometimes. We keep going. The path slopes upward, narrow and slick with runoff, but the worst of the sludge has stopped leaking. I can still smell it, lingering, oily, but it's fading, cleansing itself out, like the mountains breathing easier too. Funny, I never thought I'd care about a place like this. Alien stone, cursed rivers, orc politics. None of it was ever meant to be my fight. I was supposed to be home, bartending, dodging rent, pretending like none of this existed. Now? Now I'm the girl who blew up a damn pipe and called it justice. Kartok, I say without thinking. He grunts again, his version of I'm listening. I hesitate. Words claw at my throat, but none of them come out right. I want to say thank you. I want to say you didn't have to follow me into that tunnel. I want to say I trust you more than I've trusted anyone in years, maybe ever. Instead, I go with, you got any gum? He snorts. Any what? Gum, you know, chewy, minty, makes your mouth feel like it showered. Sounds like sorcery. Yeah, probably was. He's smiling. I can hear it in his voice, feel it in the air between us. And it warms something inside me I thought was long dead. We pause near a broken archway, part of the old mining structure maybe. He nudges me forward gently when I start to lag, hand ghosting over the small of my back. Not a grab, not a push, just presence, reassuring, safe. God, I hate that word. Safe's what you tell yourself right before everything goes to hell. Safe's a fantasy, a lie, a weakness wrapped in warm blankets. And yet, here I am, craving it. Craving him. We climb another ridge. The light spills brighter through the cracks above, and I realise we're almost out. Almost free. Kartok glances sideways. When we get back, what happens then? The question hangs in the air like smoke. I chew my lip, slow. Not sure. Maybe we get drunk, maybe both. He tilts his head, serious now. You staying? I pause mid-step. That word again. Staying. My chest tightens, and the stone beneath my boots feels less solid, like the mountains holding its breath with me. I don't know, I whisper. And for once, he doesn't press. We walk. We find the ranger post clinging to the edge of a wind-bitten ridge like it's too stubborn to fall. Half the roof's caved in. One wall leans at an angle that screams, "Don't touch me." Moss crawls over the doorframe, and bones, small, animal, scatter like forgotten dice around the steps. But it's shelter. There's a fire pit, old but usable, and a wooden shelf warped from years of snowmelt and heat. Someone left behind a kettle, a rusted tin box with brittle herbs, a bedroll, miraculously dry. I collapse onto the stone bench beside the pit and rub my hands together, fingers stiff from windburn. My body aches in that dull, deep way that says I'll sleep like a corpse if given half the chance. Kartok moves through the space with surprising grace, checking beams, testing the structure with slow, patient hands. He finds wood stacked in a corner, dry and brittle, sets a fire like it's muscle memory. I watch the flames catch, licking at the darkness. The heat unfurls in my chest like a sigh. He doesn't sit until I do, just crouches near the flames, feeding small sticks into the blaze. His profile flickers gold in the firelight, shadows carving hard angles into softer ones. I pull a moth-eaten blanket around my shoulders. You're really going to pretend that's safe to drink? He glances at the kettle, which now rattles softly above the flame. I've swallowed worse, he says with a shrug. Not comforting. He grins. Wasn't trying to be. I chuckle, and for a minute we sit in companionable silence. No threats, no explosions, just fire and wind and the ghost of tea. He settles beside me with a low groan, the kind that says his joints are done being heroic for today. His arm brushes mine. He doesn't move away. I stare into the flames, let them burn behind my eyes. I ever tell you about Ken Richards? I ask suddenly, voice rough from disuse. Kartok shakes his head. He was my neighbour. Back in Montana. Grew up 2 blocks down. Never talked much till high school. Then he got a truck, and I got a chip on my shoulder, and that was that. Kartok listens, eyes on me, really listens. Joined the army when I was 18. Figured I'd get paid to be angry. Wasn't wrong. Ken signed up too. Said it was the honourable thing to do. We both knew he just didn't want to work for his dad's roofing company. Kartok chuckles softly. What happened? I exhale. The flames crackle. The wind outside hums like a distant engine. He died in our second deployment. Shot through the neck during a skirmish no one remembers. Took 4 minutes to bleed out. I timed it, stared at my watch and counted. Thought if I made it scientific it wouldn't feel real. Kartok doesn't speak, just nods, slow, heavy. When I got home nothing made sense. Grocery stores, birthday cards, clean bathrooms. It all felt fake, like the world moved on without asking us first. I hated peace, hated how loud the silence was, hated that people complained about traffic, while I could still smell gunpowder when I closed my eyes. He shifts closer, but says nothing. I started bar fights just to feel something. Dated jerks. Pushed away everyone who didn't understand. Eventually I stopped trying to explain and just drank instead. Then the portal opened and, boom, I got a second chance to be angry with purpose. Kartok's jaw works, tight. You're not just angry, he murmurs. You're awake. I blink. That's different, he adds. I want to laugh, or cry, or both. Instead, I sip the scorched excuse for tea and burn my tongue. He watches me like he's memorizing the shape of my pain. Not pity, just presence. That's rarer than magic. The fire dies down to embers. I don't remember closing my eyes, just the heat on my face and the ache in my shoulders finally letting go. My bones creak when I shift, blanket slipping, the air biting cold even inside the half-collapsed ranger post. I curl back in tight, and that's when I feel him, Kartok, still, warm. His chest rises and falls beneath my cheek. Slow, steady, like the world outside doesn't matter. I didn't mean to fall asleep on him, didn't mean to stay this close. But his arm came around me sometime in the night, big and heavy, like armour I didn't ask for but don't want to take off. My legs tangle with his. His scent, char, leather, the faintest touch of wildflowers, drifts through my brain like smoke. It should be awkward. I've slept next to plenty of people in war zones, under worse roofs. But this isn't war, and this isn't just anyone. He shifts beneath me slightly, just enough to settle me closer, like he's afraid I'll roll away. I feel his heartbeat under my palm, not racing, not cautious, just there. You awake? I whisper, a grunt low and sleepy. Was. You snore. I laugh under my breath. Nonsense. He hums, like a dying mammoth. Liar. We fall quiet again. The wind howls beyond the broken window. The fire lets out a soft crackle, and I think about pulling away. I should. This isn't what we do. We fight, we shoot things, we snap at each other until we're too tired to mean it. But we don't do soft. We don't do this. And yet here we are. No words, no sex. Just skin on skin and breath in the dark. It scares the hell out of me, because I've known lust, known rage, known survival. But I've never known what it feels like to just be with someone. No games, no missions, no pretending. His hand rubs slow circles on my back, rough fingers calloused from years of gripping axes and pulling war banners out of the mud. And now they're on me, gentle, careful, reverent. I close my eyes tight, try to breathe through the weight in my chest. I think I'm in love with him. That's the terrifying part. Not the undead worms, not the poisoned river, not the looming threat of some dark elf bastard waiting to gut us in our sleep. Number, this closeness, this impossible, dangerous softness. It's what terrifies me most, because if I say it, if I even think it too loud, it becomes real. It becomes something that can be taken away. And I've lost too damn much to gamble on feelings. I pull the blanket up higher. His skin is warm beneath my palm, chest rumbling faintly with each breath. "Cassie," he murmurs. "Yeah?" "You're shaking." "Am not." He doesn't argue, just pulls me tighter. I hate how good it feels. I should get up, roll off, crack a joke, break the moment before it becomes something I can't crawl out of. But I stay. God help me, I stay. His heartbeat slows. Mine doesn't. I press my lips to his collarbone, just barely. Just once. A whisper of a kiss he'll forget by morning. But I won't. I don't say a word. Don't tell him I'm falling. Don't tell him I'm scared. Don't tell him I'm half convinced the universe will punish me for even thinking I deserve something like this. I just breathe, count the heartbeats. Let myself pretend that I'm not a weapon, not a soldier, not a broken girl from Montana with too much blood on her hands and too little faith in anything good. I let myself be his, just for the night.
Chapter 19. Car talk. The first thing I notice is the air. It doesn't claw my throat like it used to. It doesn't taste like iron and rot and old ghosts. There's something sweeter on the wind now, like wet stone, turned soil, and the first green push of life after a long, bitter drought. We've only been gone a few days. Not long. But the river, God's above and below, it's breathing again. Flowing clean and sharp between its banks, clear enough that I can see the smooth silverbell minnows darting through the shallows, the kind that were gone for months. Maybe longer. Gone because of him. Davier's poison isn't gone, not entirely. The scars are still there. You can see them along the edges, black sludge stains on rock, patches of grass that still won't grow right. But the flow is pure now. Fast, loud, hungry. Cassie crouches near the edge, dipping her fingers into the water. She lifts them, lets the drops fall back in slow arcs, watching them like they mean something bigger. She doesn't say anything. Behind us, the stronghold erupts in noise. Cheers, laughter, sobs. One of the healers throws down her herbs and just starts yelling with joy. I see children sprinting for the river, tossing off shoes, plunging in. Their coughs are gone. Their eyes are clearer. The skin on their faces isn't pale or sunken anymore. They look alive. Alive in a way they haven't in seasons. Layman stands frozen at the gates, hand on his chest, mouth trembling like he wants to pray, but doesn't know the words. His eyes lock on Cassie. It was her, someone says. It had to be her. She did it. Cassie turns, and there's a cluster of villagers behind her, looking at her like she hung the damn stars. She scowls. Oh, for Christ's sake! But she doesn't walk away, doesn't hide. One of the kids grabs her hand. A girl, young, maybe 7, with moss in her hair and half a loaf of stale bread tucked under one arm. She looks up at Cassie with those wide, reverent eyes. "Thank you," she says. Cassie flinches like she's been slapped. "Kid, I just blew up a drain pipe. Don't get misty on me." The girl giggles and hugs her leg. Cassie mutters something foul and gently, awkwardly, pats her on the head. Gods, I've seen her shoot 10 arrows into a wyvern's eye while hanging from a bridge cable. I've seen her punch a man in armor, hard enough to dent the breastplate. I've seen her stand down kings and beasts and things with too many legs. But I've never seen her look this off balance. She spots me watching. "What?" "Nothing," I say, grinning. Her eyes narrow. "You're laughing at me." "Not even a little. You look like a smug bastard." "I am a smug bastard." She huffs and turns away, but not before I catch the corner of her mouth twitching. Not a smile. Not exactly, but something trying to be. Later, when the villagers finally back off and the kids stop swarming her like beetles on syrup, we sit by the main terrace wall. The river below rushes like applause. The crops are already starting to right themselves. Stalks that had been browning and brittle now stretching toward the sun, like they've remembered how to live. Cassie has her legs up, boots off, toes wiggling in the air like she's forgotten people are watching. "I hate this," she mutters. "This? The hero stuff. You did save us by blowing stuff up. And," I raise a brow, "we're orcs. Blowing stuff up is sacred work," she snorts. "I'm not your chosen one." "I know. Not your legend, not your myth, not your moon-blessed savior. I know that too." She turns her head slowly. "Then why are you looking at me like that?" I shrug. "Because you walked through poison and fire to fix what none of us could. You did it your way. No magic, no prophecy. Just brains and bile and bad manners." She blinks. "You're such a sap. And you're full of it." She groans and flops back, arms over her face. "I swear, if one more person calls me a savior, I'm putting them in the river. They'd probably thank you. I hate you. You're smiling." "No, I'm not." She is, barely, just enough. It's the way she holds her head higher, the way her shoulders aren't always halfway to her ears, the way her laugh, rare as it is, carries farther now. I see it, even if she won't say it. She's proud. And so am I. Layman's face is pale as ash as he walks the riverbank, the hem of his robe soaking in fresh, living water. He kneels and cups his hands into the stream, lifts the water to his nose, sniffs once, twice, then drinks. His shoulders stiffen, his lips part slightly. He nods. It is clean. The words carry. People stop moving. He turns, the weight of our bloodline behind his eyes, and walks straight to Cassie. She's leaning against a pillar, arms crossed like she's waiting to be scolded by a teacher she doesn't respect. He stops 3 paces from her and bows. Not a nod, not a stiff tilt of the head. He bows low, full spine until his face is level with her boots. The whole stronghold gasps. I've never seen him bow to anyone. Cassie blinks. Okay, that's not necessary." He rises, slow and reverent. "It is long overdue." She scowls. "Still not a chosen one." "No," he agrees. "Just the one we needed." Cassie looks like she might crawl out of her own skin. I step forward before she decks the old man out of sheer discomfort. "Cassie," I say, voice raised just enough to catch the attention of everyone still lingering near the steps. "Thank you, on behalf of the Dragonkin, for everything." She turns on me like a snapped bowstring. "Kartok." "I mean it," I say, smiling. "You better stop before I do something drastic." "Oh," her eyes narrow. "Yeah, like punch you. Or..." She shifts, looks around, everyone's watching. She's redder than a stormberry in summer. "Or kiss you." My grin goes feral. "I'd take either." She flips me off, and the warriors nearby break into stunned laughter. It's not just about her. It's what she represents. What she did without magic, without divine guidance, without the goddamned moon's blessing. She saved us. Later, when the crowds have thinned and only a few stubborn warriors and children linger near the new irrigation channels, I find her sitting on the edge of the high terrace, feet swinging over nothing. I ease down beside her, quiet. The sky's going orange and deep violet. There's that post-storm calm in the air, the kind that hums low in your gut, telling you everything might just hold together after all. She's silent a long time. Then, without looking at me, she says, "I'm still leaving." It guts me. I don't let it show. "When?" "When the portal opens." "You know when that is?" "Nope." I turn to her, trying not to sound as raw as I feel. "You could stay." She exhales, long and low. "I know." "Cassie, I'm not running," she says quickly, eyes flashing. "This isn't about fear, or regret, or whatever crap you think is going on in my head." "Then what is it?" She frowns down at her boots. "I didn't come here by choice. I was yanked, dropped into your war zone like a bad joke, and I fought, survived, made it through. But I didn't sign up to be anyone's savior. I didn't plan this. No one plans to fall into legend. I don't want to be legend. What do you want? She doesn't answer right away. The breeze pulls her hair into her face. She shoves it back. Finally, she mutters, I want to sleep through the night without a dagger under my pillow. I want to drive again. I want bad coffee and radio static and silence. You could have those things here. No, she says. I can't. I want to argue. Want to tell her the river's clean, the war's quiet, that we're rebuilding, that there's room for her here, in the halls, in the court, in my bed. But she's already standing. She dusts off her hands. I'm not leaving today. So don't go brooding on me just yet. I rise too. You think I brood? She gives me a look. You scowl in your sleep. I do not. You do. I growl. Scowl, she says, jabbing a finger into my chest. I grab her wrist gently. Stay! She looks at my hand, then my face, then shakes her head. Not yet. The sun's barely crested the ridge when Layman's at my door, robes half-tied and eyes darker than midnight. He doesn't knock, just barges in like the walls are on fire. They're in the hills, he says. No pleasantries. No bowing this time. I'm already reaching for my belt. How many? Enough to concern me. Scouts, likely. Undead. And... He hesitates, the kind of pause that raises hair on my arms. Wolves. Flayed ones. My fist clenches around the hilt of my axe. They're probing. Looking for weaknesses, he confirms, testing the edges. I snarl under my breath. Let them. I'll show them where the edge is. I send 2 riders north, cloaks pinned high, their mounts sleek and fast as whisper cats. They vanish into the wind before the gates even finish closing behind them. Cassie stands near the watchtower, arms folded, her silhouette carved against the pale dawn. She doesn't ask questions, just watches. Waits. The gates open again a few hours later. No alarms, no warning, just the creak of metal, and a figure walking in, arms raised. Henri the Red. He's thinner than the last time I saw him, months ago, before he turned tail during the spinehole breach. Beard longer, armor stripped down to nothing but worn traveler's leathers. No blade on his hip. No axe slung over his back. Just that old wolf-tooth necklace and a look I can't read. He walks to the center of the courtyard and drops to his knees. Warriors gather, muttering. Some spit, others draw steel. I step forward, slow, deliberate, my hand near my axe. He doesn't move. I have no right to ask, he says, but I ask anyway. The crowd goes dead quiet. Henri lifts his chin. Let me fight. I scoff. You think I'll hand you a blade after what you did? He nods once. I do. Why? His eyes flick sideways toward Cassie. For her, he says. My vision narrows. I see red at the edges. My jaw tightens so hard it pops. Cassie shifts beside me. I don't look, but I feel her staring. I know that look. The one that says, don't be a dumbass Kartok. I want to say no, gods, I want to say it. Loud, final. Let the vultures pick him clean outside the gates. Let him earn his redemption somewhere far from here. But her gaze is steady, unflinching. And deep down I know, if she can survive betrayal, so can I. I grunt, get him a blade. A few warriors murmur, you heard me, I bark, but not one of ours. He fights with what he brings. Cassie gives a small nod, and damn if I don't feel like I just passed some test I didn't know I was taking. Henri rises, slow like his bones weigh twice what they used to. He doesn't smile, doesn't thank me. Just walks to the edge of the training square and waits. Cassie falls into step beside me. That was big of you, she says. I should have let him rot. Maybe. I glance at her. You trust him? Nope. I arch a brow. Then why? She shrugs. Sometimes you need all the bodies you can get. Even the bad ones. A beat passes. And maybe, she adds, he's not as bad as he used to be. I grunt again. Less an answer, more a warning. The wind shifts. I taste salt and steel on the breeze. Something's brewing in the hills. A storm of bone and rot. And now I've got a ghost of a coward standing in my yard, begging for a second chance. This war's about to test all of us.
Chapter 20. Cassie. It starts like any other morning. Pale light filtering over the ridge, mist clinging low, dew beading on every damn surface like the mountains sweating secrets. Kartok's still asleep, one big hand splayed across his chest, jaw slack in a rare moment of peace. I sip my tea and watch the world pretend everything's normal. Then the air changes. I feel it before I see it. Taste it before I hear a damn thing. Something wrong in the wind, like sour milk and old blood baked into copper pipe. It slides down the back of my throat and coils there, bitter and bracing. I step outside the stronghold's gate, boots crunching on loose shale, and look up. There it is. The cloud. It's massive, black as coal, but shot through with sickly green streaks that pulse like veins. No lightning, no rain. Just a bloated thunderhead parked on the horizon, disobeying every law of meteorology I ever learned. It doesn't roll, it looms. And the worst part, the wind's going the other way, blowing east. But that thing, it holds still, hanging there like it's staring us down. Damn, I whisper. My breath fogs white, despite the summer heat. Layman materializes beside me, robes flapping in wind that doesn't exist. He doesn't say a word, doesn't have to. The colour's drained from his face, and the way he grips his staff tells me everything. You know what it is, I say. He nods once. It's him. Kartok joins us a beat later, boots hitting stone with a rhythm I've come to recognise as war mode. He follows our stairs, squints into the distance, and lets out a slow, guttural exhale. Davier. I swallow hard. And he brought a weather system. Kartok doesn't blink. That's no storm. That's a herald. Layman's voice cracks. The rot has arrived. I don't know if he means metaphorically or literally. Doesn't matter. Both feel true. The cloud bulges at the centre like something's pushing against it from the inside. A ripple spreads across its surface, unnatural, shuddering, like muscle spasming beneath skin. The sky itself seems to recoil. Behind me, the stronghold stirs. Horns start to sound. Warriors yell. Metal sings as blades are unsheathed and armour buckled. The courtyard erupts into motion. Orders shouted. Supplies rush to walls. Children herded below ground. And me? I just stare. Because I've seen a lot of things since falling through that goddamn portal. Tentacle beasts, undead worms, orc diplomacy. But this? This is war. No riddles, no curses, just death on the move. Davy is coming, I mutter. Kartok grunts. With everything he's got. I shake my head, lips dry, heart hammering. And he's not alone. Something moves along the bottom edge of the thundercloud. Long shapes, serpentine almost. Not dragons, not birds. Worse. They drift in the sky like oil slicks, warping the air around them. The kind of flying that doesn't belong to wings but willpower. Magic, rot, hate. He's bringing company, I say. Kartok steps closer. Then so are we. And still the cloud doesn't move, doesn't charge. It just waits, like it knows we see it, like it wants us to. She's real. At first, I think it's a trick of the light, a ghost conjured by nerves and lack of sleep. But then she turns her head, and I know. Bone-white armour catching the sunlight, a crimson sash coiled at her waist like a serpent, lips blackened to match the coal smeared around her eyes. She even did the winged liner thing, like she's about to stroll into a villain-themed nightclub instead of ride a rotting siege beast into battle. She brought eyeliner to a war, I mutter. No one laughs. Not Kartok, not Lyman, not the two archers flanking us with bows half drawn and eyes wide as dinner plates. The courtyard has gone quiet again, the kind of quiet that hums in your molars and fills your lungs with dread. Even the kids are silent now. Somewhere behind me, a woman sobs once, sharp and sudden, then bites it down. She's alive, Layman breathes, voice brittle as parchment. No, I say, barely above a whisper. She's not. Not really. The thing riding that corpse tank across the valley wears my face, sure. Same nose, same jaw, same cowlick on the right that never quite lays flat. But the eyes, they're wrong, too bright, too empty, lit from inside like lanterns filled with fireflies and hate. She sees me. Of course she does. Even from this distance, across the cracked plain strewn with the dead and dying, her gaze locks onto mine like a compass needle snapping true. And then she waves. Not a soldier's salute, not a threat. A wave, slow, mocking, deliberate. A cheerleader's gesture, if the team colours were blood and bile. Kartok growls beside me, low and murderous. That's her. No, I say again. It's me. Or close enough to make things really, really complicated. I shouldn't be surprised. We buried her too clean, too easy. A shallow grave, a rushed ceremony, no head removed. And now she's back, dressed like Death's favourite daughter, commanding a pack of shambling horrors that stretch back to the misted hills. My hands shake. Not from fear. Not exactly. It's the kind of tremble that comes with knowing you'll have to kill something wearing your skin. With realising you might have been made for this moment, whether you wanted it or not. Layman sways slightly. They bonded her with Rotstone, he says. I can see it in the aura. Her life is sustained by corruption itself. Great, I mutter. Zombie me's powered by magic cancer. That's not unsettling at all. She knows your thoughts, Kartok says. Knows your moves. Yeah, well, I snap. I've learned a few new ones. Still, I can't tear my eyes off her. She leans forward on the beast's neck, stroking the bone-plated hide like it's a prize pony. Her mouth moves, and even though I can't hear it from this far out, I know exactly what she's saying. Soon. That word slices through me like glass. Because she means it. This isn't just about poison rivers or dark elf sabotage or undead scouts picking off farmers in the night. This is personal. She's here for me. The others don't understand. Not really. They see a threat, a tactical complication. I see a mirror sharpened to a blade, a twisted reflection of every mistake I ever made. She's calling herself Kasira now, Lyman murmurs, eyes glowing faintly with whatever sight magic he's cooking. A title in the tongue of the dead. It means the awakened echo. Kartok spits into the dirt. It means she's about to die twice. But I'm not so sure. Not anymore. The sky darkens further as the cloud overhead pulses, casting long shadows across the battlements. The stench of decay rides the wind now, wet fur, old meat, sulphur, and bile. Something snarls out there, a deep-throated rumble that vibrates the earth. The siege beast plants a foot the size of a wine barrel into the loam and keeps moving forward. And Kasira? She smiles. The drums start at dusk, low and slow, like a heartbeat rising from 6 feet under. Each thud echoes through the valley, bouncing off the stronghold's inner walls, the kind of sound that makes you clench your jaw without realising it. Kartok's already halfway up the ramparts, barking orders like he's been preparing for this war since the day he clawed his way out of the womb. His voice cuts through the panic like a blade. Form ranks! Archers up high, bladecasters on the second tier, now! Layman's hands move faster than I've ever seen. Runes bloom under his fingertips, glowing cobalt against ancient stone. The air crackles around him, the scent of ozone and lavender sharp on the wind. He mutters words I don't understand, sweat beading on his forehead as magic stitches itself into the walls, the stones pulsing with defensive wards. Henry's orcs storm in through the lower gate like a pack of thunder made flesh. They move with brutal precision, hauling barricades into place, driving iron pikes into the ground like this is just another Tuesday. One of them, massive, red-eyed tusks like ivory daggers, salutes me with a bloody fist. "Gate'll hold," he growls. "For now." I nod and jog back to the courtyard, where the roadmaster's parked like a half-dead relic from another lifetime. The chrome's dulled by rust and dragon drool, the windshield webbed with cracks. But she's mine. Still running. Still stubborn. "Time to upgrade you, Grandma." I pop the trunk with a grunt, and it groans like it hasn't been touched in years. Inside? My hoard. Not gold or treasure, but every scrap of earth tech I've salvaged or hotwired in this gods-forsaken fantasy world. Wiring from a crashed goblin skiff, pressure plates from a dwarven forge, leftover C4 courtesy of my last Merc gig. All wrapped in oilcloth and cursing me in 12 languages. I hear boots crunch behind me. "You sure about this?" one ear asks, helmet tucked under one arm, eyes wide with a mix of reverence and worry. "About turning this old brat into a death chariot?" I grin, teeth sharp. "Hell yes. Grab those mana cells. We're rigging the bumper." He salutes, like full arm sweep, and hollers for his crew. 5 more half-feral mechanics leap into motion. One crawls under the car, another starts hammering sheet metal into makeshift armour. Someone shoves a ram's skull on the hood like a hood ornament from hell. I can't stop smiling. Not because I think we'll win, because for once I'm ready to fight. I slide onto the back seat, shotgun in my lap, tools on the floor, wires everywhere. I'm patching a pressure sensor to the passenger side door when Kartok finds me. He fills the doorway like a brick wall with attitude. "Cassie." I don't look up. "Busy." "They'll be here within the hour." "I'm counting on it." He steps inside, ducking his head. The car's too small for him. He bumps his shoulder on the roof and mutters something rude in Drakari. But he waits. Watches me work. I can feel his eyes on me like the sun on skin. Warm, steady, impossible to ignore. "You built this," he says finally. "No," I correct. "Detroit built it. I'm just turning it into something the enemy'll wish never existed." Silence stretches. Then, softly, "You've changed." I pause, wrench in hand. Yeah, war tends to do that. "You're not afraid anymore." I tighten a bolt, lean back and meet his gaze. Oh, I'm terrified. But I'm not running. He nods once, that's all, no speech, no praise, and that's why it means something. Outside, the sky burns violet and red. The drumbeat gets louder. My heart matches it, beat for beat. I climb out, sling my shotgun over my back, and toss a bundle of makeshift grenades into the glove box. "Tell the others to back up the western wall," I say. "The main wave's coming there. I want fire teams in place and mages on overwatch." He doesn't argue, just turns to go. Then stops. "Cassie." I raise a brow. "Whatever happens tonight." "Yeah." He doesn't finish. He doesn't have to. I turn to the roadmaster and slap her side. Let's show these bastards what a pissed-off Earth girl and a half-dead Buick can do. The wind carries the scent of ash. The horde is almost here.
Chapter 21. Kartok. They come like hell itself. First the drums stop, and then a hush, deeper than night. From the foothills a monstrous procession rises. Skeleton cavalry, bones rattle under armor, hooves strike stones with hollow snaps. Bone juggernauts, grotesque towers of bone and sinew, striding like living monuments of death. Spell-flinging banshees drift above the ranks, their voices shrill coils cutting across the valley air. And at the center, Davier. He glides across the plain on a throne forged from screaming faces, their mouths contorted in eternal torment. Their eyes are empty sockets, half-filled with residual anguish. The throne itself is a macabre sentinel, glimmering with dark magic. Davier sits tall, robe studded with black gems, eyes alight in crimson. He raises a skeletal hand and the earth splits. A trench tears open directly toward our western wall. Stone fractures. Dirt shoots upward like tortured limbs. The ribcage of the mountain groans. I taste blood, not mine, on my tongue when that crack opens. Cassie stands beside me, fists tight, crowding rain-bright rivulets of sweat along her jaw. She says nothing, just presses her rifle into my back and leans in. They're here, she whispers. They didn't cross a threshold. They erased it. My warriors hold the line. Dragonkin warriors with storm broads, rune hunters chanting light into gilded shields. Henri stands at the gate, black gaze fixed on our enemy, not afraid, just furious. He grips his blade so hard white cracks spider through his knuckles. But we're outnumbered, 5-1 at least. A banshee shriek curls overhead, shattering nerves. I feel it gut every soldier within earshot. I grit my teeth and tighten my grip on the rock alongside me. Stay strong, I bellow, lifting my axe. We hit back together. They raise shields and swords in answer. The thunderhead above pulses again, like it's beating with Davier's heart. The bone cavalry charges. Their hooves ripple through the trench, splinters of rock into the line, skeletons topple and reform. Juggernauts stomp with the weight of a mountain. Banshees weave in arcane nastiness, curses frosting the cold air. I slash into bone cavalry in front of me, sparks flying as steel smashes through brittle ribs. One skeleton head rolls into my foot. I barely feel it. I slam my boot down, crumbling it further. Cassie fires at a juggernaut's leg joint, explosive charge across its knee, and watch it collapse. Sinew shredding. Shards of bone rain down. Layman's ward radiates behind the wall, arcs of cobalt light crackling and deflecting spells that hiss like angry snakes. He doesn't falter, but they keep coming. My warriors fall around me. Dark blood stains the stone. I feel spit crackle as it hits my lips. Somewhere in the chaos, I catch Cassie's eye. She's slamming charges into a banshee's skull. Flames burst with her trigger pull. Her hair falls wild and free like a banner ripped from fear. She glances at me. I nod. She grips my shoulder. We fight. Cartwheel. Sword break. Ember grenades bloom and flash, incinerating bone and banshee wail in brilliant bursts. Davier rises above the fray, arms extended in triumph, the throne on black wings made of pain. Ravens scatter, living and deathless, swirling in his wake. He speaks. No words. Just voice like stone grinding on itself. Silence presses. The entire army pauses, and the earth shifts again. But here, deep in the teeth of that thunderhead and betrayal, I realize this is the war. This is the line. We are outnumbered. We are bleeding, but we belong here. The roadmaster bursts through the gate like a meteor of earth fire. Its headlights flare with molten enchantment, burning arcs of lighting across the courtyard. Bolts of flame ripple from the tires as the engine screams. Cannon shot erupts from the trunk, black iron balls that tear through bone cavalry like hail through dry brush. Cassie drives like she's riding out of hell, rubber squealing, metal exhaling heat and power. Fire and echo and roaring engines mash into the siege line. I've never been more terrified, or more proud. Henri leaps from the nearby rampart, axe in hand, muscle-bound, war paint smeared across his cheeks. Orcs rally to him, weapons raised, axes spinning overhead. Other warriors stampede behind the car, forming a wedge of muscle and steel. We gouge through the undead ranks. Bone splinters snap under boots. Juggernauts topple with thunder, cracks ringing across their rib cages. Banshees shriek high as they crash into stone or explode under flame. Kartok's aware. I don't slow to scan. I don't hesitate when I see Cassie shoot a bolt into a beast's skull. I don't glance sideways when Henri cousks an orc into shape behind me. I just move. We split the front ranks. The force of the wedge rends the undead tide in two, opening space, a gash in the bone sea. The air buzzes with heat and magic and death. I taste smoke on my teeth, flesh and iron on my tongue, the stink of rot and arc flame. Electricity crackles around Layman's wards on the walls, chaining sparks to air that sizzle like living criticism. The Roadmaster crashes through the center of the wedge, metal glinting, wheels spraying embers, cutting a path like an arrow through wind. Cassie's hair is wild, face lit in spattered gold of firelight. She's laughing, broom-sharp grin, rifle smoking. She's all speed and fury and glittering broken glass. I've loved a lot in my life. Tonight I realize I'll die if I lose her. We keep driving the wedge forward. Orcs surge beside us on either side, axes spinning and shields glinting, riding the gaps. But it's not enough. The enemy swarms around us. Skeleton cavalry regathers. Juggernauts rise again. Banshees flicker across the sky in wicked spirals. Davier's voice booms across the battlefield, a hollow chant that rattles skulls and mortars the ground. We feel it. The wedge slows. A banshee shriek bursts overhead. I feel it in my chest like an internal quake. Henri grunts and takes a blow meant for me, blade crunching into shield and bone. One ear snaps back, blood welling. He doesn't fall. The Roadmaster's fresh cannon shot tears through two juggernauts, but a third crushes the hood with its thigh. The trunk explodes in renegade flame. For a moment, fire cascades over us like a waterfall of burning oil. Cassie shrieks. She's thrown against the passenger door and grips it like a lifeline. That's the edge. I leap between her and the next wave, axes swinging. Flesh and cursed marrow explode under each strike. The wind is red with dragon dust as sword blows meet metal. But it's not enough. Our wedge falters, shrinking under sheer numbers. Orcs fall back. Warrior lines crumble. The Roadmaster sputters, engine alive in smoke, but spluttering like a wounded beast. I turn to Cassie, teeth gritted, vision narrowing. She's still clutching that gear shift like we've got another 100 miles. I almost laugh, but Davier's shadow swallows the field behind us. The thunderhead pulses again, death itself swirling overhead. For once, prophecy didn't break us, not fate, not magic, not dark gods. Just numbers. They nearly blew us apart. I feel Cassie's eyes on me. I give her the only thing I have left, a nod, then leap into the fray, roaring. If this line breaks, everything does, but we will not break. That wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Because at the far edge of the battlefield, where flesh meets bone and steel meets ash, evil Cassie appears again. She's not just a copy anymore. She's stronger, bigger, darker, wreathed in necromancy and crodals of Davier's madness. Her armor breathes with blackened runes. The bone behind her throne rattles with convulsions of slaughter. The air around her blooms like a wound. Her eyes, my eyes, are furious moons. She lifts her arms and the wind crackling around her pulses like she's tearing life out of the ground. I hear her voice carried through the air like a curse. "You could have been a queen," she shouts. "Now you'll be a corpse." The words break me open. Blood heat surges through me. My sword winds free from its scabbard. I spit out dirt and bile and swear blood. She looks at me first, locks onto my face. Maybe she's daring me to cross the line. Maybe she's already sure I will. I grip my blade tighter, iron against bone. "You're not touching her!" I growl, voice thick with fury. The shockwave of my roar ripples forward through warriors and wounds. My men tremble, half fear, half awe. I taste grime and anticipation on my tongue. Sweat slides cold down my spine. Overhead, banshees freeze mid-flight. Juggernauts shudder beneath boots. I take the first step forward. Behind me, Cassie rises from the wreck of the Roadmaster, shotgun strapped across her chest, blood smeared but still blazing with life. She walks to the edge of the wedge I've carved. No hesitation. I see her breathing, matching mine. The gap between us and her fills with the dead-making bones. I wonder if she still looks like me. Then I worry it would kill me if the answer was yes. She steps to me and grips my shoulder. "You ready?" she asks, voice laden with fire and fear. "Always," I answer. It's not bravado, it's oath. I turn to my warriors. "Stand fast!" I howl. "Hold this line!" Tonight we decide whether we live or die. The dragonkin roar back, nails on shields, warplates clashing, axes raised to meet the broken sky. Henri's beside me again, axe gleaming, blood dripping like spilled red blessings. And there she is. Evil Cassie, perched atop her bone chariot, madness strung through her veins, ready to crucify us. I tighten my grip, because this is it. The real war starts now. The earth trembles.
Chapter 22. Cassie. She's faster, stronger, 10 times more smug. Evil me moves across the battlefield like a ghost incarnate, gliding, flickering, never touching the ground. Frost blooms under her step, rot flowering in her wake. The air chills with her breath, scenting the field with decay. She's got my face, my voice in mock laughter, my hands calling death with elegance. Every smirk she gives is a slash across my gut. Davia sits prominently on his throne of screaming skulls, his performance daddy, his battlefield a stage for this twisted show. He leans in, watching me fight myself, as if it's opening night and I'm his favourite actress. Well, screw that. I grip the boomstick tighter, its rough wood beneath my palms, cold steel glinting in the enchantment still active from earlier. I can taste gunpowder on my lip, metallic, fiery, familiar. I don't take my eyes off her. She swoops forward like a blade of glass. The hush of battle fades aside. Men stagger back, bowstrings slack. Even the banshees pause, shrieking only when her smile blooms. I fire, just once. Lightning-flecked rounds streak toward her. She sidesteps, laughing like she's watching a child swing wildly at air. Frost crackles across the stones where the bullets hit. She plants both hands on the edge of Davia's throne. She leans forward, one eyebrow cocked. "Cute toy," she purrs. "But you're gonna need more firepower." My guts tighten. My world narrows to the arc of that enchanted barrel. She bolts off again, flicking out a trail of crystallized frost that snaps underfoot like shards of broken hope. I charge. My boots skitter across bone-littered stone. I stomp through undead soldiers, heedless. I catch sight of her at the front of the enemy ranks. She's slicing through a line of dark elf warriors with a dagger so precise it's surgical. Frost and blood mingle in the air, burning like acid. I keep charging. Our war horns clash with her mocking laughter. I leap beside her, drop the boomstick, and draw the revolver sword shotgun she helped me build. 2 shells. No mistakes. She's 1 heartbeat away now. "Need a better strategy," I say, voice low and rough. "Or just style?" Her lips twist into a grin like cracked porcelain. "Depends. Are you a hero? Or just a body I get to skin?" My temper snaps. Need meets fury. I pull trigger. She dodges. I swear she teleports, skimming past my boomstick blast so close the heat of it sears her cloak. Ash spirals up in her wake. She winks. That pisses me off. I don't wait. I don't breathe. I don't think. I just launch forward like a metal Valkyrie with nothing to lose. My shotgun sings in one hand. My boot crashes against her side. She spins, graceful like a damn ballerina, with the bite of a scythe behind every motion. Steel meets steel, sparks scream between us. Her blade carves downward, just shy of my cheek. I duck, roll, fire from the hip. "Little sloppy," she taunts, backflipping off a chunk of ruined wall. Still rocking the trauma core aesthetic, huh? You're not real. I growl, chambering another shell. You're just trauma in a bad wig. She cackles, voice like cracked mirrors. Oh, babe. I'm you, unfiltered, unafraid, unapologetic. No, you're what I shed. Her foot connects with my ribs mid-sentence. I tumble, bite dust, spit blood. She's on me like a shadow, fast, vicious and all teeth. I'm what you need to be, she purrs, pinning my wrist with the dagger's tip. You don't survive Davia with morals. I don't survive you by listening. I headbutt her. It hurts like hell. My vision whites out. But I hear her stumble back, hissing. I rise. She's wiping blood off her lip, eyes narrowed. No wonder the warlord's obsessed, she sneers. You're messier than I am. Damn right. I slam into her again. This isn't some noble duel. It's rage and bruised knuckles and teeth grinding bone. It's every insult I've swallowed, every night I've bled in silence, every "you're not enough" turned into lead and fire. She lashes out with ice. I answer with fire. She claws at my throat. I drive my knee into her gut. Still think you're the real deal, she spits, blocking my next swing. I don't think, I bark. I know. We crash through a pile of skeletons. One of her frost spells ricochets and freezes a banshee mid-wail. The ground tilts beneath us. Not from magic, from rage, from me. I don't let up, can't, won't. Not till I've stripped her from my skin like the lie she is. My arms burn. My lungs are shot full of cinders and fury. We're both bleeding, both cracked wide open and spitting heat like busted engine blocks. Every punch now is memory, every kick, regret. She lunges again. Our fists meet mid-air with a sound like thunder cracking stone. You think you're better than me? She snarls, voice thick with mockery and something worse, familiarity. No, I rasp, pushing through the ache. I think I'm done with you. She drives her boot into my side. Jagged pain shoots through my ribs, white hot and dizzying. You need me, she growls. I'm the part that survives. You're the one that breaks. I scream and grab the edge of the Buick's twisted bumper, swing it like a club. She dodges, but not enough. It clips her shoulder, sends her spinning into the mud. I'm on her before she recovers. We grapple like wild dogs, rolling, clawing, snarling. Her knife cuts through my jacket, through skin. I taste iron, smell rust. My sweat feels like acid on my face. You think love makes you stronger? She spits as we slam into a cracked statue base. It makes you soft. I slam her head against the stone. Once, twice. Her illusion flickers, just for a second. Not flesh, not blood. Fear. You think fear makes you invincible? I yell. No, it makes you a coward. She kicks out, catches my shin, topples us both into a pile of broken bones and melted armour. The pain is bone deep now. My shoulders scream. My throat's raw from breathing fire. But I keep going, she keeps going, because neither of us knows how to stop. This isn't a fight, it's therapy. Give it up, she hisses, dragging me back by my hair. You'll never be more than a weapon someone else points. I'd rather break than be yours. I rip free, grab a rusted spear shaft off the ground and ram it toward her. She deflects, barely, but I follow through, slamming her backward through a crumbling wall of old stone and dragonbone. The crash echoes like a gunshot in the sky. Dust rains down. She's pinned. The shattered spear juts through her side. Not fatal, just enough. I loom over her, panting, one hand trembling. She looks up, eyes gleaming with black light. Then she whispers it, soft, like a knife sliding under my ribs. He'll never choose you. You don't even choose yourself. It hits harder than any blade. My breath stalls, my vision blurs. The truth of it, how often I've thought those very words, wraps around my chest like a noose. And that's the moment I falter. Just a second. Just enough. Smoke billows. She vanishes into mist and ash, slipping through cracks like the ghost she is. Gone. I stumble backward, almost drop to my knees. But the Buick's there. Bent, battle-scarred, loyal as hell. I collapse beside her. My knuckles are raw, my jaws tight. Every breath feels like dragging sandpaper through my throat. I hate her, I croak. God, I hate her. But I know better. I don't just hate her. I was her, and maybe I still am. I close my eyes, feel the war still raging around me. Hear the clash of steel, the cries, the boom of siege spells overhead. This fight is over. But the war, it's just beginning.
Chapter 23. Kartok. The sky burns red, not with sun, with fire, with spell flame and smoke and the churned ash of fallen kin. The stronghold groans around me, stone groaning like it can't bear the weight of war anymore. Walls crack, towers tilt. Blood seeps through the mortar like the mountain itself is wounded. But my people fight, even as the enemy slams into our last gate with bone-ram battering fists, even as banshees scream from the skies like dying stars, even as shadows crawl up the walls looking for cracks to slip through. They fight. Henry the Red is propped against a fallen beam, his leg torn open, red soaking the soil beneath him. And still, he grins like a tavern fool halfway through a brawl. I've had worse hangovers, he wheezes, lifting his axe one-handed. You look like roasted hog, I grunt. He laughs, wet and gurgling but alive. Then I hope I taste good. I clasp his shoulder, brief, fierce. No time for more. Across the courtyard, Cassie's pacing, not like a soldier, like a storm trapped in too small a cage. Her shotgun drips blood. Not hers. Not this time. Her hands shake, barely. Just enough for me to notice. Just enough to know that the fight's not over inside her either. I watch her for too long. The flicker of firelight on her face cut and streaked with ash. The way her jaw clenches every time a scream echoes too close. How she mutters under her breath. Tactics. Curses. Maybe prayers. She's chaos bottled up in something too beautiful for this world. And God's help me, I love her. Right here. Right now. With the sky falling and the dead climbing our walls. I love her more than I've ever loved anything. She catches me staring. What? She snaps, not unkindly. Do I have demon guts on my face? Just blood. Not mine? No. She nods. Shrugs like that's fine. Like that's the bar now. If it's not her blood, it's a good day. I ever tell you you're terrifying when you pace like that? I ask. She arches a brow. You ever tell me you're terrible at compliments? I grin despite myself. There's a war on. I'm low on charm. You're always low on charm. She says it like a jab, but she's smirking. Just a little. I step closer, not touching. Not yet. Cassie! Don't. I wasn't gonna... Yes, you were. You were gonna get all weird and sentimental. Save it. We're not dead yet. The fire throws shadows across her cheeks, jagged like broken wings. You're bleeding, I murmur. Am I? She glances down, shoulder wound, shallow. Adds character. You already had character, she snorts. Shut up. I should. I know I shouldn't, but I don't. You're not alone in this, you know. Her smirk fades. Don't do that. Do what? Make it sound like I matter that much? You do. She stiffens like I hit her, looks away, wipes at the cut on her face with a torn sleeve. I'm just trying to make sure the next world isn't built on corpses. You're trying to save everyone but yourself. She turns on me, suddenly fierce. And what if I am? What if that's the only thing that makes this worth it? I stare at her, at the fury, the fire, the fear under all of it. I want to kiss her, I want to shield her from the whole damn war. But if I try either right now, she'll break my nose. So I say nothing. Just nod. Fine, I say. But when this is over, I'm buying you a drink. She snorts. You think bars will still exist? They better. I'm not rebuilding civilization sober. Her lips twitch. Not a smile. Not quite. But close. A tremor rocks the ground beneath us. Somewhere beyond the far wall, something huge roars. The siege beast, maybe. Or Davier. Or the world dying. She lifts her shotgun again. Pumps it. Back to work, she mutters. I watch her go, and God's help me. I'd follow her through fire and ruin and all 9 hells. I think I already am. Layman summons me to the central tower. No pleasantries, no fanfare. Just urgency in his voice that hums in my bones. I find him standing before the eyes of Shadowlek, 2 immense gemstones set in pillars of basalt, dark as midnight water, pulsing in the half-light like a living heart. The chamber trembles every time a gem pulses. Torches gutter against the hum. Cassie's nowhere in sight. Layman's robes stir, breath ragged. The air tastes of ozone and old regrets. He grips my forearm, knuckles white. They're alive again, he says. I stare. These eyes were dormant for centuries, until evil Cassie showed up. The pulsing quickens. She returned, I say. Used her to reactivate them. He turns his glass-hard stare on me. Use them now. Seal her back inside. Seal who? Her. Your double, the Wraith. The trauma you thought you buried. He pulls a loose scroll off a table. Symbols twist across the edge, resonating with arcane energy. There's an incantation. A ritual, but it's done from the inside. Only the one who shares her blood can enter the chamber, cross the threshold, and bind her back. My chest tightens. Blood drums under my scalp. I think of Cassie pacing like a storm. I think of her face, cut, furious, still standing. I'll do it, I say. I'll go in. Layman's eyes widen. No, you'll be consumed. He shuffles, voice breaking. It must be her. She has the key. I blink. She refuses, he says, glancing toward the corridors. She won't enter. Says she won't sacrifice herself. And yet this is war, I say. So many have died. Blood buzzes in my ears. Every step I've taken since falling into this world twists with meaning now. I swallow, jaw tight. If she dies, she doesn't have to die, Lanin says, voice soft like a handkerchief over a wound. Just complete the ritual. Bind her essence. She'll be locked away. Away from Davier. Safe. But safe isn't a word I use for Cassie anymore. I close my eyes. Feel that heartbeat. Sharp. Urgent. I unclench my fist. Step toward the eyes. The floor rattles. I want to say more. But fate's no substitute for love. And only one of us can go in. Number. I won't let him do that. I won't let him lock her away. I won't let anyone demand her sacrifice. I leave Layman in that pulse-ringing tower, take a sledgehammer stride across our battered courtyard, away from magic and prophecy, toward flesh and bone. I find her pacing by the high wall, the wind tossing her hair, ashes drifting in spirals at her boots. Her face is streaked with soot and blood. Her shoulder wound seeps dark. She's chaos and grace, and everything I can barely stand to keep safe. I stop 5 paces away. She doesn't turn. I grip my sword, taste copper. Then I speak. Cassie! She stops in mid-step. Her body tightens like a bowstring. I take another step. My chest aches. I reach out. I tell her the truth. I love you, I say. Words crack like thunder. I don't mean war. I don't mean loyalty, not duty, not tradition. I mean you. The whole wild, fearless mess you are. I'll give up my kingdom. I'll give up my life. I'll give up my soul if it keeps you alive. I don't hesitate. I say it loud enough for Davier's cloud to hear. For Layman's stones to crack. For the ghosts carved into my throne room back home. She turns then, and she doesn't cry. She just looks at me. Slow, bright, but not soft. She crosses one arm tight against her ribs. Other hand brushes the side of the ruined wall. Well, damn, she says, voice low as smoldering coal. Took you long enough. Her lips curve, and she kisses me. It's like lightning slamming through cold steel. I don't brace. I don't pull back. Because everything in me, every battered oath, every battlefield vow, is stilled in that moment. I taste salt and ash. I feel boot-torn leather pressed between us. I hear wind's low chorus of hope and desperation, painted in the color of dusk. The kiss ends too soon. She steps back, eyes still locked with mine. You better mean every damn word, she says. I do, I whisper. Her spine stiffens with steel I once thought I'd break, but instead she slides her hand into mine, tight, fierce, real. I pull her close. No words, just blood and breath and promise. Behind us, the siege line thunders forward again, but it's different now, because now I fight for more than fear, because now I'm not alone.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 24. Cassie. The tower is aflame with shattered light, shattered hopes, and one shattered destiny. Above us, the moon peers through a twisted roof like a silent judge. I stand on trembling stone, shotgun bristling in my hands, blood cooling across my palm. Around me cluster warriors and mages, Hunry's orcs, dragonkin bladecasters, and Layman's fragile patterns of glowing wards. All waiting. We've cornered her. My reflection smiles from beneath the moonlight. Evil Cassie, the copy, majestic and terrible, blood-streaked and glorious with madness. She stands in the centre of that ruined chamber, grinning like the world's biggest jerk opening night. Her lips curve where frost and rot crawl over flesh, and she laughs. Loud, mocking, edgeless laughter that echoes off broken stone and fractured pride. Beside her is Davia, still seated on a skeletal throne made of screaming faces. He pulses with dark magic, eternal aches of the originally betrayed. His armour is cracked, deep wounds across his chest bleeding cursed ichor, but he's still more alive than most of the dead outside. The air tastes of ozone and spilled power. I can feel every breath of enemy magic humming through my veins, low as dying thunder. I raise the boomstick in a steady hand. One shell clinks in the chamber. Only one. The weight of 7th months answers in my chest. The whispers, the nightmares, the fear that I'd be nothing more than a weapon. But tonight, that weapon is mine. I look at evil Cassie, I look at Davia, and I speak. You always liked the theatrics, I say quietly. So let me give you the final act. She tilts her head as if considering applause. I should say I'm flattered. But you've always been boring. Henri growls behind me. Sparks fly as bone, undead cavalry outside the window, charge forward, smashing iron grate. I hear armour crack between bite marks from the rotstone plague. The tower edges crumble around us, but there's no place to run. No reinforcements. No mercy. Layman chants at the far side of the room, fingers tracing runes in mid-air, warding the walls like a prayer. He's pale, sweat streaking his face. He taught me everything about sealing evil, but he also offered price. Tonight, the sword stays mine. I sigh, shoulders rigid, temperature tunneling through me. My fingers tremble. Evil Cassie steps toward me, boots echoing across panels of cracked marble and ice. Frost fractures beneath her weight, rusted blood trickling in splinters of cruel white. Her eyes lock mine, too sharp, unrelenting. I always wondered, she says, voice soft enough that I have to lean in to hear, how long it took you to figure it out. That you needed me. That hurts me more than any dagger. I swallow grit and cold regret. I raise the boomstick higher, strength in buckshot, death between me and memory. I glance at Layman. He's silent now, with all his ancient words gone. He watches me like I hold the fate of everything inside my palm. Davier sneers from his throne. Go on then. Blow your past away. Crush her. Crush me. You'll still lose. My jaw sets. I tip my head, aim the boomstick directly at evil Cassie's heart, or where her heart would be, had she been born or loved or made mistakes. I think of Kartok's promise, of every life stolen by fear. I think of her laughter at the gate. Motion bleeds. I fire with all the weight of broken oaths behind me. The blast echoes, harsh, final, alive. Only one shell, and only one chance. The world explodes around me. Kartok charges Davier like he's stomping sun into stone. Every swing of his axe is thunder. Every roar is apocalypse made flesh. The ground shakes beneath his boots. Davier's scream of power fractures masonry behind him. The siege roars through the shattered window, banshees shrieking, juggers crashing, mages hurling fireballs into the sky. The tower groans in protest. I bolt. Chaos pulses in my veins, fear, anger, adrenaline, a storm whipped into motion beneath crooked ribs. Evil me, or whatever that thing is, taunts me with a ghost smile, all frost and rot, drawing magic in sick twirls across her bones. She stands in the centre of the room amid fallen shards of stained glass, prisms of colour spilled like spilled life. I sprint, weaving between collapsing stone. Somehow I'm faster, somehow I'm bloodlust. I tackle her just as Kartok's blade cleaves Davier's dark gesture into two. Magic shivers across the air like broken strings snapping. We crash through the stained glass window together. I hear colour shatter, rainbows sliced into dust, when we land in a heap on the courtyard flags. Pain explodes in my side. I taste dirt, splinters of glass, iron. She lands on top of me, magic radiating hot and cold across my face. Her fingers still glow with rotstone fire. She leans close, breath sharp as splintered ice. I told you couldn't win with fists, she whispers. I forge a breath, blast hot fury even through broken ribs. I don't need fists. I reach for my belt, looking for something buried deep beneath grief and war and regret. She laughs, voice drips frost and madness. You still don't understand. I grab her belt loop, drag her eyes to mine. I'm soaked, blood slick, robes torn, hair matted with moonlight. Everything else disappears. I raise my revolver, just one shell left in the boomstick because survival is lean. It's not about violence. It's about reclaiming. Watch me, I growl. Her glowing falls like dimming stars. She sneers. I bait her. I don't just shoot straight. I choreograph it. I use blood, bone, the tension of steel on flesh, all to steer her into the centre of the eye's circle. I drag a shard of shattered stained glass, rose and sapphire jagged like broken promises, and I drop it with deliberate slowness at the heart of the ceremonial rune. She sees it, can't resist it. Her boots crack frost under her on the broken stones as she glides in, silhouette haloed by pulsing eyelight. Every inch of her spine crackles with rot, magic coiled and sharpened. She lunges, knife aimed at my heart. My breath hitches. I fire. The boomstick cracks the thin air like a thunderclap. Cold iron meets undead flesh. The barrel burns my hands. The blasted shot hits her square in the chest. Metal shells ripped from earth, set with enchantments forged in hatred. Her scream tears across the courtyard, a soprano shattering glass and promise. Magic erupts around us. The ground shakes with pulse and whip of raw power. The eye's circle sizzles, glyphs erupting like lightning scars across the floor. I vault back, keeping the weapon raised, breathing hard. She slams into the rune ring, dark blood pooling through frost. She screams again, deeper, louder, a sound of galaxies unraveling. Then I crawl on hands and knees, every inch agony, every breath acid. I cross the threshold, moving into the static hum of the eyes. The stones overhead glow white hot, light burning through ash, flesh, regret. I stumble to the central glyph, teeth clenched, mind screaming with incantations. I recite it once. Mistake. The power flickers, teases a pulse. I clutch my temples. Memory of Layman's half-dead script hums through bone. I recite it again, right this time. My voice echoes like a windstorm pressing against a losing dam. The eyes respond. They blaze. A storm of light roars. It pulls her inside. She screams, shrill and rage-heavy, those hands clawing for me, for the world she never had. She arcs into the heart of the vortex, black magic coiling and bursting into starlight. The sound is 1,000 screams compressed into one. Then it stops. The courtyard hushes. The magic dies. Silence roars louder than any cannon. The stench of blood and frost and fire drifts away. The floating shards of stained glass settle, humming in stunned reverence. I lie in dust and ruin. My vision blur flickers as moonlight drips through the broken roof. The eyes of Shadowlack sit silent now. Echoes fade. I'm alone. I'm alive. I'm damn cold and I can't feel my side, but I'm alive. Kartok finds me then, voice a distant thunderbolt. Cassie! I let my head loll. I trip over my tongue with effort. Did it end? I try to laugh. It comes out ragged. I cough blood into the runes. Yeah, I rasp. We won. The torchlight on the shattered tower trembles with tentative victory. My drinking hand trembles more, but I think that's fear turning into pride. I close my eyes, taste salt water in the wind. The stronghold still stands, cracked and broken but still standing. The war may not be over yet, but tonight? Tonight we erased our demons, and still we breathe.
Chapter 25. Kartok. The world crackles with relief. Even the wind holds its breath. She's still alive. Not dead. Not gone. Alive. And that truth fills my chest so full I can barely carry her weight. But I do it. I drag broken stone away from her arms and legs until I can lift her onto me, and against all logic that's lost meaning tonight, I carry her. The courtyard shouts. My warriors, dragonkin, Hanri's orcs. They form a circle of sound, raw and ragged. A shield clang roars to life behind me, an orc's hammer bent on stone echoing like apology and triumph together. Their voices chant her name. Cassie! Cassie. It's a roar of disbelief and gratitude, and fear melted into prayer. I don't hear them. I hear only her. She breathes, once, weakly. Then again, deeper. She coughs. I feel it through my chest, a rattling crack like half-remembered thunder. Dust falls from my hair, sparkles in her eyelashes. She tastes like ash, fine ash. Bittersweet with steel. My tongue tastes it, grounding me. Layman collapses to his knees by the eye pillars, transparent robes soaked in sweat. I hear his prayers, ghosts of words, whispered like exorcism, like apology. Tears stream down his cheek into the runes he painted hours ago. I can't cry. Too much to carry. Instead, I tighten my hold. Henri pads beside me, light-footed for a wounded orc, tusks glinting in torchlight. He bows deeply, silent tribute. I hear the leather of his armor creak. I smell him, smoky, iron dust sweat, a soldier smell, and I think he means to serve a queen tonight. People step aside. Moss crunches under boots. Flames flare from torches, reflecting in shards of stained glass at our feet like fractured hope. The eye pillars glow dim, no longer pulsing. The silence of magic evaporates into dust. I step through the throng, swaying, every nerve trembling. Hearts beat in my ribs. Drums of war turn lullaby for survival. She coughs again. I hush her. Shh. My voice is rusty, raw. You fought, goddammit. She opens her eye. It's the color of storm-washed indigo. Blood smear across her cheek, a dark bruise below her eye like a stubborn shadow. You bastard, she breathes. Don't... You said it's not over until then. I catch her shirt in one hand, cloth torn, sweat matted, and press my forehead to hers. We won tonight, I whisper. But there's more fight tomorrow. She tries to sit. I stop her. Stay still, I say. Let me hold you. She exhales, slow. She tastes like war and whiskey and the promise of something uncertain. Henri clears his throat behind me. Your Highness. I shift, carry her higher. She braces, murmuring curses through clenched teeth. I smell iron sweat dripping from her hairline. Taste something like honey deep in that scent, honey laced with ash. She's alive, I say to anyone listening. Still breathing. Kartok, you held your breath for this. Layman lifts his head. His voice cracks. He murmurs into the ruined pedestal, something about destiny bound to life. He doesn't touch me. He doesn't need to. Someone throws a fresh blanket across her shoulders. It smells like wood smoke and blood-stained wool. I rub her back gently, bruised ridge beneath her spine like broken wings. She sighs, soft, broken. Want water? I ask. She nods, eyes closing again. I move on instinct, careful, brutal tenderness. As I find a bowl, someone pours for me. I rinse her mouth. She tastes stale copper, raging courage. She moans, softer than any war chant. Won't let them sell you for prophecy, I whisper. Not ever. She opens one eye, looks at me without anger or fear. Just exhaustion. And something else? Trust, maybe? Don't die on me, I say. I beat worse odds than your epic speech tonight, she mutters, voice uneven. Ain't going before you. I straighten. She shifts in my arms. I feel her heartbeat faint, just under ribs, rhythmic and slow. Shouts rise again. Henri barks orders to guards to bury the dead. Blade cadets chant as they step over corpses, every fallen soldier becoming memory. I don't hear. I hear only Cassie settling in my arms. Layman weeps at the base of the eye, a soft, broken sound that echoes the earth shaking earlier. I see you, he whispers. Moo Moore's prayer without words. Henri bows again, longer this time. Respect so deep it shakes the earth beneath him. I carry her toward safety. Her lips peel upward into a crooked grin, one finger tracing blood down her chin. You soft idiot, she says. My chest clenches. She's breathing, alive, beautiful, ours. I murmur back, I love you. She doesn't laugh, but her grip tightens. The portal seethes open above us, a rift of silver fire arcing through shattered skies. It pulses like a heartbeat, once, just once, before settling into a steady glow that lights broken stone and bruised flesh. Ash drifts from the air like spectral petals, floating down onto torn banners and war-battered faces. I stand beside her at the ramparts, shoulder almost grazing hers. She leans into the breeze, boomstick cradled against her hip, keystone clutched in her other hand. The sticky, sweet tang of smoke boards the cool mountain air, mixing with the metallic smell of blood and victory. Survivors gather at the base of the walls. Dragonkin warriors, orcs, mages, children. They hold their weapons silent now, wounds pressed tight. Some stare upward, amazed. Others bow their heads. Their chants are gone. What remains is the hush of awe. Her breath drifts out in steady clouds. The barrel of the boomstick still bears black residue and frozen frost. The keystone pulses faintly at her belt, light chasing across carved runes with each shallow breath. "You should go," I say. It comes on a sigh. Words I've held like loyalty shards for too long. You have a life. A world. She doesn't answer. Instead, she tilts her head, lifting her gaze to the portal's glow. Blue-tinged light fractures behind her hair, highlighting a bruise under her collarbone like a war scar I never made time to mend. I taste smoke and iron on my tongue. I breathe. Behind us, Henri moves through the rubble, dust puffing from his boots. I feel him behind me, silent unless summoned. Lurker on my nerve. He handles his axe warily now, letting survivors lead the cleanup of siege engines and smashed bone. The glow of portal light flickers in Cassie's eyes, like moonlight shining off stained glass. She stares, long, at the shimmering space between worlds where she once belonged. Below, an aged blade caster whispers spells to heal people dragging half their life across flagstone. The chorus is soft, heads bowed, eyes stony. The air smells like perfumed shaken flower wards. But my nose twitches. It's not enough. Not yet. She shifts her free hand toward the portal, keystone resting between her fingers. The stone hums, reacting. I feel panic in slow, molten waves. Life without her wasn't an option. Wasn't ever on the table. She finally looks at me, eyes dark and glittering. She doesn't break gaze. Her voice is soft, nearly swallowed by wind. You're going to regret this. I'll regret everything else, too, I say. Her lips twitch. She almost smiles, not victory, not grief. Something like acceptance. She breathes. Worth it, she says finally. I inhale. Light falls across her shoulder scar, silver under ash, and I feel every breath she takes echo in my bones. Below, a child raises a broken sword. There's grief on the kid's face, but also awe, as if he's seeing a legend walk off the cliff. She glances at him. I can see tears in his eyes under torch glow. He's staring at her, in awe, in survival, in something like hope. It slices my chest with regret. Then she raises the boomstick and keystone together. The light from the portal flares brighter. Someone behind me gasps. Running feet shuffle. Lanterns swing. The mountain air shifts. I taste ash on my lips. She holds her breath. I hold mine. She closes her eyes. I close mine. I feel the wind lift her hair like mourning ribbons. The portal breathes, hungry. The cold air cracks my bones. Her fingers tighten around the key. She doesn't say goodbye. I don't dare hope. When it ends, I only know the shoulder beneath mine goes still. The key falls through the flames with a hiss that reminds me of rain on hot stone. I feel it in my gut before I see it, a flicker of light in her hand, then the glint of metal vanishing into amber fire. She stands beside me, flame licking her silhouette. "Guess I'm staying, Rambo," she says quietly. Not bravado, not apology, just that lopsided grin I know too well. She tucks the last of the keystone into the embers, watching it melt away. I exhale, something between disbelief and relief, and laugh. It's the first real laugh I've given in weeks. The sound echoes across the courtyard, brushing away shards of hope and ash. Raiders in the wall cheer. Mages blink in surprise. Children turn toward me and blink. She leans into me then, arms wrapping around my waist. Her shoulder presses into mine, still sore, magic left over from the sealing ceremony. I inhale her scent, smoke, sweat, iron, and something sweeter underneath, like pine sap held in sunlight. I feel a tremor in her, small. Fear, exhaustion, the weight of the choice she made. I tentatively place one arm around her shoulders, half expecting her to pull away. But she stays. All around us, people weep or scream or embrace. Layman bows his head, silent tears pooling in runes still glowing faintly beside the eye pillars. Henri slams his fist into his palm, eyes fierce with respect. I only see her. In that moment, something shifts. I'm not just a king anymore. Not just a warlord or a soldier or a prophecy kept alive. I'm hers. Her arms tighten one more time. I steady her, heartbeat strong beneath armor. My ring, still locked to that throne I can barely recall now, presses cool against my finger. I whisper in her hair. "Welcome home." She lifts her head, eyes meeting mine through ash and torchlight. "You're kinda soft," she says, voice trembling, amused, real. "Soft keeps you alive," I answer. She smiles, tears glistening like shattered glass in flickering torchlight. Behind us, someone starts singing, a lullaby old as blood and battle. Others join, the song we built from pieces of hope and fear as the war broke us. It echoes across stone and fire. I close my eyes and breathe her in, the taste of hope, the weight of promise, the heat of survival. I feel whole.
Chapter 26. Cassie. The war is over. The courtyard is quiet now. Only the faint hum of rebuilding and the occasional clang of hammer meets anvil on distant walls. Once missing flags flutter on fresh battlements, crimson and gold instead of ash grey. Wildflowers bloom in cracks between stones. Someone planted them in memory of the dead, or maybe in celebration of life. I don't know which, but they perk up when I walk by. I wear a dress today. Not armour, not tactical gear. A dress, dark red, silky, cut to show my thighs in a way that makes Kartok's chest tighten so visibly I can't help but grin whenever he thinks I'm not looking. We're standing beneath a crumbling archway that's been rebuilt with smoother stone. He holds something behind his back, dirt clumps still clinging to the roots. "Wildflowers," he says as he steps forward. They're mangled, heavy with the dust of our world. The blossoms droop, perfect in their imperfection. I take them, laughing out loud, like something artless and true. "You looked better in blood, you know." I brush the petals against my dress. "But this suits you too." He grunts. "They dug the ground where Cassie saved us." Dirt's special, stupid joke. I curl my fingers around his wrist, fingers sticky with flower stem grit. I lean in slow, kiss him long, a kiss that tastes like wine and hope and stubborn survival. He smells like sweat and wood smoke. Chapped lips meet mine with warmth. Neither of us pulls away. I whisper against his lips, "Let's get out of here." And we do. We walk north, past the rickety outer wall and through fields rebuilding themselves. Labourers replacing fractured mortar, children helping with loose stones, laughter easier than yelling. I'm barefoot now, toes digging into the cool spring grass. Kartok's boots leave deep prints behind. The air smells like wild mint and fresh earth. A breeze ripples through my hair. My dress clings to damp skin. We ascend the northern cliffs in silence, each step steady and slow, as if savouring every inch of fresh life beneath our feet. The path narrows between rock faces blooming with lichen and birdsong. We cross a small wooden footbridge over a waterfall's roar, plunging into turquoise depths so clear you can see fish drifting below. He helps me over the last rail, squeezes my hand, smiles soft and honest. At the cave, small, hidden behind ferns, stars stretch out like shards of diamond against navy sky. Moonlight filters through the opening, painting Kartok's face gold. My feet sink into moss. He sets me down gently. Inside there's an old table plucked from the keep, mossy grimed and scarred from war. There's wine, thick and red. He pours into 2 chipped clay cups, the tang of crushed grapes sharp and sweet. I strip out of the dress, leave it crumpled on a rock as I sink onto plush moss. Dry grass whispers beneath me. He kneels beside, knots of muscle softening. He grabs 2 cups. I lift mine, taste the wine. Bitter, familiar. It warms me like sunrise. I laugh and lean forward. He spills wine onto my thigh. Dumbass, I say, whacking him. I cough, lean back. He braces me. I break a rib, sharp, the kind of pain that laughs at you. He's full of apologies. I smack his shoulder. Worth it, I say. We sip in silence. Stars glint overhead, clear, bright, indifferent to conflict below. The moon halos his hair and armour now stripped down or left in the keep. He cups my face, his calloused fingers tracing every scar, one above my eyebrow, one across my ribs, one on my hand. He murmurs remembrance for each. I close my eyes in the warmth of it. I rest my head on his shoulder. His breath tastes like bonfires. He doesn't speak. I don't want him to. Nothing to prove. No fortress to defend. Just us. I ask low, you ever think we could just stop? He exhales deep. Thought about it all my life. Just didn't know how to start until now. And stay? He prods the flat of my hand with his thumb, steady, fierce. Stay. I lean in the curve of his throat. Whisper, I'm finally home. He wraps me tighter as the wind sighs. Stars flicker out over the valley, life in progress, silent below. No explosions to forecast, no curses to foretell. Just skin and breath and quiet promise. It's perfect. It's terrifying. It's ours. Kartok moves first, pressing me gently into the moss with a hand that could crush bones, but chooses to cradle instead. He kisses me like he's memorizing the map of my soul.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Afterward, we lie tangled under the stars, moss cool beneath our backs. We don't speak. We don't need to.
Chapter 27. Kartok. Weeks pass. Peace stretches over the land like golden dawnlight lingering in the sky. The castle feels different. Where once the corridors echoed with alarm and steel on stone, now there's laughter in the courtyards, children chasing each other around fresh plantings of barley and vegetables. The fields beyond, once scorched and poisoned, now sprout sturdy stalks of grain. A harvest that feels earned, not owed. Cassie's made herself the highlight of every morning. I find her at dawn beside the teaching yard, a makeshift enclosure with wooden benches where human children and orc youths gather. She's teaching them swear words in English. "Don't say dragon dong in public," She warns, the kids erupting into giggles, and then firing off shotgun blanks later, deliberately aiming above heads so the grown orcs jump and sputter. She stomps her boot, shotgun propped to her shoulder, and fires a roar that ricochets up even the stone towers. Orcs clutch their ears, stagger, laugh. She thrives on the chaos, her grin wide enough to split kingdoms open. I hang back where kids won't see me, leaning on a shattered pillar now repaired with living vines. I inhale her, the scent of gun oil and sweat and wild mint after rain. The taste of sweet earth drips in the breeze. I feel alive in ways I never did with war raging. I never run out of excuses to watch her. Just tell myself I'm inspecting the rebuilding, strategizing new defenses. But really, it's because I can't help myself. One morning I find her in the royal courtyard when the sun rises pink and the dew sparkles on banners. She's kneeling by the well, and the scent of damp stone and lavender hangs light in her hair. She's not in battle gear, not even in a dress. She's in simple cloth pants and a fitted shirt smeared with potting soil. She looks like spring itself. She holds something small. I sip at my tea, mint and honey, just warm enough to steady me. She walks over, toes damp, birds skirting overhead. She touches my chest and I blink, cough. Then she shoves a carved wooden totem into my hand. Tiny, smoothing curves, rough edges. A fertility charm, she tells me. I raise a brow. Did it work? I ask, voice half laughing, half afraid. She smirks that crooked grin. Yep. My brain short-circuits. My heart stops. I blink at her. Time thins. She waits. Then she says my name. Kartok. That single sound, reverberating in my chest, rips open something inside me. We're having a baby. That's not a whisper. I can feel it like wildfire in my bones. Fire in my chest. The world tilts. The crops feel heavier. The sun speaks golden. I know our child is every dream and every scar combined. I don't cry, but I swear he's made me see tears from somewhere in my ribs. Layman is the first to realize after me, white-robed and spectacled, pulling the cup from his lips with hands that tremble. He stares at me, then at Cassie, swirling tea like forbidden poison. He looks astonished and terrified, mouth part open. Dear gods, we're all doomed, he mutters. He means he's scared of raising a half-orc, half-human prophecy child in this fragile piece. Cassie flips him the literal single-finger salute from her roots in Montana, and then pulls me into a kiss that lands like a promise. Long and salty and perfect, sealing all the nights we danced on swords that almost cut us in half. The courtyard erupts. People gather. My warriors yell names like, Queen Cassie! Queen Cassie! Children throw fistfuls of wildflowers and fairy dust over us. Henry suddenly claps his hands, grins like a fool, and starts taking bets. Tusk or no tusk? Temper, kid. We lean into the laughter. I whisper to Cassie, my world's not ruined anymore. She breathes out slow. Mine, either. Layman lets out a sob caught half between horror and joy. Cassie wraps an arm around him. He straightens up, face blotchy, sobbing quietly while nodding as people cheer. I stand among roaring families, the scent of fresh earth and barley and hope swirling thick. Everywhere corn stalks sway, fledgling vines climb walls. Birds sing in unfamiliar dawn light. I look at Cassie, blood-scarred, wild-haired, laughing at Henry's bets. Her knees shake with happiness or exhaustion. She leans into me. I rest my hand on her belly, already slick with life. My fingers tingle. Fruit of war and peace both, I don't cry. But inside, certain tears finally flow. I smile, and actually see it. I've got everything I ever wanted. The cheers fade as we enter the tower chamber. The world shelters us in quiet. Torchlight dances softly across Cassie's dress, now folded carelessly on the floor. Her skin glows pale amber in the flame. My heart hammers, tight and fierce. I close the shutters with one oak-knuckled swing. The night wind whistles and dies. The courtyard lullaby, mirth, celebration, fades into distant harmony. I drop my armor piece by piece. Each clang off the floor feels like shedding war's weight. When I'm bare beneath the soft torch glow, the air tastes warm and alive. Cassie stands before me, bare arms crossed. She smells like mint bruised by storm, sweat sweet wine, iron undertone. The soft echo of wildflowers lingers in the room. She steps forward, hips curved, eyes blazing. I gulp, breath catching like old wounds healed by the promise of now. She offers the faintest smirk. Don't waste this moment, warlord. My chest roars with answer. I close distance. I cup her face with both hands, her skin soft like broken petals. My lips brush over a bruise on her collarbone, dark rose tide. You saved the world. And me, I say, voice low until my echo shakes. I lean in, kiss her hard, lips searing against steel cheek, moving deep where memory meets breath. She responds slow and sizzling, body melting into mine with hunger and heat. I halt the moment, bare fingertips tracing the scars that mark her resilience. Stub of cut on her cheek, line at her side where bones healed. I memorize each ridge as if it were my own soul. You're breathtaking, I whisper. She bites her lip. You ain't bad yourself for a tusk-faced tyrant. I grin. The sound is rare and raw, a weapon she taught me how to wield gentle. I lift her gown slowly, revealing scarred thigh and healed wounds, landmarks of survival. Her scent grows sweet with warmth and dusk smoke. I ease her onto the bed of soft furs. Moss-stilled pillow cushions her hair. Candlelight flickers, haloing her like moonlit blessing. I settle between her thighs, lips hovering. My breath tastes of wild honeysuckle and regret undone. Her breath quivers. We move slow. First kisses at the rib breaks, whispered humor, laughter, and bruised neck bones. The wine cup tipped over earlier hangs in memory beneath the night sky, laughter still bouncing on walls. My hands chart sacred ground. The scar over her heart, the bite print bruise on her neck, still healing. I hum at my fingertips there. She slides a hand into the loose braid of my hair, tugging gentle. Worship me, she murmurs. I kiss beneath her jaw. My body pulses electricity, a soldier softening at the sound of home. I talk again, earth-quiet truths. We've come far. You saved me, she whispers back through throbbing breath. My heart buckles. I glide upward, mouth trailing prayer along each scar. She moans, sound rich and sacred. Each cry a stolen hymn from war's ashes. When my hand brushes the broken ring finger on my left, I press against hers, and she doesn't pull away. I lean down, whispering words she earned. She laughs softly, wine through leaves. I touch the scar across her ribs, and at once she curls into me, flesh flooding rhythm. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
We come undone together, quake and tremor of war and peace folded inside one bed. I collapse beside her, breath roaring, skin pressed to her side, heart still hammering holy. I stroke her hair, whisper her name like a prayer. No battlefield beyond these walls, no weapon but touch. In the post-war hush, I finally feel home.